Hello everyone, this is CoolPro195 streaming live with my OBS Studio RetroArch 1.12.0 livestream test. That's right people, I've been planning to do this livestream for a long time now, and it's practically been a month since I've done my previous livestream. And yeah, since this is a test, it's going to be a pretty chill livestream test. This livestream's pretty much just going to have like, a pretty chill vibe to it. Especially compared to the previous one. And yeah, bear with me people. It'll take me some time to like ease into the vibe and everything. For those of you who want to jump into the commentary, feel free to jump into the general voice chat channel within the Dingo Crash Discord server if you happen to be within that particular Discord server. If not, then if you're in another Discord server that I also happen to be in, feel free to put in a request in order for me to move the commentary to that specific Discord server if no one else happens to jump into this Discord server. Well, the commentary of this Discord server. Anyways, yeah. It's still going to be a bit of an adaptation, especially since I've only done like one live stream last year, so this year I'm really trying to, sort of make a bit of a difference in comparison to the previous year. With this being the case, I might as well pump this out to social media. Also, before I proceed and forget, honourable shouts to both Mr. Original Name and James the Crimson Dragon for your previous donations within past live streams. I highly appreciate the extended level of support that you put towards the channel. But of course, donations are no way a mandatory step to take in order to support the channel. All that matters is that people just jump in and have a chill time. That's what all these live streams are about at the end of the day. Anyways, no time like the present to pump this out to social media. So speaking of live stream tests, I actually have two in planned. I pretty much like have two in the works, including this one. So like, I sort of planned ahead of time to do these live stream tests. Not only that, but I've been meaning to do them for ages, especially with what I had planned at pretty much some point in the past. But yeah, it's great to be back live. Alright, now to pump this out across multiple Discord servers. As for like my general plans for future content for my channel, I'll fill you in at some point later on, but of course we'll see what happens. And I'm gonna level with you people. It's actually pretty early right now, and to level with you like on a deeper level, I actually started this live stream like an hour earlier than I anticipated, because like I just figured, might as well get the ball rolling, if you catch my drift. And plus, since it's a test, I don't really have to put, that much pressure on it. Just like nothing has to be done at specific times and all that, and it doesn't matter how stuff pans out. It is what it is. But yeah, be nice to see some people jumping in. I know it's still a bit early for some people, so I wouldn't put it past anyone to, just take their time. Because of course, everyone is free to join whenever they want to, whenever possible. Okay, I'm really pumping this out to all the Discord servers now that I'm in. Well, all the ones that I promote the live streams to anyway. So for those that have actually been keeping up with my channel throughout the past few years, you know that I've actually done live stream tests on like a number of multiple different types of emulators. Well, I've done live stream tests with multiple different types of emulators in order to, like, you know, test for waters and how they perform with OBS Studio, which is pretty much what I'm doing right now with RetroArch. And at this point, RetroArch version 1.12.0 is the current latest stable version of the emulator, and the optimal method, but yeah, that's pretty much it. The optimal method of installing the emulator, the optimal method to install in RetroArch is actually through Launchbox, because you can have a lot of the stuff preset as you like set it up. It pretty much takes you through a wizard if you do it through Launchbox, whereas like if you were to install RetroArch manually, you'll have to do practically everything manually, which is insane. Well, not necessarily insane, but it's just going to take a lot more work. So effectively, you'll just be making more work for yourself. We got our first person in the chat. Spider-Robo says, "Hey, cool pro, wanna join the web again on TSC Discord? Since you put in the request and no one's joined in the Dingo Crash Discord server, yeah, I'll definitely consider that. Might as well just pump up the commentary a bit more. Just make it a bit more fun. It's gonna be a chill live stream, especially since it's just a live stream test, but you know. Why not throw in some TNC action up in the building?" But yeah, at the moment, well, at this point in time, I'm actually like, you know, pumping it out to multiple different Discord. I'm pumping out the live stream to multiple different Discord servers, so. And I live streamed like an hour earlier than anticipated, as I mentioned earlier, before you joined. But yeah, just gotta get back into the hype of things. Promote yourself. Also, another reason why I'm sort of like, you know, not speaking as sort of as pumped up as per usual is because like the house is still pretty quiet, which in a way it's a good time to do a live stream, but it's like it's convenient because the house is like, you know, chill and quiet, and I can just like get some stuff done uninterrupted. But of course later on it'll pick up, yeah, because some people just, of course, choose to wake up at their own times, which is fair enough. Hey, Settle Down 191, welcome to the live stream. Cheers for stopping by. He says, "Yo, what's up?" But yeah, great to see you, man. I've definitely been keeping up with your Crash Bash live stream series that you've been doing. It's certainly been fun to watch. I know you didn't join the previous live stream, which was, you know, the restart of the New Year's celebration live stream that I did for this year. But, you know, great to see you back here. I know you were here during the trial run, but yeah. Oh, Rob says, "I'll be on in 2 minutes. Okay, cool. That's a plan. That is indeed a plan." But yeah, settle down. As I said earlier on, as I said to like Rob earlier on, and as I've said twice in the live stream now, I actually ended up doing this live stream an hour earlier than anticipated. I don't know, just because I ended up getting stuff prepared like practically an hour ahead of time, which was, you know, partially unexpected, but you know, I figured it just seemed convenient to start the live stream at 8 o'clock sharp as opposed to 9 o'clock sharp. At least that's the time here in the UK time zone. At some point, I think this weekend or next weekend, the clocks are gonna change as well. Yeah, they're gonna go forwards because Yeah, when it shifts to BST, when the time zone shifts from GMT to BST, the clocks go forward, but when the time zones shift from BST to GMT, the clocks go backwards. He says, "Haha, yeah, I've been taking a break from that game, but I should be getting back to it tomorrow." That's cool. And to be honest, that doesn't surprise me. I wouldn't put it past you for wanting to take a break from Crash Bash, especially since, you know, the shit that it puts people through. Man, like the RNG, you just can't trust it at times. It just takes the piss. It's a proper piss take. Okay, almost done with spreading the link around. He also says, "I'm just playing some Insane Trilogy at the moment, Crash 2. Oh, so you're playing the Insane Trilogy build of Crash 2. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it was great what they did for Crash 1, 2, and 3, especially with the whole trilogy. He says, "I managed to get everything apart from the Platinum Relics. Now should be a great time." Yeah, it's probably the perfect time for you to get Platinum Relics. I presume you want to do that and just have this live stream running in the background or some shit. That would be the optimal approach to doing so. It would just like give you that spirit. Just play in the background as if it's your lucky charm per se. Spider Rebel says Spidey's coffee machine is making his coffee up in the building. Yeah, I see what you did there. You got to bring back that. Of course, got to bring back Spidey's coffee machine, you know. Got some top tier coffees up in the building, you know what I'm saying? But that's how it is. We gotta keep pedaling forward. He also says, especially since it's 8:15 AM. Precisely that, like, for real. I think if I live streamed like an hour earlier, you would have probably already had your coffee by now, unless the notification, unless, you know, the notification quite literally woke you up. I don't know why I sort of ended up almost saying notification for some shit, like it's not even a fucking word. But anyways, we move. Yeah, we're almost 15 minutes into the live stream. That's practically it. Okay, so I think that's all the Discord servers covered now. So yeah, the plan for this live stream, in order to put this emulator through the test, I'll be playing 3 PlayStation 1 games. So I'll be starting off of playing the original Crash Bandicoot for the PlayStation 1, followed by Pac-Man World for the PlayStation 1, and finally finishing up with Rayman, the original Rayman for the PlayStation 1. So yeah, all PlayStation 1 versions of this game. Of course, it would typically go without saying that Crash 1 and Pac-Man World both only have a PlayStation 1 version anyway. But as for Rayman, there are multiple different versions of it, as some of you are aware. And of course, as a number of you are aware, especially if you watch my previous live stream, I played the Atari Jaguar version of the original Rayman. But yeah. Rob says, I just opened... Yeah, Spider Rebel says, I just opened my phone and I was overriding all the notifications I already had got before yours. So like you were just racing through your notifications on your phone. Just gotta pump right through them, you know. Settledown191 says, I never finished the original Rayman. Haha. To be honest, that wouldn't surprise me. I wouldn't put it past a number of people to still have not finished the original Rayman to this day. Considering the, you know, like, especially considering the element of challenge it has to offer. Okay, Rob says, I'll explain more when you hop into the VC, which is precisely what I'm about to do. You know what, since this is my live stream as well, let's jump into the Cool Pro's Planet voice channel. Well, the Cool Pro 195's Planet voice chat channel. Since, you know, it would be appropriate. So, Rob.
Hey.
Yo, cheers for stepping in.
Stepping in. Have you had your coffee yet?
Well, I've had my breakfast, to say the least.
But did you have your coffee, though? Your caffeine daily intake?
Well, I didn't have caffeine, but at least I had dairy. Because like, that keeps you going. It keeps you going.
Yeah. Just to give a bit more clarification on those notifications. So basically, what happened was I woke up at 10 to 8. I was on my phone, and as soon as I like turned on the phone, because it was on sleep mode, unlocked the phone, Wi-Fi kicked in, and then all the notifications came in. Well, there was only a few, and then I think after 5 minutes of overriding the existing notifications, yours came up.
Big surprise.
I thought, oh, Cool Pro streaming. I've got to message him. You know, obviously, I'm probably not going to do it on every stream, but yeah.
Of course, man. You got a life, you know. That's how it works.
Well, I mean, I'm just bored. I mean, I've got nothing to. Well, to be honest with you, yesterday, all I did was I did my weekly food shop, and I brought some Duracell batteries for my VR headset, and then I tested it out, and I'm hoping to test it out today with Half-Life Alyx, because what I'm thinking is, in the next, well, I know that in terms of streaming, I've not streamed since May last year, when I did Helldivers, so I don't know if it is still in the archives. I've not checked, but in fact, what I might do is I might just have a look now and see if it's still there. Because if it is, if your viewers would like to check out what I've done in terms of live streaming over the last couple of years, then yeah, I'll put the link in.
Yeah, that'll be fun for them to check out. Honestly, Half-Life Alyx is pretty cool.
I just need to get back into the streaming because, well, as I say, it's just I've just been working all the time, and I just don't have the time to stream and what have you.
Precisely. So. That's practically, I'm gonna level you. That's practically the exact same situation with me, and that's also pretty much practically the reason why I'm doing this live stream as well. Especially since it's a test. The vibe of it is like more chill in comparison to like the previous live streams that I've been doing. So like it's less pressure in a way. Also, by the way, in terms of the chat, Ray Thompson 777 has just jumped in, the first time chatter. He says, "Have you ever played Crash Back in Time?" Indeed, I have. It's a pretty cool Crash Bandicoot fan game, and not only that, it's completely faithful to the original Crash Bandicoot trilogy. It's fucking epic. I highly recommend it. along with Crash Bandicoot Respawn, that game is epic as well. These Crash Bandicoot fan games that are pumping out these days are like next level. Yeah, proper next level. Also, yeah, cheers for stopping by for the first time ever, Ray Thompson 777. You're in for some epic action. Speaking of which, time to jump into the first game, which is the original Crash Bandicoot. He says, too bad the controls on Respawn sucks, lol. I mean, they control different, yeah, that's for sure. I mean, I've seen a full playthrough of it, and I've played it myself. But I think, you know, I need to, like, get used to it a bit more in terms of, like, how it controls. But from another standpoint, I do get where you're coming from. Settledown191 says, yeah, I'm back to my studies now. I've got a year and a half to go. So for the next 3 months, I might not be able to stream as much myself. More power to you. Like, whatever's possible. Just whatever you can pull off, just do whatever's possible. Because in the end, like, the opportunities that you take in life are more important.
Yeah. Yeah, very true. Yeah.
Okay, so right now I'm actually going to start up the RetroArch emulator. No time like the present.
Okay.
Okay, I feel like it took its sweet time there, but okay, what the fuck ever. Alright. It's got a pretty cool setup to it for what it has to offer. And yeah, so far I pretty much only have PlayStation ROMs configured and, you know, completely set up with RetroArch. You can, effectively RetroArch is actually a multi-system emulator, which you can, you know, set up a bunch of like emulator cores with, and then just play multiple different games from multiple different old school systems, which is really cool. So yeah, I'm going to be starting off with the original Crash Bandicoot. Yeah, I just figured I'd do it through histories, because especially since I've recently been testing them out, I might as well just play them through here, since, you know, much easier mode of access rather than scrolling through the entire list. And yes, as you notice on the course section, it says Sony PlayStation Swan Station, which is effectively, in a way, long story short, well, to provide a concise description of it, it's basically DuckStation, but at the same time, it's not the DuckStation emulator. It's not the DuckStation emulator itself. It's a DuckStation counterpart, which is pretty much a core that was provided to the RetroArch multi-system emulator. Okay, so let's jump into Crash Bandicoot 1. I really like how RetroArch functions globally on top of that. It means I don't have to like keep jumping back and forth, just like with EPSXE. It's a great emulator, don't get me wrong, but like, of course, emulation has come so far.
Which one are you using? DuckStation or?
Well, I'm using RetroArch. Or
RetroArch.
Or RetroArch, as some people pronounce it. I mean, either way, I think it's correct either way, but people just choose to pronounce, like, whichever way possible, or whichever way they see fit. It's the same with Mednafen or Mednafen.
Yeah, yeah. Which one were you using on the last stream, on the New Year's one? Was that using RetroArch?
It was EPSXE.
Oh, EPSXE, alright, yeah.
Yeah, I was using
so
that
many emulators.
Yeah, I was using that for Crash Bash. Yeah, tell me about it. So many emulators to pick from.
I think in the 22 streams, April and June, was that solid Mednafen?
Yeah, that was actual solid Mednafen.
That was Mednafen. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, I've used BizHawk as well, but like only for that test live stream. Well, only for the live stream that I actually used to test it out.
It's too many live streams.
A lot of test live streams for multiple emulators, but hey, I just figured just test all, just put them all through their paces. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Flipping heck.
I mean, as a plus, it's more content for my channel, so might as well just pump out.
Well, yeah.
It's a good reason to pump out
Yeah,
more content.
I totally get that. Yeah. It's just, it's just hard to keep up with all these emulators.
Yeah, especially with the new ones coming out. Although I gotta say, some emulators have definitely come a long way in terms of like how they progressed over years, the years, especially PCSX2, the PS2 emulator. Now, like,
oh yeah.
Before, like, pretty much like in the past, it was a poorly coded emulator, but now at this point in time, like, it has like a much better interface. It's sort of like adopted the same type of emulator, well, the exact same type of interface as the Dolphin emulator, which is the emulator that you use to run Nintendo GameCube and Nintendo Wii games.
Yeah.
So yeah, it pretty much has like the same sort of structure as the Dolphin emulator, but at the same time you have the ability to like, it has like the enhanced capabilities for you to like put specific settings for specific games. And DuckStation have actually, you know, they actually utilize the exact same type of premise. And speaking of which, that's actually like the next test livestream that's actually the next livestream test that I plan to do with the DuckStation emulator.
Yeah.
But yeah, like these are the final two that I plan to do, and then that's it. I just get on with like, you know, the actual content, especially with my follower celebration milestone live streams.
Oh, nice.
Which I've been doing well, I think the last time I did it was in 2022 or 2021. But yeah, it's been like 3 or 4 years at this point in time.
What have we got?
But yeah, like, since I haven't done those in a long time, I've been doing these live streams in a way to sort of like bridge the gap between them, because previously it got to a point where I was doing actually doing one after another, because of the fact that I was gaining so many followers at like such a fast rate.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that, because of all the networking that I've been doing with multiple Twitch channels back in the day. And I was actually able to get back up there. Because like the more you network, the more your channel grows.
Exactly, yeah. You gotta put the work in, haven't you, really?
Yeah.
It's like doing a PhD, you've got
Precisely.
to put the work in.
You really gotta put the work in to get results.
Speaking of multiple emulators, it sort of reminds me of like how Unix became Linux, and then because it was like multiple open source communities and stuff, they decided to create their own versions of Linux and called them distros.
Precisely.
With the emulate,
that's where distros came from.
It's sort of like multiple distros.
Yeah, like pretty much that's it. Like, I think the distros, actually, I don't know what's winning, distros or emulators, although like you can find emulators within distros, so like in a way
I think distros are more like operating systems, whereas emulators are just basically console.
Here's the thing of distros. Yeah, well, here's the thing with distros. They're not just emulators. They're also like code spaces as well.
Yeah. I mean, the only distros I've probably worked with, well, I've got experience with, because I've used them for over a period of a decade. Most of them I've used have been from the Debian distro, so like Ubuntu and... Yeah,
I remember Ubuntu.
Like that. Ubuntu, and then...
Yeah.
I have tried out Linux Mint. I've tried Zorin OS, which is based off Ubuntu, but it's a bit more... I think it's actually sort of more like a lighter bluish color compared to Ubuntu, which is more like a dark purple.
Yeah, in a way. some of them do look like counterparts to each other. You learn a lot about
Yeah.
all these operating systems, especially when you study IT. Well, also specifically when you study IT, because like when you actually like, you know, study IT as like not just a module but an actual course, you study it more in depth.
like a whole course.
The entire premise, you get to grips of it at a more deeper level. So it's like you have a more in-depth knowledge about it.
Yeah. Like I was trying to learn how to set up DNS in Linux because it's a little bit different to Windows, since Windows has got like a built-in server manager and you can just install the DNS service, add the records and everything else. Whereas in Linux you have to do it from a config file that you have to manually type in.
But yes, you're right there. Some actually do require a manually written config file.
And I think because of the file system in Linux, if people are a little bit overwhelmed when they're trying to like get to grips with Linux, even by just remembering the main folders like bin for binary and what have you,
Precisely.
and home, which is like the home directory. Well, it's the directories that sometimes they test you on. It's like, do you know your file system in Linux and stuff? And then it's like you try and memorize or commit to memory the like the main directory. So in this case, if you're creating just normal user accounts, it's in the home directory. And then if you're using like etc, you know, or as people like to call it, the etc directory.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know what I mean. Just mad.
Yeah, it's proper crazy. It always depends the way the file system is coded and everything, the way it's programmed. Because like, that's pretty much like the whole structure of it.
What can happen quite often is you're trying to link like one directory to another. That's another one that's a bit of a faff at times when you're trying to like navigate. Well, because I think what you have to do is sometimes you can't always use the relative path. You've got to use the absolute path, which is basically the full directory, right from the root directory all the way down to the subdirectory that you're wanting to link a certain, let's say, directory to, or you know. Because I think depending on what directory you're in currently, you can use the relative path if it's within the same kind of directory path. Whereas if you've got a different directory path which is remote from the current one that you're in, you have to use the absolute path, because it's like, well, you sort of have to go backwards and then forwards again, which is why on the backwards side you specify the root directory, then you kind of channel your way down to the remote directory, and then just, you know, write out a longer command compared to if you were to just use the relative path. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, pretty much. So like here we are in uncharted territory. For those of you who are aware of a reference, but yeah, this level was pretty much a cutscene based minigame within Uncharted 4: A Thief's End.
Well, they should have mapped the dinosaur level in Warped with that boulder. But I think because it's in the forest, I can understand why they've not put that in there. I think actually because this was before Warped, so it would make sense.
Yeah, like it was 2 years before Crash 3.
It would have been, I think, if someone decided to do that just out of boredom, it would be a perfect meme.
That's true. Although there have been communities that have actually been porting assets between the 3 Crash games. So like there were like even not just assets but complete levels have been ported over from like in between the games. Like say like Crash 2 levels have been ported to Crash 3 and vice versa. I've seen a lot of people such as like, you know, Versatrix and Arumu pull that shit off multiple times in the past, especially with all these mod packs that they make. Honestly, I wouldn't put it past anyone to... Honestly, like, I wouldn't I actually wouldn't put it past anyone to actually, you know, make that happen. Like, you could effectively make fully fledged games out of them. It's like, in a way, it's sort of like a fan game, but in the structure of a mod pack. So Seltdown 191 says, very true. I was hoping to finish Crash Bash before I started back for the year, but that didn't happen, lol. That's just how life works sometimes. Not everything pans out the way you plan it to. But of course, you can only act with what you have. So like,
it's sort of like
you can only like work on what you can control.
Yeah, it's setbacks. That's what it is.
It's setbacks they happen. Really, like you can't.
It's really annoying.
Yeah, it's a piss take.
Over the last 8 years or so, I've had to deal with lots of setbacks, and to be fair with you, Cool Pro, I think since I've had those setbacks, it seems a little bit weird to say this, but it's actually made me a better person.
It depends on the experiences that they provide in a way, because sometimes they can, depending on the situation, what you learn from those setbacks. So in a way, I actually sort of get it.
I think that's it, yeah, because
I think I get it completely, actually.
Sometimes I've been trying to say to myself, just spot the obvious, you know, just quoting to myself, spot the obvious. Think about all the factors that could lead up to that, or the root cause of a problem. Yeah. Like, that's what sort of allowed me, because I know that back in high school, I was always the quiet one, as they always said, the quiet one. Because I was just absorbing all the information and everything, and it was sort of like, right, what have I learnt from this, you know? But back then in high school, I bet you and I were pretty much the same thing. We just didn't bother. We just kind of just had fun and chilling out with our buddies and everything. That's all we were focused on. We were just focused on, you know, having fun.
Yeah, everything felt like a simpler time back in the day. That's the thing. So we were like, you know, we sort of had the tendency to chill a bit more.
Yeah, that was it, yeah. It was just like, well, especially for the millennial generation, it was sort of like, yeah, this is what it was. It's like the 80s.
Zero fucks given.
yeah. It's just like, it's sort of like, even though us as 90s kids, we were kind of living as if it was the 80s, you know what I mean? But with a little difference. What have I got?
I mean, yeah, they were partially different, but at the same time, like, you know, a lot hasn't evolved, but at the same time it has, if it sort of makes sense. I mean, from a technology standpoint, in terms of, like, consoles and stuff, of course they've evolved, but in terms of, like, everything else, like, not much has changed, because I'm not sure if there's any difference between, like, the way educational departments sort of, like, you know, the approaches that they took back then. I think they were sort of applying the same logic from the previous decades, so they sort of, like, I don't know, just kept running through the same system, but of course as things change, like...
Yeah, but this is the problem, because I think what's happened is, speaking of the setbacks and everything, and also the cutbacks into the academic system and everything else, where like very, very good teachers have just left because they've already felt the pressure and everything else. But from our standpoint, they were the best teachers we ever had. You know,
precisely, like,
exactly what we need to know.
They actually put all the work in, and they knew what to do. And then when they saw
they knew what to do.
I think the fact that also part of the reason why those, like, quote-unquote good teachers have left is because, like, well, it could be for a multiple number of reasons, because they had to, like, leave a country or something like that, which, you know, that has actually been a case in the past. But not only that, but some of them were actually, you know, proper career driven, and actually, you know, they know their stuff because they actually worked for it in the past. They know that it's changed so much to a point where, like, it's not how it's supposed to be, and it's not how, you know, it's not how they, like, you know, trained for this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And it's not just that, but
pity.
it's not just to do with how they train for that sort of stuff. It's just that they know that the certain practices taking place, the certain practices put in place, just don't line up, and they know.
Yeah, exactly.
They know deep down that like it's wrong to put in certain specific practices. But of course, like the higher ups are having none of it. So their best option was to leave.
Yeah, so they try and yeah.
Just
it's
find
such a
somewhere
shame,
else that like, you know, that's putting better practices in place.
Yeah, well, just like, you know, optimizing current practices and everything else. It's like me and project managers, because some of them haven't got a clue what they're doing, and, you know, it's sort of like, what is actually needed here? Because they allocate a resource, in this case a network engineering resource, like myself, right? Or they put a request in. My line manager passes it over to me as an example, because what he does is that it's not just me that gets all the flack, shall we say? excuse the expression. Because the context, the context I'm referring to is like, well, because there's like myself and 2 other people. Each of us represents 33% of the network engineering workforce. So, if let's say 66% of the workforce is full to capacity, then that leaves only 33%, which is obviously 1 out of us 3 engineers. So my line manager basically passes it over to, let's say, myself, and he says, "Can you pick this up, please? Any issues, let me know." And every time I see that, I think, right, should I wait for the PM to actually engage with me, or should I just, if I know that there's clearly something that's not really adding up in terms of their request, because project managers, they're so ambiguous with their requests. It's like, oh, I need a network engineer for this project and what have you, and it's urgent and everything else, but then there's no context.
Yeah, they don't fill you in on all the details or anything, so it's like, how the fuck are you supposed to operate?
No. That's not how a project manager should, you know, put in requests. They should never be ambiguous. If they're not sure, they need to confirm that with the client project managers or their counterparts, and then put an actual description down, like a proper, you know, description that makes sense. Because not all of the descriptions make any sense. It's just ridiculous. I mean, it's a good job that every time my line manager says, "Can you pick this up, please? Any issues, let me know." I'm like, oh yeah, well, there's probably like 100 issues that I'm going to explain to you that I've found out. But it's just whether or not you want to take them or not. It's just that's where you can end up getting a lot of bullshit because of that.
Yeah, that's precisely it. It's just a lot of bullshit with the way like they just structure everything, and it's not just that, but like if you don't know like what the context of your request actually is, don't even put it forward in the first place, because like not only are you wasting like, you know, your client's time and pretty much your employees' time, you're wasting your own time on top of that, because what you did was it has no positive effect on the current situation whatsoever, because of how ambiguous you were about it in the first place.
Yeah, it's because they don't understand that we have a lot of technical jargon to deal with. I mean, for us, it's easy because we've already had our knowledge and experience of working on those, you know, types of systems and everything, like switches and what have you, routers and switches and X, Y, and Z. And then there was a situation where I remember being on a project where the project manager asked me something about desktop work or desktop hardware and stuff, and I'm like, I don't get involved in desktop hardware. Why are you asking me? You know, I'm networks, I'm nothing. If you want desktop, you need to contact this person, but it's because they don't know who to speak to, and that's because their portfolio delivery leads or the PM's line managers, I think in theory, or their like higher counterpart, they don't seem to get the help from the PDLs to say what is actually needed here, you know, and that's because the PDLs are just like normal managers who are stuck in like excessive meetings, and then everything goes down the shitter because it's like, well, if the PDLs are not giving themselves enough support to help out and actually, you know, clarify things, it's not good for the client.
Precisely, and building on what you said about like what people, like which specific people are fit for which specific department, like shouldn't they have like fucking lists of people that are actually like in each department, so then they know which people to approach and not to approach for which specific problem in the first place?
They just go to the resource that they've already been allocated. It's like for example, you know, if you work well, let's say you work for
it's like it's a
gym.
do as you told basis, pretty much.
No, I don't think it's that. No.
I mean like their mindset, because like that's the way they're treating it.
Well, yeah, I think to kind of make it 10 times easier to actually explain this shit, shall we say?
Yeah, this shit.
Okay, I'll give you an example. Let's say you worked as a cleaner for the original JJB, if you remember JJB Sports.
Oh yeah, JJB
before it became
Sports.
DW.
Yeah, I remember.
Right? Now, you're representing JJB, right? And members always turn, well, if there's a problem with, like, you know, the facilities in the gym, like the toilet's not working, or the treadmill's not working, or, you know, the swimming pool's too cold, or whatever. As soon as a member of staff comes into their line of sight, or in their, you know, perspective vision, well, not perspective vision, but, like, in their line of sight, every member would always turn to the first member of staff that they can find.
What the fuck was that? Okay, that was cheap.
That's all it is. They always turn to the first member of staff that they can find. Whether they are, let's say, well, whether that member of staff is focused on getting an area cleaned up and stuff, but then they get distracted by a member asking a question of like, why is the pool so cold, or the pool's cold? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So it's like that. So the PMs, because they haven't got a clue what they're leading themselves into, or how the project context is, because it's like they always say, you know, to me, it's like, hey, Spidey, can you help with this? And I'm like, well, if it's networking, yes. If it's desktop related, no, because that's not in my field. I mean, if I was to be in that field, I'd probably have to go backwards in time, because that's where I started off from before I became a network engineer. I mean, I'm more qualified to, you know, I'm more qualified than, well, I'm overqualified for the desktop side of things, but I don't really want to go back in time and do desktop stuff. I'd rather just, you know, work my way up to becoming like an architect or something like that, so I can actually, you know, engage with the client, you know, work out exactly what they need, and then fabricate a design based on their needs.
Precisely.
And the project manager's just, yeah.
Precisely. If you're that career driven, of course you're not going to want to turn back time and backpedal to a job that you've previously done, which is like a lower level to what you're already doing right now at this point in time. You want to progress.
When you said that, Cool Pro, it reminded me of Cher. Turn back time.
I figured. That doesn't surprise me whatsoever.
I remember in '98 when she released that single, "Believe." You know.
Yeah, I remember.
She was good though, Cher, but I think her voice was really, really deep when she was singing. But yeah, she was good. I think she's still good, Cher. But yeah.
Yeah, you couldn't even tell whether it was a man or a woman at the time back in the day.
Well, a woman, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's the thing.
Because of how deep she was, yeah.
She sounded proper deep.
Oh. Do you believe in love? I used to speed up. You know, from the old Windows Media Player from XP.
All right,
And
yeah, I
you used
remember
to-
that.
When I was a kid. Oh, we've got an alert in the chat here.
Yeah, I clocked it, bro. I clocked it. So we got one of those bots there. Wow, like that's a funny username for a bot as well. Insulting comment.
Insulting comment, yeah. As soon as that pops up, I just put the my own kind of alert sound.
Yeah,
in.
your own sort of like
Alarm.
Yeah, your own sort of like alert siren per se.
Yeah. Do you believe in love? Yeah, so basically going back to Windows Media Player.
Consider
from
your
Windows
bitch ass
XP.
blocked and banned. Also, speaking of which, also cheers for the follow, Black Oblivions. I highly appreciate it, and also welcome to the live stream. Cheers for stopping by. Okay,
Yeah, welcome aboard.
welcome aboard. Let's go, mofos.
Yeah, so going back to Windows Media Player for Windows XP.
Yeah.
When I was like 7 or 8, you know that speed toggle on the right hand side where the arrows used to go as you kind of
That was close as fuck. I landed on the edge.
You know if you played like an audio clip on Windows Media Player and you had like those little arrows, those little white arrows or grey arrows, like to speed it up, like
yeah, I
probably
remember.
twice the amount of speed.
Yeah, 2 times
You
speed.
push it in. You click on it, and then the button would be inset, and then you click it again, and then it would show three arrows again, like 3 arrows, and then if you click it again, it would say 4 hours, and that would be the fastest speed you could ever, set the speed of the audio clip to. Man, I used to abuse that so many times, and it caused the music to. It sounded like the music was getting corrupted.
The music just goes fucking apeshit at that point.
Yeah, because
it's like
you sped up the tempo.
Yeah, like the tempo is like full
used to do
speed.
that.
That shit just makes you laugh.
I still do. I still do. Like, if you were to speed up Share Believe, like at the maximum speed you could possibly set your application to, you're gonna have a field day, man. You'll be laughing your head off. Honestly,
man, like you'll be tripping as fuck, bro.
Yeah.
Do you believe
need to get Windows
in life
XP?
after love? Do you believe in getting fucked over? Pretty much.
I'm just trying to think how she actually.
Do you believe
I was trying to
in getting
interpret.
fucked over?
I'm just trying to think how she said it. It was like, do you believe in?
That'd sound like. That wouldn't even sound like a person at that point. That sound like
gibberish.
that would sound like a fucking AI going apeshit.
Exactly,
It sounds like AI on crack, practically. AI on crack.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the perfect way to put it, bro.
Actually, what I'm gonna do in the background is just play Share Believe.
Oh no, don't.
But then speed it up.
Oh no, I don't even wanna. Just don't do it.
No, I'm not gonna do it in the stream. I'm just gonna do it.
Oh, not in the stream.
In my own.
On your own
my own
space.
audio.
Fair enough, bro. Fair
On my own.
enough. Yeah, cool.
No, I'm not gonna like inject it on it, because otherwise it's gonna be copyright.
That's no problem. Also, yeah, don't pull a fearless where like you just spammed audio on the live stream.
Oh no!
Like you did in the previous one. No disrespect to the guy, of course, but you know.
That was a soundboard, I think.
Yeah,
That was more of a soundboard.
I know for a fact that you used a soundboard, but like, you know, the fact that you jumped into the call in and out just to play a soundboard sound effect.
Well, it's because he was after me. He was after me all the time.
A big surprise.
He was after me.
Probably doing it to get your attention.
Well, yeah, I could tell that he was an attention seeker in that regard, but even still...
Yeah, in that respect. An attention seeker in that respect.
It's just, I just can't believe that, you know...
No, I understand, man. It's high maintenance as fuck to deal with.
Yeah. Like, I remember, like, I know that we've had lots of disagreements and what have you, and then he's just like, you know what? And then because he knew that he was losing to the argument, and then he rage quitted and then left the server.
Rage quit.
Yeah, because it's like I've technically won that because I told him straight, as I said, you know. When
Rightfully so, as you should do. Okay,
I
Velocity.
told him, and I've had to do that for like 14, like at this moment in time, come April, I've had to do that for 14 years.
Yeah, 10 plus years, bro.
How
14
long is this
years.
going to take before? How long is this going to take before it becomes 15 years?
Yeah, that's... Bro, how long is it going to take?
It shouldn't even take that long. Come on, man.
For real.
Just stop it.
How long will it
Just
take
stop
before it
it.
becomes 20 plus years? Or even quarter of a fucking
hell.
century? Like, bro. Look, no disrespect, but get your fucking act together.
It's taken him that long to just accept defeat and everything. It's taken him that long.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, in the early stages back then it was somewhat alright, but then it came to the point where it was like, alright, that's enough now. But then he doesn't listen. And he'll never listen. Even Cloud Pillow said that, you know, he's never going to change. And even, like, people have said to me he's never going to change. Well, I know he's not going to change, but what was I supposed to do?
Precisely, like, not everyone has all the answers, you know? Like, there's PDA and there's self-control.
Exactly. It's just like, what am I supposed to do, then?
It's like, fucking hell, we're not psychiatrists or anything.
Exactly.
Like,
We're not even qualified to become
like,
psychiatrists, so how the hell are
precisely,
we supposed to do?
we're not
what
as
are we supposed to do?
we're not as fucking shrink or some shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a good job that I did mention
That was a
it
bit
to you
OP shit.
anyway.
Yeah, well,
It's a good job
it
that I
got to that
mentioned it to
point
you, because you
eventually.
Yeah, well, he's had that he's
was
had
so
that condition
stupid.
for like, yeah.
Perfect. That's how you pull it off. There we go. But yeah,
I
continue.
just cannot believe that it's just taken like nearly a decade and a half, just to bloody, you know,
Yeah,
just to do something
precisely.
that could have easily
Almost
been
a
done,
decade and a half.
been done. That could easily have been done in like, you know, a couple of days. Like how
Precisely. Hell, like
Yeah.
even like a year alone. Give it a year alone. That is more than enough time to come to terms with like the way you're actually dealing with like that type of bullshit. Or not just that, but deal with like your general mindset and actually, you know, just open up your mind to the possibility of the fact that, you know, maybe you are going about this all wrong and you just need to eventually face facts.
Well, he's about your age. Well, I know that he's probably a year older than you, Cool Pro, but even still,
That's
come on,
even more
man.
surprising, bro. That's insane.
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely a year older than you, so it's sort of like,
Right.
I'm a year younger than you, you're a year younger than him.
Bro, I didn't even know how old he was when I first met him, and not once did I pick him as someone to be older than me. Purely based on how he acts.
His brain age is not the same as his human age, or
It doesn't
his real
match.
age, let's say.
The mentality
just,
age does not match up with his actual age.
The physical age, yeah.
The physical age.
But it will come to him, and it will be just like, well, come on, Fearless. You just need to just, you know, come on. It's been like 14 years. Can you just stop it? And if you stop it, it will give us all a bit of peace. Because he's not. Because right,
World peace.
here's the thing.
That reminded me of like Heal the World. That reminded me of the song Heal the World by Michael Jackson. Make the world a better place. Heal
Yeah.
the world.
But what I'm
make
saying
it a
is-
better place.
What I'm saying is that it's not me that he's just done. Well, it's not me that he's just done it to. He's done it to Pseudo. He's done it to Cloud. He's done it to everyone that he sees. Even
Big
one of my
fucking
other
surprise
TNC
once
buddies.
again.
Well, even one of my other TNC buddies, TNC Teo Kaka, who I've known for like 10 years.
Teo Kaka.
You know, He's done it to him. He's done it to TNC Parasite, who I knew from high school. He's another TNC member that hasn't been on for a while because
Going after your high school mates.
Even then, in the early stages, like when Fearless, Parasite, myself used to just be the trio, and we used to just mess about and everything. Even then, TNC Parasite was saying, you know, the same thing. Saying the exact same thing as I was, but just paraphrased.
Pretty much, like he's only confirming what you already knew.
Exactly, and it's like now we both know what he's like. So then it's like, right, we're gonna have to teach Fearless a lesson and prank him, and that's what I said to Cloud Pillow when he.
The
and
ultimate
then that's when
prank
he started
troll.
to realize
The ultimate troll.
Yeah,
prank.
exactly. Yeah, and then what I've done is I've basically said, because he's kind of like playing a game, and he's just like. Spidey, and I could like he shares his screen, and he's just sat there with his character just idling, and I'm like, "Come on, Fearless, let's see some production." And he goes, "You're supposed to be helping me, Spidey." I'm just like, "Well, hold on a minute. I said to you that you need to I've guided you of what you need to do. Like here's an example. He's been playing WoW thanks to me. I mean, I probably regretted doing that." Well, World of Warcraft, like TNC Feral play.
Yeah, World of Warcraft.
I think I've probably regretted getting him into WoW now because of that, but that was because during the time it was just like, well, I just thought he might have benefited from playing WoW because it had dragons in it.
I forgot as World of Warcraft.
It all started off because Fearless was obsessed with Toothless from How to Train Your Dragon. That's all it started off with. And then I
That's
thought,
where it
well,
stemmed
WoW's
from.
got dragons.
Shit.
And then his focus was just purely on dragons, like any dragons, like Dutch Angel dragons,
Fuck.
World of Warcraft dragons, Dungeons and Dragons, you know, any types of dragons.
Anything that contains a dragon.
He just unleashes nerdiness of dragons and raptors and animals and everything else.
That is like pure insanity, bro.
Like his brain is out of control, and he doesn't know how to control it. That's the problem. And even when he's talking to me, he's just like, you know, you're supposed to be helping me. I'm like, well, not all the time, you know, not all the time. You've got to try and attempt things yourself first before you ask. It shouldn't be the other way around. You need to be, you know, asking after you've attempted something.
That's precisely it. That's how you become self-sufficient. That's how you grow as a person. Otherwise, if you keep relying on people, you can't grow as a person if they're going to do all the work for you.
And that is exactly what I've had to put up with for 14 years. He will never change, and I do accept the fact that he will never change, but since we had a recent, like, you know, disagreement and what have you, he's basically rage quitted off the server, and he's just he kind of uses his defense. He kind of uses his defensive technique by basically saying, well, you know, when I'm with my furries and stuff, we always, you know, help each other, and we kind of like it's kind of like a family. I'm just like, well, I get what you're saying, but you know, you need to help yourself first, you know.
Okay.
He didn't even give me a chance to even say that to him.
Yeah, first off, not every group is the same, and on top of that, precisely, people can't help you unless you help yourself first.
Yeah, exactly. It's just that he was trying to counter-argue my argument, but he failed, and then that's when he was like, you know what, fuck you, Spidey, and I'm just like, okay, fine, you can leave, you know, I'm not stopping you, you can do what you want, but, you know, until you can actually get some sense into your head, I'm not going to help you.
Precisely, it's like, take offense who you like, but the only person it affects in the long run is you yourself, and no one else around you.
Like, he should not, like, the thing is, I knew that he was, like, it's like he's got some sort of ADHD or something, where he's just kind of like, when he knows that I'm trying to limit, well, he kind of was in his brain, he was like, oh, please don't limit me, Spidey, please don't limit me, Spidey, and everything else. I'm just like...
It's like, bro, you're limiting yourself.
He's limiting himself. He's not giving himself time to think, because he just does it just because he's lazy. That's the thing. He just can't. In his eyes, he's like, oh, I can't be arsed. I'm just like, come on, man. That's all you got to do. Just look at yourself in the mirror, which I know that he won't do.
That's
I'm
the
just
thing,
lost
like,
for words with it. I'm just lost for words now.
yeah, I wouldn't put it past you, to be honest. And also, back on, like, the amount of time it takes for certain people to realize it. You know, I get everyone's different, and people, you know, all this stuff, reality hits them at, like, different rates or at different periods of time. But to the extent of, like, almost a decade and a half, that's fucking ridiculous. That's overkill. In fact, like, how do you even let it get that? How do you even let it get to that extent? And on top of that, in terms of, like, how, you know, he supposedly controls himself, like, I wonder, like, whether or not he was even taught how to control himself properly. Because, like, part of it could stem down to that as well. Yeah, because, like, honestly, I wouldn't put it past it for that being the case, you know.
Yeah. I don't think he was, because he's. I know that from his condition he's mentally ill, but it's just like, well, what was surprising, right? This is where it became a bit of a twist, Cool Pro, because recently I've noticed that Fearless has actually tried to do things himself. You know, he's actually tried, but I don't think he's tried enough.
Where's the thing of, like, trying stuff?
Yeah. So he's been trying to kind of learn stuff himself without my help. Because I've told him you shouldn't be, you know, relying on me for help and everything. You know, just because I've known you for 14 years doesn't necessarily mean that you have to always come to me. You could always go to someone else. You know, like, what about your furries and stuff? You know, ask them. What do they have to say? You know, and everything else. Given your issue that you're facing, what have they got to say for it? Or, you know, whatever. Like, he can't, like, it shouldn't be just me, though, that he should go to. Because what if I'm not here? Then what?
Yeah, there are other people in this world. And not just that,
yeah, exactly. It's like,
in terms of actually,
it's like, for example,
in terms of, like, actually trying stuff, you know.
You know, oh my god.
What do you call
it? Got to the point where, yeah. It
you
got
know,
to a
when
point,
you said that he was actually trying stuff, it's like, I don't know whether or not he's doing it just because you told him to do it, or whether he's just, you know, putting on a show. But I don't know. I can't speak on his behalf, but
I think it was down to the fact that I had told him, like, several times, and eventually he did listen. But then afterwards, his brain just literally forgot about using that repetitive, you know, that repetition and stuff with trying to, like, do things, like, at the first attempt himself, and then, you know, then ask.
So he started and then didn't persist with it.
He didn't persist with it. Now that's what I mean. Yeah, but this is what was really interesting, because in the early stages.
So he just backpedaled pretty much.
Yeah, it's because he's too lazy to do things. That's the problem, and he expects other people to do stuff for him. And it's like, come on, Fearless, stop being lazy. You're like X years of age now. Come on. But yeah. Anyway,
like, bro's 30 as well. That's insane. He's gonna be 31 this year.
It's 31. Yeah, exactly. I could tell that he has changed a bit since I've known him, but even still, his mental age has still remained the same, and he will never change. Sad, really, but, you know, this brings me nicely on to basically what I was initially going to say, which was in the early stages. There was a situation where, because I was getting a bit annoyed that he was, you know, it was back in the Skype days, as they say. In the Skype days, I would log on to Skype, and then as soon as the notification on his side showed that I was online, he would click on me, press the call button, without even giving me chance to get into Skype and everything else.
He just couldn't even settle.
He couldn't even, you know, he couldn't even resist. He was kind of like, he was trying to like avoid the urge to do it, but then because his brain was just like, oh, Spidey's on, I'll call him. You know, it's like he was trying to be an AI, if you like, and I'm like, Fearless, you're not a robot. Come on, man, you're a human being. You know, but in his mind, he tries to be like a robot, and that was really, really annoying and frustrating as well for me, because it's like now I've got basically a user who is trying to act like a robot when he's clearly not a robot in reality. You know, that's where it all kicked off from. And it's like, there was a point where I got so annoyed, I set my status on Skype, and I think Steam as well, to offline. And then, there was a time when I was due to visit him, like at his place. And one of his associates basically said, there was a time when Fearless was like saying to me, there was a time where, because I overheard a conversation, let's say, from a few peeps. Like, we were somewhere, I can't remember where, but it was somewhere. And he was like, oh no, sorry, they were basically experiencing from his perspective his kind of like, you know, reaction to why I was not like online and stuff. And then he was basically saying to us, where's Spidey? Where's Spidey? Where's Spidey? Where's Spidey? You know.
That's overkill.
So in other words, yeah, it was very overkill, and then in that regard, you'd think that it was very overkill. And this was in the early stages. It wasn't even in the late stages. It was just the early stages. He even said that he even said all those questions, the same thing. Whereas, well, it was actually my real name, Rob, but it was just like, where's Spidey? Where's Spidey? Where's Spidey? Because he was desperate to get hold of me. That was the thing. He was trying to get hold of me, but he couldn't, because I put a restriction on my status saying that I was offline when technically I was invisible. It's just that I didn't want the attention, you know, and everything else. I wanted to focus in on myself. I wanted to focus on what I wanted to do and focus on what I had to do as priority. But Fearless didn't even, well, if I was to go online, Fearless wouldn't even let me. And I'm just like, Fearless, you absolute twat. Can you just stop it? So I set myself to invisible, or like, you know, on Skype where you set yourself to invisible.
Yeah,
and
I
on
remember
Steam
that.
you can set yourself to offline and everything else, just to kind of pretend that you're offline when you're not. Yeah.
You know,
His
I wouldn't
associates
put
were
it
like saying,
past
"Where's
you.
Spidey?"
You know, I wouldn't put it past you, to be honest, because I've actually done that myself in the past, especially with some people. And you know what's funny? I almost had like the exact same experience with Toby XY, where like there was some days where I would jump onto Skype, or not even like jump onto Skype, just like the second I have Skype booted up on my computer, I immediately get a call from Toby XY.
Bloody hell.
But that didn't last long, thank fuck for that. Like, it wasn't as relentless though.
Not as relentless.
Not as relentless as Fearless, as the way you're describing Fearless.
Bloody
But
hell.
yeah, Renegade.
I
What you
thought
call it? Razorblade,
Toby XY.
Razorblade 1812, or like Renegade 1812 as he's now called. Yeah, pretty much. He's kind of doing his own thing right now.
Yeah. Hey, Black Oblivions.
So yeah, just not to disregard the chat, here, but
sorry, chat. There's a little bit of a
Rob's gone off.
A little bit of a heat of the moment.
He's gone off on a bit of a monologue of a tangent, but yeah, he just had to get out of his system. So yeah,
I just had to, because it was just because recently I know that one of the members who isn't got a TNC tag, he was asking, you know, was it because of me that Phyllis left? And I was like, no, it's just that he left off of his own accord. Basically, yeah. So going back to, well, I haven't really finished my story yet. I've kind of stopped halfway because we got a bit distracted because we were quite conscious of the chat and stuff. But it's settle down. 191 says it's all good. I've just got the stream in the background. All right, fair enough. But calm. Yeah, so So anyways, I set myself to invisible, and then his associates on his side, or from his perspective, were like, "Where's Spidey? Where's Spidey? Where's Spidey?" And then as soon as I got told that was what Fearless had said, I was like, "Fearless, you absolute beep! you know.
You just censor yourself in the process.
Because I was literally so pissed off. Because that's when you would know. Well, because at that point, it felt like he was so desperate to contact me just over something that is just like minor. Not even major or severe, just minor. I'm just like, Fearless, you're wasting my time.
Yeah, it's like shit you could practically deal with yourself. There's a time and a place for everything. There's a time and a place.
He doesn't understand that time and place. That's the problem. And he never will. No doubt he'll re-add me back on Discord, but as I say, after that counter-argument, he was just like, you know what? But that's because in the heat of the moment, he just basically blocked all communication with me, and I'm just like, well, if that's the way you want to be, you know, you do you then.
It's not just that, like, yeah, precisely, like, I'm not stopping you. It's not just that, but if it's that easy for you to throw away our friendship or whatever the fuck we had the past 10 plus years, then maybe you weren't even friends in the first place and he was just using you as like a fucking coping mechanism or some shit.
Yeah, well that's why you should have gone to fucking therapy.
Precisely, that's what you have therapy for, like, for people that actually need it.
Yeah. I think the issue was because of COVID and everything, he couldn't cope with what was going on because there wasn't enough like care workers and social workers and everything else because of the cutbacks and what have you. And I think that's another issue in itself because he would have been in special residential, you know, care and stuff, you know, and because he's technically classed as vulnerable. That's the thing. Because there was a situation where I think when he was a little kid, he used to like escape the house, shall we say, and then the cops managed to find him and stuff because he went missing for a bit. I'm just like, fucking hell, Fearless. What the hell were you doing?
That is some deep shit. Like, bro, what was your past like?
Bloody hell.
Fucking hell.
You just went. You just, you know, decided to just, you know, escape the house and stuff. Like, without your parents knowing and stuff. And he was only like a little kid.
It's like, bro, where the fuck are you even gonna go? Like, if you escape your own house.
It's not like Steve McQueen and The Great Escape, you know. That was different context altogether.
Pretty much.
Fucking hell. Just can't. Oh man. Like, it got to a point where I was almost about to lose my sanity with him, but I kept my cool because I knew that if I was to lose my sanity, it wouldn't go well for me. So that's why I just kind of took it on the chin, and I was just kind of using a bit of, you know, prodding to say, Fearless, can you just, you know, understand where I'm coming from? But he just won't listen. He won't listen one bit, and no doubt that he'll probably re-add me. And if he does re-add me, because it's not the first time it's happened, because it's probably like the third time that's happened where he's blocked all communication from me, and then after a while he feels better, and then he reaches out to me again to see if I have, you know, changed or what have you. I mean, to be fair, I've technically not changed. I'm just kind of like playing along with him, and then we'll probably go through this circle again. Yeah, but it's just like
that's what I was about to build on that conversation with. That's what I was going to build on that premise with. Oh, so basically nothing's final here. It's just a repetitive cycle taking place.
It's just like he's trying to pull my strings and everything.
Yeah, like practically just pulling your strings, see how you react and shit.
Yeah, it's just absolutely. He just wants bloody control of me, and I'm like, Fearless, do I even get a say in this? You know, it's sort of like that, because it's just like, bloody hell.
It's not just that, but to that extent, get a fucking life. Heavy machine.
Get a life, yeah. Sort yourself out, sort of thing. Yeah.
Heavy machinery time, mofos. Okay, that was a cheap point to die. That's not a toy, sir. It's heavy machinery. Think fucks and high as a kite. That fucking GTA 5 reference.
Nice.
Okay, that wasn't even cheaper way to die than the previous time. I'm like, what the fuck was that all about? Okay. They get cheaper by the minute.
I just saw that.
I'm like, bro, what the fuck is going on? This game's officially on crack.
Oh, cool, pro. I just saw that for a split second and I was...
Okay, this time, okay, cut it the fuck out. Cut it the fuck out.
Oh man.
Okay,
you put me in
well,
stitches, cool, pro.
Yeah,
You put me in
I was gonna
stitches,
say that
cool,
practically
pro.
put you in stitches. It's like the game's having a moment of madness there. It's having an episode of its
Literally,
own. It's having an episode, bro.
What made it hilarious just then was that it was so fast.
Yeah, precisely. They're not the stupid death. They weren't even a minute apart from each other.
It just happened so fast.
Precisely, like it happened like at warp speed, bro.
Oh man.
Not even 1 minute apart from each other. You fucking taking the piss. Happened way
watched
too
it.
fast.
As soon as you tried to spin across that floating helmet, it just kind of went into the death animation. Oh, I'm gonna watch that backwards.
Yeah, that's gonna be a funny moment to look back to. That's also another good reason to do all these live streams, in case piss takes like this happen. They're funny to look back to in nostalgia and all, but when it actually happens at that point in time, like, of course you're gonna be like, you know, low-key pissed off depending on the severity of it, or the severity of the situation, because like, that's a peak situation in itself, to say the least.
Yeah.
But man, priceless as fuck though, still. Priceless as fuck.
It's just one of those dumb moments where it was just like you weren't even meant to do that.
Yeah, it's like...
It just happened.
It just happened circumstantially, I wasn't even making him do that. It's like, okay, like, you know, the game is like, okay, you know what you're doing? Fuck that shit, let's throw it out the window. Like, not happening, bruh.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, yeah. I just could not stop laughing.
Yeah, man. Well, that's gonna put so many people in stitches. It's gonna put so many people in stitches when they watch the fucking VOD back. No cap.
Yeah, that's gonna be right. What you need to do, Cool Pro, is when you archive it, put it as a highlight of the most funniest moment ever in Crash Bandicoot 1.
Might as well clip it, you know.
Yeah, do it.
Might as well clip it.
You might as well put it in the memes and 18 plus text channel on TNC, and then any other text channel that you think would be appropriate. You need to clip that exact moment when you do.
Okay,
Please,
that
Cool
was even more fucking stupid because like it didn't count 10 bounces, it counted 9 bounces before it broke. I'm like, you fucking retarded. Man, that's just retardation right there.
Oh man.
Or more like
I was
moronic.
watching the whole stream. I was watching the whole moment, like from start to end. I was watching the whole thing. Like it took a split second for my brain to react that you actually died. Because I thought you were gonna make it.
Yeah, precisely. Like I didn't expect it myself. I was like, what the fuck's going on?
You know what? That's happened to me in Crash 2 when I first played Crash Bandicoot. Like the first Crash Bandicoot I ever played was Cortex Strikes Back, and then it was just like, oh right, so that's what not to do then.
Yeah, what to do and what not to do in Crash
Break
Bandicoot.
a nitro box. Break a nitro box, and
Yeah.
then Crash turned into like a spirit ghost with a didgeridoo.
Yeah, that's the first time you ever encounter a nitro crate in Crash 2. Crash legit just turned into a spirit ghost flying up of a didgeridoo. That's insane. Okay, Brio decided to not blow that up.
Well, at least you've got 99 lives anyway.
Yeah.
11 times the normal cat life span. 9 lives.
Yeah, precisely.
9 lives multiplied by 11. That's what Crash.
Yeah, I was
that's
about
what
to
Crash is
say.
like.
Yeah, that's Crash's lifespan right now. 9 lives multiplied by 11. Although, like, in Castle Machinery, in the OG Crash one, you can actually glitch over 100 lives. If you have, like, the green gem, which, you know, I have actually picked up.
Yeah. Like, it just goes to 99 and that's it. You can't, like, go beyond 99. It's like that song from Prince, you know, the one that goes 1999.
1999.
So it's that soundtrack from Prince, if you ever listen to Prince. We're gonna party like it's 1999.
Yeah, it's proper old school.
Even though it was recorded in the 80s, so they were kind of thinking ahead into the future.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, I'll just see if I can at least, like, you know, do that bonus round about that bullshit. Because that doesn't usually happen. Okay, that was
so my plan of action.
Executed.
My plan of action for today is to play Half-Life Alyx. Well, after my VC, it's VR headset is
VC. Yeah, you
bloody hell.
As you mentioned earlier. See, man, like, the commentator's curse is a virus. It's contagious as fuck.
Yeah, it's Martin Garrix. It's Martin Garrix that's put the track virus in my head. Do 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 do. He is good, Martin Garrix.
Yeah, Martin Garrix.
Like as a DJ.
Yeah, he's a pretty decent DJ.
I like his tracks, like Follow and Aurora and Limitless. Yeah, he's done some good singles there. Anyway, you know, he's really, really good. Like High on Life as well. I think he did a. Well, actually, was that Calvin Harris? I can't remember. It was either Calvin Harris or Martin Garrix.
Yeah, it was.
High on Life.
Yeah, it was either. Yeah, I'd pick either one of the two, like either Calvin Harris or Martin Garrix to have produced that track.
Oh yeah, it was Martin Garrix. Till the Day We Die. Yeah, it was. Yeah, so it wasn't Calvin Harris. It was Martin Garrix. Yeah. Oh my God, he's a month older than you, Club Pro. He's one of us. A 90s.
So he's a millennium like us.
He's a millennial like us.
Yeah, he's a millennial.
He's a year younger than you. I just remember.
Oh, yeah, younger than me.
Born in '96.
Oh, so
he was born in May '96.
I'm older than Martin Garrix. That's insane. But still, though, he's part of our generation.
He's millennial, like me and you. He's us. Yes.
He's like, you're proper gassed about it now. It's like, yeah, man, this guy's a G. He's from our generation. You know what I'm saying?
Man, let's see. Calvin Harris, is he millennial? Yeah, he's also millennial. Calvin Harris. He was born in '84, so yeah, he is a millennial. He's one of the early millennials. Let's see. Avicii, is he millennial? Oh yeah, he's millennial.
Yeah, Avicii was born in. He was born in 1989.
89, yeah, but sadly he passed away in 2018.
He committed suicide. I remember.
Oh.
Yeah, it's pretty sad.
He made,
but you know,
he made some good tracks though.
But yeah, he was a great DJ. Levels is definitely one of them. That's like his staple track.
I just can't believe that he committed suicide.
Levels is fucking sick. He had so much potential as well. A lot of potential.
He had so much potential.
And not only that, but he built a massive foundation on top of that.
So,
but yeah, Levels and Good Feeling, those two tracks go hand in hand. There's even like a Levels remix version of Good Feeling, which, you know, performed by Flowrider. Just like the Flowrider a cappella. Yeah. Oh, sometimes I get a feeling.
That one, yeah.
Get a feeling that I never had before. Yeah, that was sampled as well, like that chorus part from Etta James. Something's got a hold on me.
Yeah.
That was a banger back in the day, bro.
Harry Styles did something. Someone did a mashup of Harry Styles and Taylor Swift. Yeah, Harry Styles and Taylor Swift with like summer, like Cruel Summer and The Way It Was or As It Was.
Yeah, I clocked some of those mixes. Yeah,
it was quite good. That.
Some of the mashups are pretty good, especially the good feeling ones. Especially the level ones are dope. The levels, like the mashups that utilize levels, like I always found them to be pretty sick. Especially if like Flowrider rapping over it from his verses from Good Feeling, which you know it samples the same song, but like both tracks have the same premise, but like it's different structure. Also, Flowrider's version has like a dubstep part to it as well. But yeah, man, it's pretty sick. Real, I remember hearing like this mashup of levels and Somebody That I Used to Know by Gautier as well.
Gautier, yeah.
King, bro. Yeah, but they put like someone put the acapella over levels as well.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
It was pretty dope. Although like the song itself though.
Anxiety.
Oh, that's by Doshi. You know that one. I wouldn't even say that was even sampled. Like they lifted the entire instrumental and then just like produced and then just like slapped their own acapella on top of it. Like that's literally all they did.
Yeah.
I mean, the instrumental itself though, for like Somebody That I Used to Know, actually took multiple samples and like the base of it was like bits and pieces from Luís Bonfa's Seville, which is a 1967 Brazilian track. Well, technically Luís Bonfa or Luís Bonfa, but I say like Luís Bonfa because it's like the Portuguese pronunciation and he's Brazilian. And and it's funny because like the title of that song is called the title. It's funny because the title of that song is called Seville, which is a place in Spain.
Oh yeah, Seville. Yeah.
Yeah, Seville or Sevilla. Yeah, like
Sevilla.
You can like take your pick on how you choose to pronounce stuff.
Yeah. You know, all these tracks, Martin Garrix and like Robert Miles and Avicii and they all like. I first heard all of their tracks firsthand back in 2017 when I was at DW, when I worked at DW before it closed down. And you know, since then, looking back, well, I've never looked back since. Really, it's just so good tracks. What have I got?
I don't know why I did that, but what the fuck ever.
You just did it. You were just like, nope, I'm going to do it. Even though I don't really know what I'm planning to do or planning how to do it, I just do it.
It's not even that, like, I just did it in the moment, you know what I'm saying?
You just go for it.
But I figured I'd just come back here for fun. I mean, there's nothing here, I know that for a fact, but like, fuck it, it's a chill time.
The Aku mask climbing up the stairs, it was quite hilarious.
Yeah, man, it's priceless. That's pretty cheap.
I could tell that ColorPro was engaging in the TNC Discord text channel, the general one, which is great.
Yeah, it's nice that he's like, you know, engaging in the TNC Discord channel more these days. Or the server in general.
Well, that's what I mean,
since he's been added back, like, it makes sense because he left after a certain period of time, but of course now that he's been added back as of the previous live stream that I did, it kind of gave him more of a reason to. Like, fair enough, everyone's got their own lives.
Yeah, for sure, but it's nice that the people who are now already in the TNC that are like, you know, recent and stuff, and they're just, you know, engaging and what have you. I mean, with you know, appropriate context and stuff. It's like Hund. He's trying to obviously engage a bit. But as I say, I'm just keeping mindful that he doesn't like do something that he would regret. That's the only thing.
That's the thing. That's the thing. Like every decision you make, you gotta make sure like it's a decision that you're not gonna regret. Which is why like not every decision is a decision to be made lightly.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm kind of cautious, because I know that two of the members, one of them which is a TNC member, one of them's an uncle and the other one's a nephew, so I'm just keeping my eye on that.
Yeah, that makes even more sense.
Yeah, because the nephew was sort of like, well, if I don't do this, you know, but I'm gonna get mad at my uncle and stuff, and I'm just like, and then his uncle messaged me, and it's like, yeah, his uncle messaged me, and it's like, please give him permission to, post images, otherwise he'll unleash his anger at me, and I'm just like, well, why don't you suppose? Well, I mean, he's your relative, so you would probably know a bit more about his bad habits. But then it turned out that the nephew was under the influence of Red Bulls.
Well, as in like overdosing Red Bulls.
Well, he was overdosing his caffeine intake, and he said his heart was pounding. And I'm just like, well, that's because you've consumed an excessive amount of caffeine,
Precisely, and if you drink like
my brain needs,
and if
like
you drink
my
like
brain
way too
needs
much,
to feed my brain, caffeine.
Oh,
and
that's
stuff.
what you
and
think.
It's like, well, that's what I mean. So I think what makes it more challenging is that
what the fuck
because
is
it's
that?
a virtual perception. Because it's a virtual perception, like how people message other people in the chat, and it's like they send messages that they weren't intending to send or whatever. Well, quite often or not, because they're just trying to engage a bit or go into or have their caffeine intake, bestowed upon them, which causes them to go into overdrive and then literally just start messaging, on like the global text channel on that particular Discord server, saying X, Y, and Z, or wanting to propose something and everything else. They don't really give themselves time to think because the caffeine does it for them.
Pretty much. So it's like they're not even acting on the. It's not like it's like they're not 100% acting on their own accord, the caffeine's taking over.
The caffeine's taken over, and they're just not being aware of themselves. Well, not being aware of themselves and what they're doing.
Yeah, not being aware of their own actions.
That's why it's a
so
bit. That's why I'm kind of keeping.
So like in a way, also use it as an excuse to blame it on the caffeine. Just an excuse to like do some next bullshit and blame it on the caffeine. Yeah,
exactly. Well, that's why I'm kind of being a bit careful with I'm kind of surveying the. Is it surveying? Yeah.
Yeah, sort of surveying.
Surveillance. Yeah, I'm putting a bit of surveillance into the thing just to make sure that everything is cool and what have you. It's not like heating up and meat being fried and stuff like that. Because I know that the user who is actually the nephew of one of the other TNC members was messing about with AI. When you were talking about AI with him.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's actually it's a him because it's a nephew, and I can confirm that from one of the TNC members who's the uncle of that nephew. Yeah, I know that you were talking about Roy and stuff. Is that your local barber? Just out of clarification. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just from my barber shop. It was just.
I read through that.
Yeah, that was an adaptation of one of those barbershop story updates.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not gonna
go for a trim and stuff.
But yeah, well, I'm not really gonna discuss that in detail here. But yeah, what the AI spat out though was fucking bullshit. It's like I was not expecting.
So you actually used an AI to kind of formulate a story.
Well,
was that what it was?
Well, no, I didn't use it. Someone pretty much used an AI to kind of restructure the story.
Oh right, so you used your own words for your story, from the very beginning.
Yeah.
But then they used an AI. Yeah. Oh right. Okay.
Yeah, I did mine properly. No AI whatsoever.
Yeah, you did yours properly. Yeah, but then I think the other user who hasn't got a TNC tag, he basically tried to take the same kind of approach, but then generate a story using AI.
Yeah,
I get
pretty much.
But yeah, that part where he talks about the coffee and stuff, that was quite hilarious. Because it is true, you can get good deals for
Yeah, it's
coffee
true.
if you shop around.
Yeah, if you shop around, you get decent deals on coffee. It's like, it's not just that, but like, when you go to like an actual coffee shop, and like they're actually serving coffee, it's more expensive than actually buying packs of like coffee that you can get yourself, or just buying pods. So yeah,
like I do.
it's like we move in packs, we shift in packs, we shift in pods as well. You know,
packs. Yeah, we got to move these
shift in
coffee pods. We've got to move these coffee machines.
Coffee pods up in the building.
If you can get the hint as to what I was spoofing there. If you can get what I was trying to spoof there, Cool Pro, you win 10 points.
I wasn't really concentrating, but yeah.
I was basically saying, we got to move these coffee pod packs. We've got to move these coffee machines.
Yeah, it does ring a bell in a way, but I don't exactly, like, can't put my finger on it. Safety first.
I should have made that into a spoof. I should have made that into a spoof. It was from the original Dire Straits track, Money for Nothing.
Right.
Money for nothing and your chicks.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I've got the Brothers in Arms album. The one with the flying guitar. In the sky.
Cool.
From I think it was from 85 when that album came out. But yeah. Anyways, TNC is back.
Yeah, TNC's back in operation. Okay, toxic waste. Yeah, I just figured like I'll redo some levels to a better, standard per se. But yeah, toxic waste is like a piss easy level.
Warning. Hazardous radiation levels detected.
If it doesn't take the piss. It's almost like Half-Life in a way.
What have I got? Yeah. All because the scientists were because they were so obsessed with researching a border world, they caused a resonance cascade without thinking of the risks. I think there was one scientist that basically said, now if we follow standard someone was actually being, slightly complacent, from the quotes, like where he goes, now if we follow all standard procedures, everything will be fine. Well, I don't know how you can say that, but I must admit that the resonance cascade scenario is extremely likely. Gordon doesn't need to hear all this, he's a highly trained professional. We have assured the administrator that nothing will go wrong, but then it did go wrong.
Yeah, I remember that piece of dialogue.
It's the dialogue, because some scientists can be so obsessed or so focused in on their work, like us network engineers, hint hint, they just overlook so many critical factors. Like they don't realize that it can all go berserk, and then all the scientists by that point would get question marks going through their head saying, what's happening? It shouldn't be happening like this. And then it becomes a concern, and then they have to try and isolate the issue. But then it was already too late to even isolate the issue. There was not enough time to isolate the issue beforehand, and that's when the resonance cascade took advantage of the whole facility.
What the fuck?
Even when it was underground, when it was underground in that test chamber.
Oh yeah, I didn't anticipate that. Yeah. But that's the thing, yeah, that's precisely what it came down to. So it's it's pretty much like risk assessment. Because they perform all this stuff, but they didn't take the risks into account. So then that's what caused that's what threw a spanner in the works. And created the whole cascade in the first place.
Because I think what they got was a piece of material from Zen or from the border world, pushed it into the teleporter because they were trying to, you know, test the proof of concept of teleportation and what have you using their. I think actually, then it begs to differ because that special crystal that they used to push it into the teleporter, was that because I knew that there was like a leak of you know, the original Aurora Borealis. Because I think they were trying to, well, since the Combine, I think, found out the scientists were trying to use the method of teleportation and just researching how they could do that, you know, like transporting stuff from one world to another. From episode 2, when Dr. Kleiner and Eli and Alex and Barney and Gordon find out that the data that they took from City 17 Citadel, which was what Dr. Breen had, that was the intel that Dr. Breen had, turned out to be a video clip of the original Aurora Borealis with Aperture Laboratories being the counterpart of Black Mesa. And even Isaac Kleiner was talking about, you know, the history between Black Mesa and Aperture Science, or Aperture Laboratories in this case. You know, I thought that was quite interesting to understand how the two linked.
Fucking hell, bruv.
Through the Aurora Borealis.
It's a piss easy level, but fucking hell.
Whoa! Too many barrels. Too many toxic barrels.
The funny thing is that's not even hard to navigate. I don't know what the fuck was happening there. Like,
probably the inputs. It's the inputs.
Well, it was more to do with the positioning in this case, like not the inputs.
Oh, right. Well, it's probably a combination of inputs and positioning.
I mean, the inputs are fine in this case. It wasn't really a case of having a non-responsive input. It was just like that keg being at the wrong place at the wrong time. Okay, that was a bit cheap. Now that was definitely to do with inputs. Because like the momentum, like it just Crash's momentum just like slid. Like it caused him to like slide into the fucking toxic waste, and then as soon as like I landed on the platform, it didn't really fucking, you know, register my jump input. Like just killed it instead. And just dropped it completely. I mean, I'm aware that like PS1 games sometimes they tend to drop inputs per specific amount of button presses.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably like that for practically every game, like depending on how the engine reads it.
Yeah. Yeah, prehistoric level. It's a vibe.
It's a proper vibe. Yeah, that track is proper dope.
Do. Is my VR headset charged?
Yeah, let's follow up on that. Anyways, coming to the end of Toxic Waste.
My neighbour's making a barbecue. He's just pushing up all the leaves off the ground.
Was it hot over there?
No, I think it's just because it's nice and sunny. They're just setting up a barbecue.
Well, how the fuck did I miss 2 boxes? What the fuck was that all about? That was cheap. How many fucking times am I gonna have to do this level? I mean, it's just a live stream test still, and I'm only playing this game like any %, but still, what the fuck? What in the actual fuck? I don't know how in the fuck I missed 2 boxes. I broke like every single box possible in the entire level. What the fuck was that? Probably spun too early.
Woman ago.
Yeah, that's what you were fucking supposed to do. I don't know what the fuck that was all about. Either that or it just didn't register the spin properly. I don't know, maybe those 2 TNT crates didn't explode in time. Maybe that was why, like, before I didn't get 2 boxes, but I don't know, even so. Like, I swear they should have exploded in the first place. I swear they should have exploded in the first place. Yeah, carry on.
In the background, I've just been playing Share Believe in the background.
Alright.
You know, just speeding it up, just speeding it up. But it's not as fast. It wasn't as fast as the maximum speed that you could set on Windows Media Player for Windows XP.
Yeah, way back in XP, you couldn't get the same results.
It was probably like 10 times the speed, but yeah. It was hilarious. It was hilarious.
Yeah, I figured it might have been.
But anyway, yes, I can now say the Fearless Rant is over. Now that I've already unleashed my venting of that, because yeah, it's just easy things that can easy things that could easily be avoided. It's just if one person, if both people can just accept it, like I accepted it because I was kind of like the target, shall we say?
About fucking time you got the gem. But yeah, that's true.
Absolute. Yeah.
But yeah. Now that you've unleashed your venting wrath of a tangent, then yeah, that's that part of the saga over.
Well, yeah, it's just. I'm just so glad that I managed to just get it out there because it was just like. I know that, given what you said when Toby XY phoned you, like the second you joined on Skype and stuff. I mean, did that happen like every day or just every now and then?
Well, at some point it was like, it used to be every day, but it didn't last long though. It lasted nowhere near as long as with your encounter with Fearless. Well, I say encounter, but like, you know, whatever the fuck it is. Spin this mofo 3 times over here. Yeah,
it's, well, I don't think Toby XY did that to me either, because we kind of lost contact for whatever reason.
We haven't collaborated on anything in ages in terms of like me and Toby XY, so it's like, you know, it's like it's just coexistence at this point.
Yeah, it's just one of those, isn't it?
Precisely, just one of those points. Yeah, pinstripe is piss easy. Okay, so back to the chat. So Settle Down, I remember some point like Settle Down 191 was building on like the whole major setbacks conversation that we were having earlier on. He said, yeah, there have been some major setbacks, but now I think I've finally gotten past them. You see, that's part of it, you know, like at some points in life, even if you have setbacks, that you just gotta focus on what you can control and just not like, you know, stress about what you can't. Therefore you can actually like, you know, close the door on an old chapter and start up a new chapter. And not only that, but especially when it comes to like dealing with setbacks and piss takes and all that other shit. Whatever the fuck the case is. Okay, that was a piss take right there. But yeah, when it comes to... Okay, just enough of this crap. Okay. But yeah, as I was saying, like, when it comes to... Yeah, it's abuse at this point. Anyways, yeah, when it comes to setbacks, especially depending on whatever extent it is, it just gets to a point where, like, you just gotta focus on the positives in order to move forward. Therefore, like, you can actually sort out whatever problem you're having. And not only that, but if you can't sort out, like, the current problem that you're dealing with and you're sort of at a dead end, just deal with another problem that you can control and then just come back to it. And therefore, like, you'll feel like even less stressed out because you have, just like that, you have less problems to deal with. So like, it's a case of focusing on the positives and what you have going for you, like whatever, all the good stuff that you have going on in your life, pretty much.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, well, it's like
that's what it comes down to.
Because after all the shenanigans that I've had to go through in 23, which wasn't really the best year for me, 23, by a long shot, or even towards the end of 20. It was a bit of a shit time, but I know that I've still had those scary kind of, let's say, flashbacks, but as I say, I've tried to not let them affect me too much, you know, because obviously it's happened, we have to accept it.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us.
It's just those bloody shit things that your brain kind of goes through, and
yeah, processes so much shit. Kind of like, in like the most fucked up ways possible.
Yeah, and our brains are not, like, you know, focused on the direction that we want to go down because of boredom and the anxiety and everything else, and then
boredom, anxiety, fatigue, all of the above.
Naturally, we kind of let the anxiety and attack take the better of us at times, even though we should really be controlling the anxiety and stuff, but it's sometimes not easy to do that, and I can totally understand.
What the fuck is that?
It takes ages for people to just, you know, get over, let's say, certain things, and, you know, even when they're distraught and stuff, it takes them ages, but sometimes you have to kind of naturally just trying to, you know, set up a real perspective on things, like keep everything in perspective.
Precisely, like, it always depends on, like, the impact, as in, like, it always depends on the type of level of impact that it has on you. But at the same time, like, to each their own, like, every situation is different. But of course, it's as we keep saying, you just gotta put it all into perspective and just see what your next best approach is moving forwards.
Yeah. And fucking if there's no other option, just move on, you know.
Yeah, if there's no other option, just like we'll have to put it aside, move on, and carry on with something else. But yeah, it's best to put it aside.
That death animation when Crash Bandicoot goes whoa, 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 whoa.
Boom, boom, boom. Yeah.
The original death animation.
Yeah, the original death animation from Crash 1, which, by the way, they didn't even put in Insane Trilogy. In a way, it doesn't surprise me, though, to be fair. Because, like, when they were making Insane Trilogy, they did it with sort of, like, the premise of, well, the overall design premise of Crash 2 and 3 in mind. Well, mostly Crash 3, because that was the game that actually set the bar.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, like, what was it with you missing jumps, you fucking twat? The High Road is not a hard level. Well, for me personally, anyway.
It's not the same as it was.
It's not the same as it was. It has been a while since I played this, to be fair, so I am partially de-rusting, but at the same time, like, I know my own strengths, I know what should happen and what should not fucking happen, so like, even if I am de-rusting, especially then, I know when to call bullshit on this game. Especially in these circumstances, I call fucking bullshit. I mean, shit like this, it's just, it gets to a point where it's just grinding my fucking gears.
Oh yeah.
Oh, do you see that animation, like, when I spun the checkpoint and the crate as I jumped, and then when I landed, it's like crash landed in midair.
Glitched it.
Yeah. It's like glitch that idle landing animation.
Yeah. I know some people used to kind of work out what the actual
We got a smooth landing.
glitch meant, and it was quite funny because someone was trying to work out what the word glitch meant, and I just thought it was basically where you
What
try
the
and do something in a
fuck was
game
that?
that it wasn't supposed to happen. That wasn't supposed to happen, or something. I mean, I don't know what your take would be on the definition of glitches.
Well, there's a multiple plethora of things, but yeah. But speaking of what's been happening though, yeah, like, I don't know what the fuck happened just then. Like, I swear I jumped, as well as like when you jump and spin a crate that's above a TNT crate, that should not happen.
Yeah,
I call 100.
Like, I was mainly thinking.
I call 100%
how would you define
bullshit on that.
I was more thinking of like, how would you define the word glitch if someone asked you what does glitch mean?
Yeah, well, I know what you mean, but yeah. But like I said, it's a plethora of things in terms of glitches.
Yeah.
It could be like, it could be to do with game's code, or it could be to do.
I'm sort of like defining glitch in general, like in a game,
Yeah,
like any game. Like what is a game glitch? Where it's sort of like a particular event or something that isn't
an event that's not
necessarily
supposed to
meant
happen.
to be there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much that's it. Like an event that's not supposed to happen when, especially when you go to like a specific place, or whether you perform a specific action and then like something else happens instead. Okay,
Yeah,
just for the
exactly,
sake of it, like, I'll just put that bonus round through its paces.
Sometimes the glitch can put people in stitches.
Yeah, it depends on how funny the glitch looks, but yeah, it certainly puts people in stitches. It's, like, some of them are priceless as fuck. Oh, you fucking sobbed.
Dong. Dong. A colleague of mine, since I advertised your stream to one of my colleagues, I said to him, "You need to watch that live stream that my friend clcoked did on the New Year's one." And he's like, "Oh yeah, I like Crash Bandicoot and stuff."
Cool.
So
fucking hell! What is not getting through your thick skull? Jump on top of that fucking rope.
So I sponsored your stream.
Yeah, sponsored my live stream off air.
Off air, yeah. Because
okay, now we're fucking talking. Jump on that fucking rope.
It's because it was so good, cool bro. It had to be advertised.
Yeah, man, had to be done. What off air? You know what? Fuck, I already got the gem. This level can fuck off.
Just speedrun through it. You know, with the speedruns that you've done over the last couple of years, did you win like any great awards or anything?
Well, it's not really like award based. Like, it's just, yeah, we practically just do those speedrun tournaments just for fun.
Just for fun, yeah.
Yeah, like, it's within like the Coliseum speedrun community, which now they've renamed themselves to the Ripto community. But yeah, like, they still do speedrun tournaments here and there, but I've just I personally joined the Crash Bandicoot ones myself. Well, specifically the mainline ones, as in like the Crash Bandicoot Wumpa Classic Championship speedrun tournaments. But yeah, they're certainly fun to be a part of. They're a lot of fun to be a part of.
I see what you did there. You were just trying to just scrape the crate without blowing up the TNT.
Pretty much.
Nice one.
Precisely.
You were just trying to. You were doing a creep and peep. You were doing a creep and peep technique.
Yeah, creep and peep tactic. What the fuck, man? That was even cheaper. I don't know what's going on. These bonus rounds aren't even hard for me to do. I know they're not a mandatory part in the game, but I just want to showcase them being complete. It's a good thing, like, they're not part of completion, but you know. Well, at least when it comes to Crash 1, they're not a part of completion. I don't know, it's just content, innit? Plus, like, it puts more time in.
Yeah.
Well, it puts more time into the system on Twitch. Not that I'm actually, you know, actively grinding or anything. Because, like, that's what some people do when they're grinding for, like, Twitch affiliate status or Twitch partner status.
Yeah.
But I'm actually, like, not doing that on purpose, though. I'm kind of just, like, doing this for my own benefit.
Yeah. Well, since now everything has gone a little bit quiet, since we've concluded all the venting and stuff, let's have a look at the chat, see what's going on. So we've got 4 people watching currently, and we are already 2 hours and 6 minutes in.
Fucking hell. Just when I just dodged that fucking hog, the fucking hitbox, the fucking death hitbox of that hog just randomly triggers. Like, what the fuck is going on? I call 100% bullshit on that.
Oh yeah.
100% fucking bullshit. Yeah, man, shit like that's just grinding my fucking gears. It would definitely grind Peter Griffin's gears for sure.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You even did a show about it.
Peter Griffin.
Okay, what the fuck was that all about? Like, slipping through a pit like that? Like, come on. I'd expect that from a 5-year-old. Oh yeah, zigzag jumping. You can get further along with zigzag jumping, so yeah, just throw some zigs and zags in there.
Zings and zags.
Zigs and zags. Yeah.
Boing, boing.
Okay. Now cut the bullshit, Crash.
Got all the Tana stickers. Now it's time to
all the Torna token bonus rounds.
Torna, yeah.
Yeah. Some people pronounce it as Torna, some people pronounce it as Tana, some people pronounce it as Tawana.
Tawana.
Alright. About fucking time. I mean, it's not hard, but you know.
Well, you're getting some. You're topping. You're back.
I mean,
you're
it tops up.
The lives,
to be fair, like it does top up your lives, but personally, from my personal experience, not that I would need them because, especially since this is just like an any % playthrough, I'm just playing it for fun.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll slippery climb up next. You know, it's funny how in Insane Trilogy that this level was responsible for like pretty much a countless amount of game overs for so many people back in 2017 when Insane Trilogy first dropped. Yet like that was pretty much the case for me, but with Slippery Climb back in the day.
Yeah.
Although not during the days of Insane Trilogy, during like the OG Crash days.
Yeah.
Like the original Crash Bandicoot days. Slippery Climb, an infamous piss take of a level, although like this level's nothing compared to Stormy Ascent, the level that got cut for being too hard of a level. Well, because Naughty Dog, the original developers of the game, considered it to be too hard of a level.
Yeah.
They brought it back as DLC in Insane Trilogy. The funny thing is, like, you can actually play Stormy Ascent in the original Crash 1 as well if you use like a Game Shark cheat code. And not only that, but like it's also playable as an actual level on the map in the actual, well, in like the earliest prototype of Crash 1 released. I think it's like an alpha prototype at that point. Because I know like there was a pre-alpha build of Crash 1 which had like, it didn't just have Wumpa fruits, but like I saw screenshots of like Crash, I think in like Heavy Machinery, and there were multiple different types of fruits. I remember seeing pineapples in it as well. So it's like Crash going around collecting pineapples. That'll be an interesting build to get.
Yeah, exactly.
That'll definitely be an interesting build to play, especially one that's like extremely like, you know, that early in development, like as in like proper primitive.
Yeah. Nice.
Very nice indeed.
I think my coffee has, well, it's given me just a temp boost of energy, but then, like after 2 hours of consuming it, it's died down again.
Well, that's the thing, like, it's just like a temporary source, you know. It's kind of like a temporary stimulant in a way.
I think it's because I unleashed all the energy on just trying to kind of, you know, explain facts about, you know, a certain individual who
you probably would have needed a double dose of coffee in that case.
That's what happened to me yesterday, because I know that when I went to get some Duracell batteries for my VR headset, I got a little bit tired, and I was just like, oh, I'll have a cappuccino then. And then just had a cappuccino, and then I felt a little bit better. Then I had a Pepsi Max. Then I had, and then I think I had something else after that. But I can't remember what it was.
Right.
Anyway, yeah, it was basically, I know that I had a cappuccino first, then had a break, then I had Pepsi Max. Well, a Pepsi Max, and then that was it.
I didn't really anticipate that, but whatever. But yeah, I ended up backpedaling a bit there.
It's like, reverse.
I'm not sure in RetroArch if you can actually, you know, have that functionality where you can sort of reverse time within a game. As in, like, having a rewind function. I know some emulators have that, but I can't remember whether or not RetroArch actually has that. But I'm not utilising those features anyway.
I think that feature that I remember from EPSXC was where you could increase the frame rate.
Yeah, you can, like... Yeah, you can speed up the frame rate on EPSXC, and then the game just, like, runs at full speed, and then the game sounds high-pitched as well. Shit's just funny as fuck.
Well, you know it was quite funny. I remember, I'll probably mention this on another live stream, but what I do remember was when I last played Crash Warped on EPSXE. It wasn't even on EPSXE, I think it was on another emulator, I can't remember what it was, but it was like a Crash 3 one, like a Crash 3 proprietary one. I basically, all I had to do was, as I was playing Crash 3 through the emulator, to speed up the process, all I had to do was just hold down the backspace key on the keyboard, and then it would rapidly speed up the frame rate and stuff, so then it would go really, really rapid, and I could just literally skip. But you know, sometimes where you kind of like just press the backspace, then let go, then press it again and stuff, to kind of slow down, speed up, slow down.
Yeah,
that's what I did basically.
Sort of like control the speed up process.
Like just mess about with toggles and stuff. Just mess about with it. Like pressing the button unnecessarily, and then
like pressing the button unnecessarily, and then just
That was
because of the laziness,
bullshit.
just wanting to speed up the process and everything. That's what I used to do.
Yeah, pretty much. No, I think that was PSX Fin that had that feature. Like speeding
It
up.
might have been.
Yeah, speeding up
It
the
might
frame
have
rate
been the
with
thing, yeah.
by like holding the backspace button. Although I think I remember
Yeah.
sort of remapping it to the insert button back on my old PC.
Yeah, yeah. It was hilarious because I know that when I was going through, the China level.
Yeah. You just sped up the process throughout that level.
Yeah, well, I just did it for like a split second, and I was already ahead on the actual journey. So I was just like, yeah, I was literally there before I knew it. But I already knew the route anyway. I already knew the journey. It was just going backwards in time and just doing it again and again and again.
Just all it did was like fast track you to your destination.
Exactly,
Pretty
yeah.
much.
It was just like a fast track, it's like, boom, and then
Yeah, it's like warp speed to the destination point.
exactly, yeah.
Fucking hell, man. Those steps took like fucking 10 years to spring up. You're taking the piss, man.
That's fearless. That's fearless in a nutshell with me. I'm the steps, and fearless is trying to get on the steps, and it's like, damn it, Spidey.
It's like, why didn't you spring up when I wanted you to?
That's exactly what Fearless would say. That's exactly what Fearless would say. Fearless is a barn owl, a little barn owl he is.
Okay, this is... You practically turned it into like a Fearless roasting live stream.
Well, it's just because I was so annoyed that this has just been happening for 14 years. I'm just like, come on, man.
Yeah, you were pissed off that it was happening for so long.
Come on,
What
man.
the fuck? Okay. Speaking of come on, man. That seems to be a running theme at this point right now. Fucking hell.
Come on, turn your
Come on,
radio
motherfucker.
on. It's fun.
I know what you're referencing, but yeah.
Did you mistaken that? Did you mistaken that trap for a trampoline?
What'd you call it? The Osmo
Did you
to like
make
jump
that
on top
mistake?
of that. What'd you call it?
That spike thing, yeah.
Well, I didn't mistake the spike for a trampoline. I was meant to land on top of that fucking bird and use it as a trampoline.
Oh right, but then
like he went
stepped
past
on the
it.
spike.
Yeah, like he fucking went past it. It was just so fucking bullshit. And it wasn't even a fucking centimeter away either.
Yeah, I know.
It was like
so
practically a fucking millimeter away. Like you taking the piss. Not even a pixel away. Wow, okay, I was underneath that bullshit. Okay, I think I might have like over anticipated that or under anticipated it. I don't know.
you didn't
I
again?
can't
Yeah, I've
fucking
seen that. Yeah,
I can't fucking tell anymore.
Yeah, the bird went up before you were able to jump. That was,
Yeah,
it went up.
Yeah, like the parrot took the piss. I don't know whether it's even a parrot or not, but whatever the fuck it is.
It's probably like a
Vulture, pretty much. Yeah, I think it's a vulture.
Yeah, vulture hawk. I mean, what are you by the side of? A castle or something?
Yeah, this is
Some sort of dungeon.
Yeah, this is pretty much a castle. Yeah, it looks like a castle,
Yeah.
pretty much. But it makes sense because like we're on an island. Because we're on the island that actually has Cortex's castle, so practically it
Right,
would make sense. Yeah, in terms of practicality, it would make sense for this to be a castle type of setting.
For sure, yeah. I think it reminds me of Crash Fusion on the Game Boy Advance.
Yeah, I definitely remember that.
Is it?
Crash Bandicoot Fusion on the Game Boy Advance, or in the US, Crash Bandicoot Purple Ripto's Rampage.
Yeah. Where you had to.
Yeah, I don't trust
run
those
up- you had to-
steps.
where Nina chased you, and then you had
Yeah,
to.
I
Like,
remember.
try and,
I definitely remember the Nina Cortex chase in Crash Bandicoot Fusion.
I think Nina didn't even look like Cortex's niece, but I mean, was she kind of like part cyborg or something?
Pretty much. She has a robotic arm, so like in a way she was part cyborg. And she has an N on her forehead as well, but it's a lowercase n and not a capital N like Cortex has. Oh, speaking of like the ends on the like the ends on foreheads, like as you probably clocked in generator room, you see like in the monitors that you see Cortex's model, but there's no N on top of his forehead.
Yeah.
But like they rectified that in Insane Trilogy though. But in the original Crash they didn't. I mean, I don't know whether or not they did that on purpose, but fuck it. I mean, it is what it is at the end of the day.
Yeah, I managed to finish. I managed to finish Crash Bandicoot Fusion.
Cool.
Eventually. So
yeah. I finished it a long time ago. Trust me, like it's not an easy game, so I can understand like.
Well, exactly.
I can understand the relief per se.
It took like 100 attempts just to try and get it done.
Yeah, some of the gems really took the piss as well.
I do remember finishing it off, yeah.
Brio bonus round, it's all good.
I felt like because I was struggling so much, I felt like I was going to be sick because of the fact that I just tried and then I lacked a lot of energy. But now I think if I was to play that again, I'd probably have all the energy to do it.
Okay, that was easier than anticipated. I mean, given everything that's panned out within this live stream, I'd say I had my right. I was well within my right to have my concerns.
Yeah.
I mean, with all the bullshit piss takes that have happened, I was certainly well within my right to have my concerns. Alright, you gotta be precautious after all. Here we fucking go. But yeah, like, pretty much I'm just getting the gems that are possible to get without even backtracking through like the straightforward any percent playthrough. But that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Man, back in the day when games had like password features, like the original Rayman had a password feature as well. Well, when it was ported, well, I say ported, but when it came to the PlayStation anyway. I think, although only the PlayStation version had the password feature, because I don't remember it being in the Sega Saturn version either. It was not in the Atari Jaguar version, that's for sure. Okay, lights out, mofos. But yeah, not long left of Crash 1 to go. Been at it for 2 hours, but I could have completed it within under 2 hours though, considering like everything that's happened. But yeah, what the fuck ever.
Right, let's see. Oh right, yay, my VR headset's charged.
Perfect.
Which means I'm going to sort myself out and then play Half-Life Alyx. And because I'll need a bit of focus whilst I'm on my VR headset, I don't want to have any glitches or anything. I'm going to jump off the VC and yeah, just get on with what I was going to do.
Yep, just do whatever you want really. But yeah, we've all got our plans.
Gotta get, because as I say, I know that by accident, because we spent so long in the last live stream, it was just like,
yeah, because
there wasn't enough time to,
the previous live stream.
We spent too long.
Yeah, it was a lot to pack into that live stream, and not only that, but like, it was a lot to, what do you call it? It was a lot to get into as well.
Yeah, I mean, we had Cola Pro, we had, I think, your friend Stefan, my friend Stefan,
Yeah,
Pseudo.
both had separate friends called Stefan.
Yeah. I think your Stefan was from the Netherlands.
Yeah, he was definitely from the Netherlands. The zombie hunter scumbag.
Where my friend Stefan, he was from Denmark.
Yeah, I think he mentioned it in the previous live stream as well.
Yeah. Yeah, he's from Denmark and Pseudo's
I'm getting so
Finland.
much cheap shit happen to me, it's not even funny.
Rotating, gliding axes. Crazy.
Fucking wow, okay. I know I could have waited, but like, that still wouldn't have happened regardless.
Yeah. Alright, well, anyway. I think that basically, for me, concludes whatever I wanted to, mention in the commentary.
Yeah, whatever you had to contribute. Also, yeah, in terms of live streaming, I certainly recommend getting back into it, which is pretty much like, it's what I've been trying to do, pretty much. As a matter of fact,
I think we all go into that situation where we've not streamed for a while, and then it takes a while to get back into it. But then once you get back into it, it's just, you know what to do next time. I think what I'll do is I'll get a schedule together. I think that's what I
just like come up with a plan or something, or not even that. It's just like sometimes when you come back to it, it's like sometimes you want to strike while the iron's hot, or just like at some point when you feel like you've built up inspiration per se, and then like you feel like, okay, now's a good time to get back into live streaming, especially with like all this other stuff that can't be sorted out. Let's just say like if that can't be sorted out, let's just get some of this stuff out of the way. Especially like, say like you were sort of like conceptualizing the premise of a specific type of live streaming taking place, or a specific type of live stream taking place, but for whatever reason you were putting it off because of like a certain event in your life that was taking place, which you're trying so badly to like move forward with, but at the same time it's like, if it's taking forever, you might as well just like stack the deck and get that live stream over and done with. Just like do everything in service of like whatever you can control, pretty much. This pretty much goes back to like the whole setbacks conversation, where like just put all your energy in, put like every decision you make in service of what you can control in order to pave a better future for yourself. Otherwise you're just gonna have way too much shit piled on top of you.
Yeah.
Although here's some like interesting things about Crash Bandicoot, slight change of topic. So originally, like at some point, we were gonna have a Crash Bandicoot 5, but because of Activision's bullshit expectations of the Crash 4 sales figures having to meet, pretty much the same sales figures as Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy and Crash Nitro Kart, they ended up scrapping a certain project. They ended up scrapping it altogether, and it was actually like in development. This supposed brand new Crash Bandicoot 5 that was actually in development, but it didn't even get past the concept art stage because of their bullshit expectations. But at the same time, like, and here's the reason why it was a bullshit expectation, because they released Crash 4 around the same time as their Call of Duty release of that specific year. So like, of course there's going to be a clash in sales, and not only that, but it was also released at a point in time when COVID-19 was still in its prime, since this is way back in October 2020. So of course sales are going to take a hit, especially with all these fucking scalpers like, taking place. Or just like, hitting whatever, pretty much like hitting whatever retailer possible. And it's not just down to scalpers, but like, it's literally to do with like the time period in general. It was just not a good time period to release the game in general, because it clashed with another one of their like flagship games that they're milking the living fuck out of, or at this point drip feeding the living fuck out of. Because this is Call of Duty we're talking about here.
Yeah. And Activision's crap.
Yeah, Activision, they just don't know what the fuck they're doing, they don't know what the fuck they want. Wow, that's a waste of 2 lives, but what the fuck ever. It doesn't matter because I'll still be able to glitch over 100 lives when I get to Castle Machinery anyway. But yeah, not only that, not only a Crash Bandicoot 5 was scrapped in the process, but also there's gonna be more content for Crash Team Rumble as well. There's gonna be like 2 more seasons. There's gonna be like, you know, 2 more seasons worth of content for that game, but all that got scrapped. Wow, that was so cheap. But yeah, like, I'm trying to concentrate on the gameplay and commentate at the same time. But yeah, pretty much all of that got scrapped because of the exact same reason. Okay, so I'm practically dead. So pretty much what they were doing was that with Crash Team Rumble, the initial plan was they were conceptualizing the premise of it being an Activision-wide multiplayer online PvP game, which not only just features characters from the Crash Bandicoot and Spyro the Dragon universes, but also characters from other universes from Activision and Blizzard, such as like Call of Duty and Overwatch as well. So like, that would have been pretty interesting. It would have been quite a mix-up. Like an Activision Blizzard wide PvP online multiplayer game.
Yeah.
That would have been such a massive expansion. But anyways, what's your take on that?
What, with the Activision stuff, or?
Pretty much of like, with the entire process in general, of how there was originally going to be a Crash 5 and how Crash Team Rumble was going to feature so much more content.
Well, it's hard to say because I've not really looked into the depths of that.
Fair enough.
To be fair.
But
yeah,
at a surface level at least.
I reckon it's because of all this work that I've been... Well, it's because I've been working all the time. And
yeah, I get it, because like, I get like that with certain topics myself too, is because like, I've been surrounded by like, you know, way too much work, and it's been like so much work and no play. Although this year it's been a bit more chill, because this year has actually been a bit more chill in comparison to the previous year, because of the fact that I've finished all my uni work last year and graduated back in like the end of June, start of July. So yeah, closed the door in that chapter and just had to like, and now pretty much it's sort of like, you know, allowing me the time to sort of get back to like another state of normality per se, such as getting back to doing these live streams, so to speak.
Yeah. Anyways, right, I'm gonna go and get myself sorted, just get ready to play VR. Oh, Settle Down 191 says, I like Crash Team Rumble, honestly. They were supposed to have Tiny Tiger and Nina in there, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they actually were. Yeah, Tiny Tiger was supposed to be in it. Not only that, but like, Pinstripe was supposed to be part of it as well.
Oh, right. Yeah. Right,
but
okay. Anyway.
Yeah, I think Nina was going to be in it as well. Yeah, back to your VR headset.
I don't want to be stalling for too much.
Yeah, allow that shit.
Because I want to get cracking on and just finish. Just get on with Half-Life Alyx. Just try and make some progress in there because it's just been such a long time.
Right. Yeah, it's just one of those things, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, as I say, I look forward to watching the Pac-Man World section and the Rayman M section. Oh, not Rayman M. The original Rayman.
Yeah,
section.
the original Rayman. Yeah, Rayman M's a sick game.
I keep thinking Rayman M.
Yeah,
I think if you were able to, it would be good if you played Rayman M, because that would bring back so much nostalgia.
Yeah, Rayman M is a proper. Yeah, Rayman M's a proper sick game. So like, honestly, I wouldn't put it past you.
Yeah. And I can just relive the lovely soundtracks and stuff.
The soundtracks in the game are amazing.
You know the Rise and Shine soundtrack?
Yeah. Wait. The key didn't appear. That's a glitch, right? Fucking hell. Okay. That's so weird.
Yeah. Alright, likewise.
The game
Anyway,
has so much
cool
potential.
Anyway, Cooper 195, Spidey is about to sign out on the commentary, and yeah, just get cracking on with bits and pieces. I don't want to be I don't want to be getting too distracted, unlike the last live stream, which lasted like for probably more than 8 hours.
Yeah, it's
we're now 2.5 hours in.
Yeah, it might or might not be the same case here, but we'll see. Although I'm only doing like short sections of the next 2 games anyway, so it's not going to be that long. It shouldn't be too long in comparison.
I just thought that because you put the notification out, I thought I would just give you an update on things, and then we'll look forward to
it makes sense.
To the next stream.
Like, why not? Just these updates are always welcome.
Yeah.
Especially the fucking barbershop updates that I post in these servers, which, you know, I only do for fun. Like, I don't. By the way, I don't plan on going into too much detail with them when it comes to like doing live streams in general. I know I could have given a bit of a heads up, but at the same time, it's like it's a part of my personal life at the same time. So that's another reason why. So yeah, that's pretty much why I don't normally bring up like personal matters when it comes to live streaming. But yeah, now it's a funny conversation still though.
Oh yeah, perhaps summarize it a bit more, and then that will probably make it twice as hilarious if you can try and summarize it in the most funniest way possible instead of putting probably too much detail down.
Pretty much.
If you do that, then it might help, and then it would also save on people having to read everything twice. Perhaps that might help. But I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to make it as clear as possible.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, in order to make it clear, like you gotta like, you know, tell the story properly. It's just. Yeah, it's literally just my recollection of the events that happened. That's pretty much all.
Oh yeah, for sure. You were trying to, you know, retain what you'd already picked up.
Because like you can summarize. Well, I pretty much do it as it's like fresh in my mind as well. So it's just something that, you know, you can just like when it comes to summarizing stuff. It's just like, you know, it's. You can only do so much of it, but you can't pretty much get everything in, which is pretty much the only reason why, like, I sort of recollect, I kind of just project the entire events. Well, not project, but, like, provide sort of, like, you know, the complete events of what I remember from my personal recollection.
Yeah. Okay, right. Man's gonna go and get himself sorted and get ready to play Half-Life Alyx. And but I hope everyone is enjoying the stream and everything in the background, and hopefully that you'll enjoy the next section that CoolPro will publish, no doubt soon.
Yep, at some point soon. Yeah, probably the next live stream. By the way, it'll pretty much have like. It'll have the exact same format as this live stream, but the only difference is different emulator, the DuckStation emulator. That's pretty much the plan I have going on. Plus, since these live streams are pretty simple to do, it's just, you know, easier to like, you know, get them done and dusted and out the way. Therefore, like, I can just, you know, make time and space for actual proper future events per se.
Yeah. For those who are in the chat or watching the live stream, if you guys guys or girls wanted to add me on Discord or stuff, it's Spidey244, just all lowercase, alphanumeric letters, so just SPIDEY 244, so just Spidey244. And then if you just want to leave a message saying, hey, I was on CoolPro195's live stream on the 15th of March.
That's it. Feel free to hit Rob up.
I was responding to your with your you know, if you want to add me sort of scenario. But yeah, as I say, it'd be nice to catch up and what have you, check in.
meet and greet new people and what have you. But yeah, what I'll do is I'll put it in the the chat there. So if anyone wants to add me on Discord, there you go.
Might as well. Yeah, just make it easier for them.
Leave a message as well.
There we go.
I don't know if I've.
Now it drops the fucking key.
Restrictions up.
Didn't get that glitch this time.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah, last time
I don't know if I've set up restrictions.
The key didn't turn up, but now. Well, last time Cortex didn't even turn up with the key, but this time he actually did. Yeah, it was definitely a glitch. That never happened before.
I don't know if I've got restrictions on the on my Discord, but if you add me and stuff, then yeah, just leave us a message saying, hey, I was one of the viewers on Cobra195's live stream on the 15th of March, so on and so forth. If you just reference that of some kind, however you want to put it, then yeah.
Yeah, just put it however you want to put it in it.
Just as long as I know that it's actually from, I'm trying to make it as legitimate as possible so that I don't get a random person adding me and stuff. But yeah, as I say, CoolPro's on the Discord server as well. And if you would like a link to the Discord server, just add me or add CoolPro. I think he's probably got the permissions for it. But
yeah,
if he hasn't,
I might have the permissions.
Add me.
Yeah, I don't think I do.
Add me, and then.
Yeah, I think
best thing to
if
do
you
is
want
add me.
Add
me, and then I can give you the Discord link, the one-time link.
Yeah, I think best course of action. Why doesn't he want to fucking spin? Jeez.
And that's for those people who are interested in joining the TNC Discord server that CoolPro and myself are in. Yeah, inputs. Yeah, you see, I said.
Yeah,
inputs.
I ended up saying impods for whatever fucking reason.
Impods.
Impods.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so anyway, guys, so just to summarize everything, if you're interested in joining the TNC Discord server and, learning about what we're all about and everything, because CoolPro and myself, we're just pretty much in the TNC Discord server. If you want to learn a bit about what we do and everything, then yeah, I'll be more than happy to send you the link to the Discord server and just, add me on Discord. I think to make it easier, just add myself, Spidey244 on Discord, and yeah, I can send you a one-time link to the TNC, and we can get the ball rolling on there, because it would be nice to get more people into the Nexus community, which is what TNC stands for.
That's pretty much it.
Get more people into the Nexus.
Yeah, best course of action, contact Rob, that should be your first instinct, your first instinct, just contact Rob, since he's kind of the one who's the most active in TNC. I think he created TNC as well.
I did, yeah.
Yeah, since he's the creator of TNC, your best course of action is to contact him for the Discord link, in case I don't have permissions for it.
Yeah, for sure. That's why I thought I'd just add my own little plug onto the stream.
Yeah,
just to say, yeah.
Yeah, just put a plug in. Promote yourself. I just made that.
I know my friend Rasta, TNC Rasta Funk Jr., he even put the TNC logo on his stream, so he's basically sponsoring us, which is great.
He's doing TNC a solid.
Yeah, he's doing a bit of promo work, and I'm very happy about that, because he's trying to do the same thing as what we're doing, trying to get more people into the Nexus and stuff. Because our focus is growth and, bringing more people into the TNC, and then we can, discuss various genres of games and what have you, and be a support service as well for people who need a bit of help.
That's the thing,
if they need somewhere to go and what have you, yeah.
Yeah, it's a great...
It's all free. It's all free.
Yeah, it's all free.
No prepayment, nothing at all. So
yeah, no AI, no ChatGPT, nothing. Everything's 100% genuine.
It's all organic.
Okay, that was fucking bullshit. A bullshit retardation.
Dark Lizard 666, hello. He says a test stream or a full playthrough.
Hey, Dark Lizard, cheers for stopping by, bro. Well, yeah, it's a live stream test for RetroArch. That's pretty much all it is, but yeah, just for stopping by, DL. Highly appreciate it. But yeah, as I was gonna say, yeah, it's pretty much... It's 100% genuine in TNC, no AI or nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, we do have people who try and experiment their interest of AI using generative text and stuff. But as I say, in terms of
that's all for laughs. That's all for laughs, so it's not a problem.
Yeah. So as I say, the only thing that's AI related in TNC is just people just posting basically generative text. That's all it is really. But everything else, like in terms of how TNC was built and everything, it was all original. It was all through me, and that was it. We've been going for nearly 15 years now. So from August this year, it'll be 15 years since we've been going. So we've been going quite a while. And I've also known CoolPro for the same amount of time as well.
Yeah, practically the same amount of time. Yeah, we met way back in 2010, so like we've definitely got history.
It was 2010, yeah. Yeah, during the Skype days and everything. So, yeah, feel free to join, as I said before, for those who just...
I forgot that those don't come back. Fucking hell.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Anti08 says, "Hey, oh, just lurking. Hey, welcome to the live stream.
Cheers for stopping by. Because I looked at the chat and then looked back at the game, like I just made a false move there.
Yeah, but yeah, if you were to look at the what I did is earlier on, Anti08 and Dark Lizard 666 is I posted my Discord username on there for those who wish to add me, because since I've known CoolPro for
that was close.
About 15 years now, because we've known each other since definitely from 2010. I just thought, since I'm about to go and play on my VR headset and everything and just finish off Half-Life Alyx, which was one of my goals that I've been wanting to do, and then because if I can complete Half-Life Alyx, that means I've completed all the Half-Lives technically, until the next one comes around. But likewise, I'm basically not trying to be... I don't want to be in the stream for too long, unlike last time, which took an exceedingly long time. It was like 10 hours and stuff, but yeah. Anti08 says, "Are you doing RetroArch with retro achievements?"
Oh no, I'm not doing... I'm actually not playing with retro achievements, I'm just playing with the emulator itself. I'm literally just testing the emulator out all by itself, but like, retro achievements is more just a bonus. Oh, for fuck's sake. I could easily, like, complete that bonus round without it, but you know.
Yeah. But yeah, like I was saying to Dark Lizard and Anti08, the rest of the peeps who are viewing the streamers stuff as well before I head off. If you guys want to add me on Discord, it's Spider244. I've put it in the actual chat, but no doubt CoolPro will mention it again probably at the end of the live stream if he remembers to.
Yeah. Well, if I have like, I think if I have if I have permissions and not only that, but like if I have like an up-to-date link for it as well, then perhaps I'll be able to do that.
Well, it's just all they have to do is just type Spidey244 into the add friend thing.
Yeah. And
then it should come up, because that's basic. Yeah, so Spider244. So if they search that, they should be able to find me. It's basically a green spider on a laptop, which I generated using AI.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I think the best case would just like for me to send
reach out to CoolPro.
Yeah.
Reach out to CoolPro.
Just send your Discord.
Reach out to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. But likewise, yeah. As I was saying earlier on, I've probably said this for the second time now, possibly the third time, yeah. The TNC community, which CoolPro and myself are in, I mean, I'm technically the community owner of TNC. Our goal is to try and bring more people into the Nexus, and it can be from a variety of other Discord servers as well, from other peeps who've been, viewing, let's say, in this case, as an example, CoolPro's live streams and everything. So yeah, it's just bringing that collaboration together and boosting the reputation, and reaching out to peeps, whether they are retro nerds, whether they are casual nerds, and everything else, any type of genre really. We like to have a diverse range of people in the TNC, and we want to give that help and support if, let's say, someone is if anyone needs any help or anything with X, Y, and Z, we will try and, reach out to you, because we've got people with different skill sets and everything. And again, it's just promoting that collaboration and humanity, really. So, yeah.
Pretty much. It's a great rendezvous point for promotion, growth, and traction altogether.
Dark Lizard says, "You plan to do any MC server though?"
I don't know if he's referring to Minecraft. I think it was like his server. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I don't know if it.
Yeah, I'll get back to that,
server,
but there's two.
I think of Minecraft, but yeah.
Yeah, it's just that there's been a lot of conversation, like right now, about other general topics. So yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he's asking me.
Oh, he's asking.
Are you referring to Minecraft there, Dark Lizard, or were you referring to? Oh yeah. Oh, you've seen my live streams, have you? Oh right, okay.
Oh, that's
that makes
interesting.
sense.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
I'll consider it. Yeah, I mean, most of the. I know that I've done some streams with another streamer many moons ago. No, it's fine, Dark Lizard. No, it's absolutely fine. It's just that when you said MC server, I immediately thought Minecraft, and I thought, yeah, I think that's what he was referring to because of the streams that I did in the past of like 23, I think it was 2023.
That fucking time.
Yeah, as I say, yeah.
It's fine, Dark Lizard. It's fine. Sorry for confusion.
That's what I mean. Yeah. I was just clarifying. I was just reviewing that. Reviewing that. Yeah. I might consider. Yeah. Yeah. Nice one. Cheers for that, Dark Lizard. Yeah. I think to answer your question, we are trying. Well, if you do happen to, if you are interested in joining TNC, I might be able to kind of give you a bit of scope as to if I am planning to get a Minecraft server set up. But yeah, if you do add me on Discord and join the Nexus community, then yeah, I'll be more than happy to explain.
Yeah, he's in the same Ripto community Discord server as me and Cola Pro as well. So yeah,
the plan of action. But we may consider. I think on TNC because I know that one of my friends has got a Minecraft server that we have been on recently, and he was just coming up with a suggestion. I mean, actually, to be fair with you, ignore what I said earlier on about wait until you come into the TNC and everything, because I just thought, well, it's just simple to just mention it on here. We as TNC are trying to define a common game, like the most common, because one of our, because out of me and a bunch of other TNC members who are technically directors, so like we've got a board, like a board team, let's say, that are like the people higher up who've been in TNC for ever since the very beginning of TNC, and like who've been around for 5 or 8 years or so plus. We're trying to define. Well, actually, you might be able to help us out, Dark Wizard, because we're trying to define a common game that everyone has, or that everyone has in terms of a majority, like Minecraft as an example, that we can all go to when we're like, wanting to set up events and tournaments and stuff like that. Something that includes everyone that has that particular game. And that's why I think one of my friends who's called TNC Teo Kaka, because we all have TNC tags to uniquely define who's like a TNC member and who isn't. Yeah, Roblox. Yeah, I know what you mean, yeah.
Pretty much. I've not played Roblox in ages. By the way, I actually pulled off the one. For those of you who have clocked it, yes, I've actually pulled off the 100 lives glitch in Castle Machinery. But you can't see the full number because like the third number is practically cropped off, like on the top right corner of the screen. Yeah, that's how the game was programmed originally.
I think,
which makes sense.
Yeah, I think you are. I think you are right. He just says, "Nice, cool pro is cheating."
He's referencing King Pez right there. He's like, "Nice, he's cheating."
Cheating. Yeah. So
classic King Pez reference right there. Nice, he's cheating. Cool pro is cheating.
Cheating. Yeah. Anyway, likewise. Yeah, I think you are right. Yeah, I think we might look into putting Minecraft on the top of our list. I will speak to Teo Kaka to see if we can try and, because I know that it's actually his and his nephew's server, I think, but I think he owns it. Right. I think he owns like the admin side of things. But yeah, as I say, I'm going to have a meeting with him at some point because we're going to have to. Well, I don't know if you want to join the meeting, Cool Pro, to see if you've got any suggestions or anything, because we could do with more people to try and, like, bring up a real debate as to what game should be defined as the common game and one that would benefit everyone in the TNC.
Yeah, that makes sense. It depends on my availability, of course, but you know, only time will tell.
Of course, we can factor that in. We can
factor that in.
Factor that in.
We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Factor that in. But it's just that I think really you could be a good
what the fuck?
A good You could potentially be a good representative called Pro.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. A good representative and a good mediator in some type of sense.
Yeah. You could be like head of, well, yeah, I think actually, given the fact that since you do a lot of live streaming as well as Raster and everything else, I've just come up with an idea for yourself called Pro. I'm going to give you, because I know that you've done a lot on the media side of things, maybe I could put you as, well, actually, to be fair with you, I should really have given you a director role, because I've known you for like 15 years now.
Yeah, so that's practically like a legacy privilege right there.
Yeah, because I know that you are still a legacy TNC member.
Oh, a legacy TNC member really, privilege.
But I think really, now that I think of it, since you were talking a lot about the experience that you've had on the media side and everything else, like, you know, promoting and networking and everything else.
Precisely, like networking multiple channels and stuff.
I would say, yeah. What I'll do in the background is, I'll give you I'm basically offering you a promotion on your ranks, because I know that I've been trying to think, what can I, because
a Discord server promotion rank.
I was just thinking, like, what can I give Cool Pro, because I've known him for 15 years. He's a great streamer. What can I give him as a title? You know, I just, like, I really wanted to give you a director role, but it's just like, what to put him under the director of? You know what I mean? I know in companies they have director of like communications and stuff, so like engagement with clients and stuff, and like marketing and what have you. You know what I mean?
A networking department in a way.
Well, not to be confused by computer networking. It's sort of like networking with people.
Yeah, not computer networking, but social networking.
Social networking, yeah. I could probably put you down as director of media. That could be it. Yeah, because then you could solely focus on your live streams, your marketing techniques, and everything else. Everything that you do, which is your niche. I could probably do that. Yeah, I'll do that. Actually, yeah, I'll put it. Yeah,
I wouldn't necessarily
shout out.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily put marketing in the mix, but everything else does apply.
Well, that's why I'm thinking put it as direct. That's why I thought, well, instead of just marketing, I'll put it as media, because it is technically just general. Yeah.
Yeah, just like director, because it's a general, like, you know, it's a general term, director.
Yeah. Well, director, but you need to be a director of something, because
a director of a certain like type of whatever you call it.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say
I'll do is I'll put it in the Steam group.
I suppose you could call it department.
Yeah, because it's sort of like, well, to make a community, you need to have, well, I've got Pseudo, who's the director of coding and, you know, what have you, because he's done a lot of coding in the past. I've got Cloud Pillow, who's the director. Well, actually, I'm gonna have a look at the list. I know that we've got Teokaka, who's the director of moderators, but he's going to technically, I think, I'm going to try and make him director of admins and stuff, so he does all the admin stuff. Let me have a look at these ranks, because I'm going to update the rank list and add you on there, called Pro.
Might as well.
Let's see.
Just put a spanner in the works.
I'm hoping that you are in the Steam group as well. Let me have a look.
Yeah, I think I am in the Steam group.
I need to add you in.
I sort of vaguely remember you adding me into the Steam group.
Yeah, you're in the Steam group. Yeah, because it all started off with the Steam group, and then it branched out from there, really. But yeah.
Okay, go on. Right, so I've got grades up there, but fuck it.
So we've got Director of Community and CEO, which is myself. Director of Code, which is Pseudo. Fearless. He's director of furries, because he is a furry boy, as I can understand. But he's kind of, I think he's just gone into a bit of a break moment, so he's just having a bit of a rest. We've got Director of Moderators.
That box did not count to 10. You fucking taking the piss. I didn't even hold the X button either.
I also have one of my friends,
Zexeed, who does a lot of mechanical
Oh,
engineering
I
and
died
stuff.
in a
So
level anyway.
he's basically a mechanical specialist because he works on cars and stuff. So anything that people may want to get their teeth into when it comes to mechanics and stuff, he's a good person to speak to. Again, it's promoting different subjects and stuff and everything else, because again, promotions are really key in this goal that we're trying to achieve. And do you remember Fraser from the 2022 live streams called Pro?
Yeah, I remember Fraser.
He's been before TNC Penguin, who is our second common TNC artist that does drawings and stuff in the artwork text channel. Fraser was the first artist to become a TNC member for the art side, so he's director of artwork. Not really to do with like the social media side, but he was just more of like just doing paper mache and sculpturing and all the rest of it. I mean, it is still technically classed as media, but because it's artwork, it's to do with drawing like an illustration or making a model.
So it's
rather than
like
the social
props
media
and
side.
schematics per se.
Props and schematics, yeah, exactly. So
It can't even be
What I'm gonna
bothered to
do-
get on top of that crate.
what I'm going to do is now in the ranking list. So the next time you go onto the Steam group called Pro, you'll see your name on there. So let me just let me see, director of media.
Yeah, fuck
Well,
that
actually, I'll
crate.
put
It
directive-
wants to take the piss.
I'll put director of media and comms because you're doing the social media aspect. I know that would be your niche, networking
would
with
make
other people and
sense.
everything else. So here we go. TNC, new TNC director after 15 years. Full pro,
15-year
195.
privilege. Wow, like 3
Yeah.
hours into Crash 1, only any percent. This is bullshit.
Save changes. There we go. An error occurred whilst setting the account details. Let's just see if that's done it. That's done it. Yeah. There we go. Cool Pro. So the next time you go onto the Steam group, your name will be on the list of board of directors, and just to keep it consistent, ta-da! Your name on Discord has now gone from purple to green.
We'll give it a bit of time. Man's officially promoted on TNC.
Yep.
But yeah, like, I'm sorry, I just
Yeah,
had to
well done, Cool
like,
Pro.
what do you call it? Cheers, man. I appreciate it. Highly appreciate it. But yeah, like, I just have a lot running. I just have a lot passing through my head right now. Like, just trying to concentrate. Here. Yeah. It's just,
Yeah, well, I just thought I had to think of a director name. That was the only problem. I had to think of a good director of something just to just to finish it off. Because I would have given you the rank anyway. It was just trying to think of a bloody name for it. That was the problem. But anyway, we're sorted. It's done.
yeah, man. It's all officially sorted. Don't know what else to
I'm
say,
going to post
really.
something. Right, I'm going to put it in the announcements actually.
Yeah, skip this cunt. But yeah, don't worry, chat. Yeah, I'll definitely get back to you, chat. It's just that, there's been like a whole conversation about TNC.
Yeah.
So like, it's something that like just had to be.
We are getting to you. It's just obviously Cool Pro's just trying to fill the backlog.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Dark Lizard says congrats, Cool Pro. Yeah, congrats, man.
But yeah, cheers,
on
people.
behalf of TNC, congrats, Cool Pro, on that. On obtaining that.
On
and
the
everything, 'cause as I say,
TNC promotion.
Yeah. The TNC promotion. Yeah.
Okay, what the fuck was that all about? I know I can get the gem here, but you know. I'm at least like getting gems in levels that I don't have to backtrack to, but that's pretty much it. That's what I'm doing in this test live stream. I've been at it for like 3 hours now, but you know, just don't get tilted so easily called pro. But yeah, oh, that's the thing, I'm not, but like, it's just so much shit has happened previously. On top of that, I did start this live stream like, you know, practically a whole hour earlier than anticipated. But yeah, I pretty much just wanted to get started on this live stream, which is pretty much why I ended up deciding doing it an hour early, because I don't know, it just got to that point where like, if I didn't do it an hour early, I'd have practically nothing to do, so might as well. Might as well, you know.
I see that someone called Toby has added me. I think I've seen that name before.
Fucking no. Yeah,
I don't know who that is, but I've given them a wave anyway. So yeah, thanks for the friend request.
Yeah, I think that's Dark Lizard because he's some. Because I think in another server he labels himself as Toby. Oh, he confirmed it in the chat.
Nice.
That's him. Yep.
Oh,
Okay,
nice.
well that's that out of the
Since
way.
you've added me now, let me just before I forget, let me just
yeah, just put DL and TSC in it.
Let me just click on that. I'm going to give you a link, Dark Lizard. Just give me 1 second. One use only. There we go. I'm going to give you that, buddy. There we go. I think what I'll do is I'll just do that there. There we go. What I'll do, Dark Lizard, is I'll put your username as Dark Lizard 666 just so that I know that it was actually yourself and it's not like something that is kind of like, you know, different. But yeah.
Yeah, not like a
I'll make sure it's
miscellaneous name that you don't know.
like a miscellaneous, yeah.
Pretty much.
Hoping that's correct. 666. There we go. Sorted. Right, let me just do that. Yeah, two birds with one stone. A cool pro, a promotion, and a new potential TNC member. Yeah, I get what you mean, Dark Lizard. Yeah, it's one of those. But yeah, if you want to achieve the initial, you know, TNC like title on your name and stuff, all you have to do is, you know, come up with some suggestions and stuff. And because obviously since you've just joined us and everything, you know, if you've got like any suggestions to contribute to TNC and everything, and if we've got a bit of engagement for the next, let's say 24 hours or 48 hours, if you've done a lot of engagement within those set periods and stuff, so in this case 24 to 48 hours, if I can see that there's a lot of activity from your side,
Yeah, Jem,
really,
let's
really great
fucking go.
then we'll give you them. Yeah, as I say, by our rule book, if you've, you know, met the prerequisites, which is basically, yeah, doing a bit of engagement and activity and everything else, joining VCs, you know, having fun, just engaging with us and everything, then yeah, we'll give you a TNC rank, and then you can, TNC tag, and then that will be, yeah, that'll be your first step, really. And then over time, if you've been with us for like 5 years or so, who knows, you might become another director. So as I say, yeah, we always lay the foundations first, but if you really want to, you know, help us out and everything, as much as possible, if you want to contribute anything, yeah, we're open to that. I will do, yeah. I'll change it to Dark Lizard, yeah.
Yeah, Dark Lizard is more standard. Okay, Dr.
It would make sense because you've got. I'll change that right now for you.
Dr. Neocortex.
No problem at all.
Not Australian.
I'm going to just put you as foundational member since you are a new member, and I will change the nickname to Dark Lizard. There we go. Yep, there we go, Dark. So there you go. That's all sorted now. Clear. I don't know if you've got permissions to enter the staff office channels and stuff, but if you do, great, because it'd be great to see you in the VCs now and then. Doesn't have to be a set time, you know. Just if you've contributed and you've made the effort and everything, and you've typed in the general text chat and what have you, you know, on suggestions and what have you, just reaching out to us. You know, that's what we're all about. Oh, nice one. Yeah. As I say, we've got an artwork text channel that you can post your own artwork in there if you wish. Again, we do like to showcase what we've done in terms of our projects and everything else. If you want to put memes onto the Discord server, we've got a text channel for that. You know, if you want to set up some events or what have you that people might be interested in doing, then yeah, we've got a text channel for that. It's all set in stone, but what I would say is have a look at the TNC history first, at the very top, just below the welcome, and yeah, just work your way down really, and just navigate around whilst you're watching Cool Pro's live stream. So yeah.
Yep. Okay, so that's Crash Bandicoot 1 complete. But yeah, I got some time to chill now. But yeah, just to backtrack to the chat a bit, Spyro Dragon 19X says, "Yo, what's good, my guy? Yeah, man, great to see you again after so long. It's definitely been a while." Yeah, I've been meaning to read your comment earlier on, but then, like, Rob pretty much went on this entire monologue. Well, he went on 2 monologues now at this point in this live stream. But yeah, I think part of the duration is just to do with the monologues as well, not just like the content that I pack into it as well. Because yeah, everyone's got their own train of thought after all, which, you know, is understandable. But yeah, I just didn't want to let Rob like lose his train of thought as he was in the middle of his monologue per se.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's all good. And Dr. says, yeah, I guess Burger will stay locked in for this level, just shit level though. That's the thing, like, the lab, I personally don't find it a hard level, but it can take the piss. Like, I can see how it's a shit level from that perspective, as in like, you know, it can fuck with you so badly, but yeah. Like it has. But yeah, we're up to 9 viewers now, which is pretty dope.
There we go, Cool Pro. I've just put the announcement in the Discord, in the TNC Discord. So yeah,
Oh yeah,
congrats, man.
Cheers, I appreciate the promotion. Man's officially the director of media / comms of the TNC Discord server. Okay, man's officially ranked up in that server.
But Dr. Cortex, we have not determined the cause of past failures. Moron! This Bandicoot will be my general, and he will lead my Cortex commandos to world domination. This time I shall reign triumphant. We are closer than ever before. Quickly!
So let's work out how many board members we've got now.
The Vortex is not ready. We have no idea what it could do.
Got plenty of board members.
Let's see. I need to.
Oh, 2 so far as it's marked over there.
Prepare the female bandit.
Let's just see what's going on. Server settings, members, roles. We've got six board members. So you're the 6th one, Cool Pro.
Wow, 6 in total. Cool.
Yep, so we've got you as Director of Media and Comms, we've got Fraser as Director of Artwork, Pseudo Director of Code, Teokaka Director of...
Right, yeah, they've not made it up to double
moderators,
digits yet.
and then Cloud Pillow. I've actually not updated him either. I'm trying to think what to give him.
as because he is a director technically, but I'm just trying to think of what to put him as. What have I got? I know he likes cars. He's a car nerd.
Yeah, he's a car enthusiast.
Yeah. But yeah. So yeah, sorted that out. So yeah, welcome to my level. Well, almost my level. Just a level below me, just slightly, but in the same Discord member group as me.
Pretty much. Anyways, I'll be right back.
What have I got?
Alright, well, I'm back. Yet, had to deal with something real quick. Okay, so Settle Down 191 says, alright, I'm gonna head out as it's after midnight for me. Hope the rest of the stream is good. Great to know. Well, I appreciate you stopping by anyways. Oh, Dark Lizard's gonna go get groceries, cool.
Right, so that's that done. Yeah, my phone went off because one of the travel agents that we've booked a holiday with has just said that the original hotel that we were supposed to go to has now got some temporary maintenance going on from the day of when we travel. So they've given us an alternative hotel, which is great because we've already paid for the bits and pieces. So yeah. Yeah, likewise, Settle Down 191, yeah. Great to see you on the stream, and yeah, enjoy the rest of your night or day or whatever time it is.
Yeah, likewise. Yeah. Hope you had a
thumbs up.
Yeah. Yeah, hope you have a great rest of your day. Hope you had fun watching this live stream, which I presume you most probably have. And enjoy the rest of your day. But yeah, I don't know, like, when it comes to, like, some of the gameplay, like, some of it could have been much better, especially with how it all panned out, but at the same time, like, juggling this and this whole extended conversation with Fearless plus TNC it was all next level. But Rob had to get it out of his system, understandably. I get it from his perspective.
Yeah, it's all sorted now. So, yeah.
I was gonna do something else.
Introducing Blueprint AI.
Nope. That advert can piss off. Introducing Blueprint AI out of nowhere. Okay, yeah. Alright, that's good. Yeah, just had to confirm something real quick.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's pretty much it.
That was a quick reply from my buddy. Let me just.
Okay, now definitely be a good time to wrap up Crash Bandicoot. Okay, so next up on the list of games to play for this livestream is Pac-Man World for the PlayStation 1. Here we go. That's exactly the same thing you did last time I played Pac-Man World in a livestream.
Yeah.
Quack quack. Yeah, the classic arcade sound effects. Time for an arcade throwback, people.
Right, I've got to. Well, time's getting on now. I need to get stuff sorted.
Yeah, man.
But,
you know when time's pressing on.
That's it. Yeah. I need to finish what I'm on. Crack on with what I was going to do about an hour ago, but yeah, since we had lots of people joining the not Discord.
Yeah, well, we had people joining the live stream
well.
chat as well.
Yeah.
Plus a lot of stuff to get into in the process.
We've sorted out. Well, yeah. So basically, I've sorted out your ranks. I've sorted out. I've added Dark Blizzard onto the TNC as well, which is great. And hopefully, if he can contribute, then we can give him that, that TNC tag on his name, so that I know that he has contributed enough to get that. It doesn't have to be too much effort, but yeah, just at least some effort. Any kind of effort would be great.
That Dig Dug reference right there. But yeah, all it took was just messaging back and forth, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'd say it's good. Yeah, likewise. Man's gonna be getting himself sorted, and yeah, time to play Half-Life Alyx.
Yep, that'd be a dope game to play.
But yeah. So, anyways, guys, hope you're enjoying the stream so far. I hope you are enjoying, if I can get my teeth in, the stream so far. And yeah, keep up the good work, Cool Pro, with everything that you do and everything. And once
cheers,
again,
bro. I
congrats
appreciate it.
On the director of media and comms and everything.
Yep, cheers for the promo.
No problem at all. As I say, it was just something that I had to sort out in the process as well. But it was just working out a good title for yourself. But yeah, I think that title would suit you quite well, director of media and comms for the TNC, representing TNC and everything.
I 100% agree. Yeah, it was a work in progress at the time, but yeah. Okay, Pac-Man World, let's fucking go.
Yeah. Alright, people. Spidey is signing out. Until next time, guys, I shall hopefully join another live stream that Cool Pro will make in the near future.
Yep, Spidey's officially stepping out the building for now.
Yep, whilst I get on with what I was meaning to do today. But yeah, as I say, I'm around, on Discord, so, feel free to message me. My username is Spidey244, which is just all lowercase SPIDDEY, not my numbering and lettering
username, which is actually on the TNC server. It's just the normal pronunciation and the normal spelling of Spidey, so Spidey 244. If you just put that into your friends search thing on Discord, you'll find me there.
Yep, that's pretty much the case.
So yeah, until next time, guys, I shall see you guys possibly in the next live stream or even on the Discord server if you are interested in joining us.
Yep,
Until
if
next
this live
time,
stream is
guys.
still running too, but yeah. Or I might
See you
move the
on-
commentary, but it really depends.
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
Boss! Talk me!
Likewise, anyway, yeah. If you want to join the TNC, or if you're interested in joining TNC, let Cool Pro or myself know, and we'll be able to assist. Yeah, we're more than happy to assist as well, where we can.
On Ghost Island! The Pac-Man! I mean that pathetic fool.
Alright.
Trying badly, I might add.
Spidey signing out. And I'll catch you later, Cool Pro, probably later on today.
Peace out, catch you later, Rob. Whenever possible.
See what happens. Peace out, everyone. Bye-bye.
Peace out. Let's Rob.
If I had a power pellet, I'd...
Alright people, that was Spidey, aka Spider Rebel. Yep, this is definitely fun having him along for the live stream, especially for the entirety of the Crash Bandicoot portion of it. Alright, I don't know whether or not the cutscene was like too loud or not, even though the volume mixer does say that the game volume is at its proper level that I put RetroArch to. But yeah, anyways, starting off the quest for Pac-Man World. But yeah, you know, as I said, like, I didn't really put too much thought into like these test live streams, but at the same time, there are just some parts that could have gone, you know, that could have gone like much better, especially better than I anticipated. But like, not everything went as anticipated, and some of it could have gone better. But apart from that, you know, it's still a fun live stream, and that's part of what all of it's about, just like making memories and stuff. It's nice to see new people jumping in, it's nice to see like, you know, new people following. Also like, yeah, Black Oblivions, also once again, I highly appreciate you dropping a follow to my channels. Especially after like, well, shortly after I dropped you a follow as well. Well, not just that, but after I checked out your live stream and all. That's part of what, it's part of what networking gets to us. Yeah, Pac-Man World Repack is like, I really like what they did with Pac-Man World Repack, but like, even though it's not 100% like the original, it is still technically like a faithful remake. Like this bridge section right here is like, this, pretty much like this path in the original stems through here, but in Pac-Man World Repack, it steps from the back. Like, it stems from the back. I don't know why I ended up saying steps. But yeah. Okay, the hint signs, we don't even need to hit them because we've already got that shit. Okay, so like, you can destroy, what you call it. You can actually use your power pellets to kill enemies as well on top of that, but at the same time, I don't know, there's part of me that sort of has a tendency not to use them as well. Because of the fact that, you know, because of the fact that you actually see the power pellets go down on the counter, so it's like, I don't know, I think it adds to your score in the process. I don't remember whether or not that was a case in Pac-Man World Repack, whenever you like, you know, shoot a power pellet from your hand, but, or not even a power pellet, wherever you just shoot a pellet in general from your hand. But yeah, it's definitely something I need to get back into. Well, what the fuck? Okay, I swear I fucking double tapped the X button. What the fuck's going on? I don't know if it's just, I don't know if RetroArch has like additional input dropping or whether it's just me. I just need to get used to the emulator. I mean, I do notice it does kind of chug sometimes. But it's still a decent emulator though. The games perform well on RetroArch for a fact. I noticed like it's not actually lagging on stream, which is a good sign. It's a pretty decent sign for that matter. But yeah. Oh yeah, I like Pac-Man's, you know, I like Pac-Man's move whenever he like, you know, whenever you do like that powerful power pellet shot where you hold circle and then like he spins around and then just shoots like an explosion of pellets. But yeah, you know, as I said previously, the Crash Bandicoot segment, the Crash Bandicoot part of it could have piss easily been under 2 hours, but due to unanticipated bullshit, I didn't even, you know, this ended up being the case. I don't necessarily need to do that. I know I landed on the edge right there, which is a pretty big risk, but you know, it is what it is. So Dark Lizard and Settledown 191 dropped out of the live stream. Just to like, you know, because they had stuff to do. Dark Lizard had to go and get groceries, and Settledown 191 is just heading out since it's after midnight for him, which, you know, it's understandable because he's in New Zealand, which makes perfect sense. I swear there's supposed to be 2 ghosts here, not just 1. I really do like the soundtrack of Pac-Man World. It's especially if like the tracks that they composed for it, they're just proper wholesome. Okay, so for Pac-Man World, I'm only just gonna be playing through the first level, and that's pretty much it. So like, there's this whole slot machine premise when you complete a level, and you can either choose to play through, you can choose to like play through like the whole slot machine concept, or you can just like skip it completely. But like, you pretty much, you press circle to like, just to, you know, pick an item. Well, not pick an item, but just to like, you know, I forgot what it's called, like stop the fucking, just like stop like one of the rotating wheels per se. That's definitely not gonna get anything, but I'm not gonna try my luck too much. That's not too bad. Okay, I missed those bananas. I'm just gonna continue. There's no point saving because I'm just doing this for a livestream test. This soundtrack is proper wholesome and cozy as fuck. By the way, yeah, you can only trigger this off once in the entire game, I think. So yeah, now that I've done it once, so yeah, you can only trigger this cannonball once in the entire game, and I think now that I've done it once, it's not doing it again. And you can only do it by like fucking butt bouncing. And yeah, now that I'm in Ghost Island, aka the hub world, you can't, I don't really have the power to like, you know, shoot power pellets out of Pac-Man's hands. That's how they programmed it. I wish they didn't tie it in with the power pellet system though. I mean, I wish they didn't tie it in with the pellet system though, because of the way like it affects the completion. But you know, it is what it is. Anyways, moving on to the second level. So we've completed Buccaneer Beach, now we're on Corsair's Cove. Okay, so there's a certain amount of things that I could have, you know, sort of discussed, but at the same time, like, Rob, I appreciate Rob for stopping by as he helped fill in a lot of the blanks. But at the same time, like, it sort of feels like a point where, like, it sort of turns into the Rob show, where like, the monologues kind of get, like, a bit extensive, you know? Or, like, exceedingly extensive, which of course, to no fault of his own, like, in this case, he kind of had to, because he had, like, it was pretty much because of a conversation that we had off air, which, of course, we were just talking about during the Crash Bandicoot portion of the live stream. And, like, and yeah, it's pretty much, sometimes, like, when you have something to say and you just need to get it out in the open, it's good to get it out. It's good to vent, especially if you're in a live stream. I mean, some people, I don't know whether that's even a correct term, but some people like to refer to it as trauma dumping. Which I don't even know if that's even the correct term for that, but trauma dumping is like, I don't even know how to put it, but I'm not even going to go into detail about it. Oh no, there's nothing else here. I swear you can make it to that side, I swear. It's not that far, to be honest. Wow, I think bouncing off that door you can get off there, like, you can ricochet even better. Okay, now he's not even hitting the fucking door, like, you're taking the piss. I think it's a decent course of action that I'm only going for the first world in this game. I think that would require, like, some more shit. That would require, like, more precision, per se. Because, like, yeah, trying to remember the controls here, like, triangle to go down, X to go up. Alright. It's faster, like, when you go up and down, like, when you press... When you press X and triangle in quick succession. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, I think if I go there, I'm just gonna skip some stuff. So I might as well just jump from here to there. Smart approach, getting that. It's a smart approach getting that strawberry first. Just like that, that's the P and the A collected for Pac-Man. Yeah, and then in later levels, I think, like, yeah, from the second level onwards, yeah, that's correct, from the second level onwards, like, you actually, what do you call it, you actually collect letters that spell out the name Pac-Man in order to unlock a bonus minigame, well, a bonus level, as they call it in this game. And it's pretty much like the same bonus world. I mean, it's pretty much like the same bonus level per world. So, like, one world has, like, the same bonus level spread across, like, the levels contained within the world itself. I guess that's pretty much all that was about. Just picking that shit up. Right, I don't know what else I'm gonna go for. But yeah, that's pretty much everything. I've not played these games in, like, ages, especially since, like, you know, I haven't live streamed in ages either, which, I don't know, it sort of explains, like, how rusty my gameplay has gotten in comparison. And on top of that, just, like, trying to process, like, you know, Rob's entire conversation on top of, like, my own gameplay. It's like, I'm trying to, especially when it comes to live streaming, like, I'm trying to, like, concentrate on my own gameplay, listen to his conversation, and also, like, try and think of a way to, you know, get back to the live chat, because of, like, you know, how much time it takes to get back to like, you know, get the conversation back to, well, I wouldn't say get back to form, but get back to, like, you know, its original place, per se. Like, get back to, like, its homeostasis position, per se. What the fuck? Okay. That's like the third time I had to try and execute that. I'm not even joking. I double tapped X twice and it dropped the second input twice. I feel like that's a RetroArch problem. Because that's never happened to me on any other emulator possible. It didn't happen to me on EPSXE, it didn't happen to me on PSX Fin, it didn't happen to me on it didn't happen to me on BizHawk, it didn't happen to me on Mednafen. This is the only emulator that it's happened to me on. Okay, I know where the C is, but it's not here. Yeah, I know where the C is, but it's definitely not here. Nice. That was pretty much like a no-scope in terms of like propelling Pac-Man from one side to another, picking up both ghosts at the same time. It's like 2 shots. It's like I killed 2 birds with 1 stone there. I know there's a power pillar there, but sometimes, sometimes other ghosts appear. Like, I remember ghosts reappearing, especially after I've collected all of these fucking power pellets. I think it'll take me having to travel a certain distance in order for them to respawn. But yeah, I'll break that box in a bit, because it's got like another letter for Pac-Man. Nope, it's not here. Yeah, I think they spawn later on. I'm gonna save that power pellet up there for later on. See, I didn't even need to use the fucking button to get upstairs. I can just go here and get the C. But yeah, this level is pretty straightforward. Well, I say pretty straightforward. It's a bit of a puzzle, but it's straightforward once you know where everything is. Okay, fuck it, might as well pick up that power pellet and call it a day. But yeah, after this, I'll be playing the original Rayman, as originally planned. Okay. Wait. What was the fruit that was signaling? One of the fruits is signaling. Ah, it's the fucking cherries. Of course. Alright. Okay, like... It's like when I jumped into the water, like... It's like, the second Pac-Man just dipped into the water, he sunk halfway through the entire depth of it. Like, he plummeted halfway through the entire depth of it. Oh wait, that's where the other letter was, of course. I didn't even go up for that yet. I don't know how I forgot about that. At least it's not too late, thank fuck for that. I was gonna say, what the fuck's going on? I swear I picked that up. As I know I missed the M on purpose, but because I wanted to get the C first. But you know, shit happens. Okay, now that we have the Galaxian token, we unlock the maze level. So yeah, pretty much. Okay, so this is pretty much the conventional Pac-Man type of gameplay. Well, we actually play through the conventional maze type of gameplay, which of course goes back to the roots of Pac-Man. And we have like an uncompressed version of a track that we heard previously from level 1 Buccaneer Beach. Okay, we've got to be really careful here. Yeah, 'cause sometimes the ghost can really fuck you over. It's a pretty nice gimmick though, especially for this one where Pac-Man is literally in an underwater maze. This is like the only one, this is literally the only maze in the entire game that actually takes place underwater as well. So yeah, it's really interesting. It makes this maze like a pretty unique one at that, considering it's the only maze in the entire game that takes place underwater. Oh man, I just gotta keep away from these fuckers. Just... Okay, come on. Let's get that 1,600 points. Yeah, now we're fucking talking. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Wait, triangle slows you down for some reason. I don't understand why. Oh, I think I know why. To prevent you from running into another ghost. Oh, let's eat these fuckers up. I can't remember which button it was to flip the, you know, flip the type of perspective, because you can see the whole maze as well. Ah, it's R2, that's it. Yeah. That's how you can see the whole maze perspective. Fuck you, you prick. But at least here's like the good thing about the maze is that like you actually, you know... Well, at least here's the good thing about the mazes in Pac-Man world. Like, your hit points sort of carry over into the mazes, while at the same time that can be perceived as a good thing and also a bad thing at the same time, depending on how hard the level itself actually is. So like in some cases it's helpful in terms of the maze itself, but in other cases it fucks you over because it can potentially waste lives and hit points on top of like your actual completion. Okay, so now we officially have all the letters that spell out the name Pac-Man. Right. I see they had a bit of... There's a whole target practice section going on as well. There's a whole target practice session going on back there as well. Okay, I don't know who else is gonna jump in, but whoever jumped in, cheers for stopping by. I appreciate everyone that provides an extended level of support to my channel. Or whatever level of support that is comfortable to you, of course. Okay, there's nothing there. Okay, let me double check. Oh, thank you very much. Also, thank you very much for the follow, Anti08. I highly appreciate it. Well, according to Twitch, you followed 20 minutes ago, but still, I highly appreciate it. Follow for... But yeah, this channel, I pretty much livestream a wide variety of classic and modern games personally, but predominantly classic games, because every time, like, since I sort of livestream rarely, as of recent years, like, I commonly, like, find myself, well, I predominantly find myself coming back to playing these classic games to sort of, like, you know, warm myself back up into live streaming, and now, but as of this year, I've been live streaming a bit more frequently. It's just a case of me, like, you know, sort of getting back into the premise of it all. As I've said before, that I've been networking with recently I've actually been networking with a few Discord channels, well, not a few Discord channels, but a few Twitch channels along the path. as in like promoting their Twitch channel over on Twitter, which is now called X at this point in time, which, you know, but yeah, that's something I've not done in a long time, and that's pretty much what kept me going back in the day. That's what partially kept me active with live streaming in general. But yeah, that's pretty much what kept me active with live streaming in general. Back in the day. Okay, let's blow up this entire, what do you call it? This entire, I'd say enclosure, but like castle, what the fuck ever. But yeah, I'm forgetting the names of things. It's fucking crazy. But yeah, like, don't worry, people. Like, it's all just an adaptation for me. It's all just an adaptation. I know you can get there without having to, you know. I know you can get there, like, without having to, like, swim all the way around. I know there's a speedrun strat as well, like, where you jump side to side, but I think it's more effective in the American version. I don't know. Yeah, you see, like that, like, I let Pac-Man's, you know, coyote time I sort of utilize his coyote time in order to, like, get a longer jump, but at the same time, it's like, not everything is to be expected. You're not always gonna get the results, so yeah, sometimes piss takes are to be expected. But yeah, like, I'm not gonna waste time trying to perfect it. I've done it before, but like, you know, it's just a test live stream. It doesn't matter how stuff goes. Just putting the emulators through their paces, really. Okay, now for the bonus level, which I've just unlocked. Okay. That means I can't go down there unless I get a thingy-majig. And I'm gonna need another one of those metallic Pac-Man. I forgot it was called, like, Chrome Pac-Man? Yeah, I think that's what they referred it to when they were hyping up Pac-Man World Repack. I think they called it Chrome Pac-Man, like this counterpart of Pac-Man. Okay, this has to wear off. Come on, wear off. There we fucking go. Here we are. Here we fucking go, 100% complete. This one I personally don't find it that hard, but it did sort of take the piss a little bit just to level with you just then. But yeah, new followers, I highly appreciate you taking the time and stepping up. And, you know, stopping by. But yeah, like, it's just wholesome vibes all around. Chill vibes, wholesome vibes. Like, it costs 0 pence. It costs like 0p or 0 pence, however you want to put it, to be supportive. So like, that's pretty much like the whole reason why I do networking. Well, why I do like just general support networking in the first place. It's just, you know, the way it is. Okay, so not all matches constitute points. Interesting. At this point, I'm not even trying with those, with the whole slot machine premise. That's what it's called. See, like, I knew the name. I had it at the back of my head, but like, I couldn't even. I don't know. Just after the first level, I just couldn't remember what it was called for the life of me. But when the name was right there, it's like, that's just proof that I have way too much to think about. Oh, I thought I anticipated an orange, but fuck it, I got an apple instead. Okay, there's 2 cherries, man. Am I gonna get a third one? Am I actually gonna get a third one? Because they turn up after like a certain number of cycles, a certain number of positions. Fuck yes. I mean, the least you do is get like, you know, get a life out of it, but I'd say that's pretty decent. Okay, fuck it, I'm skipping it now. I don't have time to fuck about. Okay, 3rd level. Crazy cannonade. So that key I picked up in Corsair's code, I actually used to unlock a cage that you know, that is actually holding one of Pac-Man's family members hostage, or captive, as you like to call it. I think it's captive in this case because of, like, you know, the whole pirate scenario. Because of, you know, the whole pirate premise scenario. But yeah, I reckon it's captive, I reckon it's captive because of the whole pirate premise scenario. I keep getting interrupted by... Okay, I collected that first, what the fuck? Depth perception much? Okay, I remember this game not being perfect, I know that for a fact, but... I know I've not played this in ages. But yeah, can't even cap. This level does have nice scenery for what it's worth, especially for a PS1 game. What the fuck? That was so cheap. Didn't even give me a chance to get back up, what the fuck? I mean, I know there was a pit there, but man, that was so stupid the way that happened. It's like, I wasn't even 100% of the way down, I could have landed on that platform, but no, like the second... The game just decided to process Pac-Man dying, and that's so bad. Okay, that was even more cheap. You know what that reminds me of? Ragdoll physics. Man, that was cheap as fuck. Okay, I know there's nothing here, but yeah. Okay, that's another way to get up there. Okay, I don't know whether or not I'm gonna move the commentary to another Discord server or not, but if anyone wants me to move the commentary to another Discord server, feel free to put in a request. So yeah, as for Pac-Man World, I'm just gonna be playing this level plus SMS Windbag, which is the first boss fight of this game. Okay, that was fucking close. That was way too close to call it, man. That was way too close for comfort. Every time you fly around here, it always plays that fucking bell sound effect. Oh, maybe that's because it plays the animation that rings that bell. It just triggers it off whenever you collect that power pellet. It's a nice touch though. They probably did that for immersive effect. They just wanted to put an immersive touch to it. I'm not a fan of those rolling over physics at the most random points possible. Okay, the cool thing about these ramps is that you can just rev roll. You can use them to rev roll, which is pretty dope. Okay, calm the fuck down. I mean, these games that I'm playing, they've been a bit too high maintenance. Actually, I don't think it's 100% to do with the game. It's partially to do with me derusting, and on top of that, it's to do with like fucking what do you call it? What? Can you not get that power pellet? Fucking hell, wake up! But yeah, I was saying it's not just to do with like me. It's not just to do with like me partially derusting and all that. It's also to do with like the fucking emulator. Okay, that death was so cheap because there was a platform below that. What the fuck was that all about? They put... I swear, man. I fucking swear, they actually put death planes in the stupidest places possible in this entire game. You know what, like, I think it might come to a point where I might not have to pause the livestream in order to take a lunch break at this point. Because since, you know, the objective is pretty short. I didn't even get all those power pellets either, like, what the fuck? Yeah, there was a platform there, like, and not only that, but when I dropped down there, like, it still wasn't too late for me to get back down that platform either, so yeah, that's twice that happened now. I fucking swear to God, they put death planes in the fucking stupidest places possible. I don't even remember whether or not it's like that in Pac-Man World Repack, but presumably not, especially due to modern gaming standards. Otherwise, I think if they were to implement that into Pac-Man World Repack, the remake itself would get critically panned for it. It's like, for real, the game would get critically panned to fucking oblivion, no cap. Wait, is there something else down there? Or am I thinking of another section? I'm probably thinking of another section. It's been a long time, people. I think those cannonballs like go right through the enemy, I don't know. I think like those cannonballs go right through the fucking, what do you call it? They go right through, you know, the pirate skeleton enemies, whatever the fuck they call them in this game. Okay, there's the maze right there. There's the Galaxian door. But yeah, nah, like, I think RetroArch in general is just grinding my fucking gears right now. Okay, I need another apple. I presume it's here. Yep, I was right. My memory served me correctly on that one. Okay, there's the M. I was right. Okay, it's taking a bit of time to process that jumping mechanic. Take 10 million years much. The music is dope. Oh, that's where they put the Galaxian. It's not always worth the risk because they take the piss like that. What the fuck? It's like if you jump too far out, like they put death planes in like surrounding areas, which is so fucking stupid. It's like, I'm not being funny, but I actually could have had the chance to have gotten back if they didn't put an invisible death plane there. It's fucking stupid. Like, you know, that's an actual piss take, and a developer oversight, if anything. But yeah, like, you know, the signature Pac-Man theme whenever you start up a maze. Man, that's a that's practically a pillar in video game history. When I won like the previous maze, like I clipped through the ghost. Well, Pac-Man's what do you call it? Pac-Man's victory animation actually clipped free Pinky the Ghost. But yeah, nah, Pinky takes a piss sometimes. Like, such a little bitch. Like, fucking silly bitch. Speaking of which, I got killed by Blinky. Again, like, these perspectives are interesting. Let's chomp these motherfuckers. Okay, I went for an optimal score there. Okay, back to the proper level. Okay, I've been here already in order to pick up that Galaxian. I don't see the point in these enemies respawning though after I've already killed them, because if you kill them again, you don't get any points, so like... what the fuck's the point in respawning them after you've just completed a maze? I never understood that. You see, I didn't kill that one yet, but as you can tell, because I got 100 points from killing him. Okay, what the fuck is your problem? Nothing but a case of poor timing. Alright, let's go. Okay, I was gonna say it took its sweet time, but what the fuck was that all about? Just ricocheted off the platform. Not even, like, he ricocheted off the wall below the platform and didn't even, like, make any effort to get across the fucking... Okay, that was even more bullshit, just hit the roof of that. Too many piss takes, man. Shit like that just kills the vibe. See, what the fuck, man? You know what, I'll just wait for the top one, because the bottom one is just full of fucking bullshit. Actual bullshit. Honestly, like, why even have that one there in the first place, if you're not even gonna utilize it properly? I mean, I get this game was made back in 1999, but, you know, apply some common sense here. Not even that, like, apply some logical common sense here, for fuck's sake. That was close. Now we're fucking talking. I don't know why everything is getting processed in a really fucked up way all of a sudden. It's like, that's the most fucked up approach to processing practically everything. Okay, let's go. Let's fucking go. Oh, this has that explosive butt bounce. What the? Oh, come the fuck on. Don't tell me that's gonna disappear as well. Ah, man, talk about slap in the face. Yeah, see, it fucking disappeared as well, which means I can't demonstrate that power up anymore. Fucking dickhead. He had to waste it on a death. Fucking dickhead. Honestly, man, it's like, I don't know what it is. Like, it's probably RetroArch making Pac-Man act like a fucking dickhead all of a sudden. I don't know whether or not there's another one here, but, you know. But, you know, fuck it, we move. I don't know why, like, you just decided to get stuck in the wall there as well. It's like you developed a wall fetish or some shit. I knew there's a chest here. Yeah, I figured like this is another section and not that previous section. Yeah, I'm not gonna go up there. I'm not gonna go down there, fuck that. Yeah, sometimes it's best to play it safe and take the upper route, or the upper path. Alright, let's go. Okay, I swear there were 3 ghosts just then. I think one of them disappeared, but anyways, fuck it. Thanks, when I get my hands on that talk, man. Wait a second, I have no hands. Yeah, that's that character from Dig Dug. So yeah, Dig Dug reference right there. The first person you rescue is literally one of those Dig Dug characters. Alright, that's the final proper level. Okay, so we're gonna be playing the exact same bonus level as the previous one because they have a different one per world. Okay, fuck this shit. So they're 4 levels per world, but like, well, I say 4 levels per world, 3 levels, 1 boss fight. Wait, can you stop taking the piss? Wow, like these fucking physics are so stupid sometimes. It's not even funny. Okay, I need that chrome Pac-Man. I don't know why he's so fucking slow at doing everything all of a sudden. Okay, you can fucking bounce like you were doing previously, you know. Okay, just get your fucking act together. Stop taking the piss. I proper clutched that one for real. That was way too close, man. I proper clutched it. I was cutting it proper fine. Right. Okay, that was not gonna happen. That wasn't going anywhere. Yeah, I don't think this is going anywhere in terms of the slot machine. I know I can recognize patterns and all that, but at the same time, it's like I don't know. I don't 100% have the energy right now, especially taking into account everything that's happened within the previous 2 games. It's like way too many piss takes. For fuck's sake, you know what, fuck this, it's not worth it. But yeah. By the way, people, nah, it's not a rage quit moment, it's a fuck this, it's not worth it moment. Okay, time for the boss fight. Okay, Miss the Door March. Looks like someone has a terrible sense of bearings. HMS Windbag. Fucking hell, like, you're making a bigger ass of yourself than Rhino from Spider-Man. Like, you charged into fucking walls and shit. That's practically what it reminded me of just then. No cap, no cap, that's practically what it reminds me of. Okay, what the fuck was that all about? Come on, you can do better than that. Come on, get your act together. This part right here though, at least this phase of the boss fight, this first phase of the HMS Windbag boss fight actually reminds me of the level The Precipice from the Rayman 2 The Great Escape. Because it's got the same premise where a pirate ship is literally destroying every single platform that's like within your path, or like at least it's destroying all the platforms that you know you've just passed, unless of course you're too slow, that is. Right, time for the actual boss fight, which is a piece of piss, by the way. All we gotta do is ricochet. All we gotta do is ricochet the cannonballs and that's it. I don't know if it takes 2 cannonball hits at the same time, but you know. How the fuck do you miss that? Depth perception, that's how. But yeah, no, but this game is bad depth perception. It's not a bad game. It's just taking the piss. What the fuck? How do I miss that apple? That's so stupid. I don't get it. Okay, well that's that complete. Just 2 fruit and that's it. Well, I would have gotten more, but you know, depth perception decided to take the piss, so yeah, fuck that. Okay, Ghost Island. But yeah, I'm not sure if everyone's actually... Well, I'm not sure, like, if everyone's clocked this. But yeah, I'm not sure everyone's actually clocked this, but there are points, like, in the game where, like, at least from a perspective point, sometimes, like, you see Pac-Man's mouth not actually, you know, being part of his body and part of it's, like, you know, detached. But yeah, pretty much a partial developer oversight there, but you know, not one to tear the game apart, but you know, I think the evidence, well, I don't think, I know for a fact that the evidence speaks for itself. The only thing the evidence does is point to the contrary. Okay, so that's the first level, I mean that's the first world complete, and here's like the second world. And here's the third world. Yeah, they make the first level of the first 3 worlds accessible primarily when you first enter Ghost Island, the hub world. But yeah, now that's pretty much it. But that's all I'm gonna be playing for Pac-Man World. But yeah, like, this is just a test, so you know, it's no pressure. I mean, I do have fun playing this game, don't get me wrong. It's just, I don't know, just the way the day has panned out, there's something like off about this vibe. there's something definitely off about the way it panned out, and I think, I don't know, if I was to like play RetroArch again, or if I was to do another live stream playing this game, or any other game for that matter, and like, you know, RetroArch again, things might be different. It really depends. Why are you wasting your time? More friends are in trouble, go get them. But yeah, that's pretty much what they say, you know, they just give you the third degree when you approach them within the map. Well, I say map, but the hub world. Okay, I stand corrected, like, it's not just once in the game that happens. It only happens like once every time you come out of a level, every time you enter Ghost Island. That's pretty much it. Okay, well, that's pretty much it. On top of that, the soundtrack is actually super fun. Okay, now's a good place to wrap. Now's definitely a good place to wrap up Pac-Man World. Now it's officially time to play Rayman, the final game within this livestream test that I've planned. Okay, and of course we're going to be playing the American version because of optimal gameplay speed. I'm gonna level with you. I don't know how or even why it scrolled down that far, but fuck it. Like in terms of like the game selection list. But yeah, as anticipated, the live stream won't be, you know, as long as the previous one. But yeah, hopefully we'll get some Rayman people up in the building. Okay, so just like in the previous livestream, I'm playing the original Rayman to wrap up the livestream, but this time I'm playing the PlayStation 1 version.
Hi, folks! You wanna know what's going on? Let me tell you the story of Rayman! In Rayman's world, nature and people live together in peace. The Great Protoon provides and maintains the harmony and balance in the world. Sorry, folks. This apparently can't last. One fateful day, the evil Mr. Dark steals the Great Protoon and defeats Spatilla the Fairy as she tries to protect it. The Electoons, who used to gravitate around it, lose their natural stability and scatter all over the world! Troublesome, isn't it? And untidy, too. In this now unbalanced world, strange phenomena begin to occur. Freaks and hostile characters appear, capturing every Electoon they can find. They definitely need a hero to save them now! Don't you think? Rayman to the rescue!
No problem.
Go and free all of the Electoons, Rayman, and bring back the Great Protoon from its mysterious kidnapper. But will the bad guys let him do it?
Here we are, people, with the original Rayman. Of course, telling by the dialogue of that cutscene, also telling by, you know, the voice acting of that cutscene. If that doesn't make it any more obvious that it's the American version of the game, I don't know what else does. But yeah, now let's take Rayman back to its roots. Also, as far as the commentary goes, no one has jumped in, like, since, like, an entire section ago, so, like, pretty much since Rob left right at the end of Crash Bandicoot 1, and no one joined during the entire duration of Pac-Man World. I think it's a safe bet to move the commentary to another general voice chat channel within a different Discord server, so yeah, I think by default, I'm gonna push the commentary back to the general voice chat channel within the Dingo Crash Discord server. For now, for this point in time. But if anyone wants to put in a request for me to move the commentary to another Discord server, feel free to put in a request in the comment section. Just let me know. If you happen to have me in another Discord server, such as the Ripto community as it's now called, feel free to have your say. Feel free to post about it. Okay, I've officially jumped into the general voice chat channel within the Dingo Crash Discord server, so yeah, for now I'm just gonna remain there until further notice. By the way, speaking of Dingo Crash, he's actually, well, I think he might actually be live streaming another part of his Crash Bandicoot 4 It's About Time livestream series that he has going on. Well, I think it's like his third or fourth time that he's reduxed his livestream series now. Okay, so we have two options of Rayman. Well, with the PlayStation 1 version of Rayman, we can either use the memory card, or we can just use the password feature. I mean, since I'm not saving any blocks, I'm just gonna use the password feature, so fuck it. But like, you know, I just figured I'd showcase the thingy-majig. I just figured I'd just, you know, showcase the save data screen for utilizing the memory card just for the fun of it. Or just for the completion of it, you know. I always pump up the music and sound effect volumes. I always pump up the volume settings for both the music and sound effects every time I jump in. It's kind of like a childhood thing that I always did. It was always like a childhood reflex action, per se. But yeah, let's go, let's jump in. The Dream Forest, here we go. In a way, RetroArch is also like a good emulator to use for speedruns, especially since it's like, you know, one of the accepted emulators on the speedrun board, but I'm not sure if I'm actually gonna utilize it that predominantly. I probably will. But as far as speedruns go, I'm not sure whether or not I'll throw myself into doing them, because I still got a lot of other live stream plans to get out of the way. I mean, I'm still gonna test out DuckStation, like as in like the actual DuckStation emulator, as opposed to just, you know, the core within RetroArch. Because even though like they'll more or less perform the same, I reckon like I don't know what the difference will be. Even though like they'll more or less perform the same. I reckon, like, you know, it's kind of sort of worth taking into account. It's kind of sort of worth taking into account how it sort of functions as a core within RetroArch and how it functions separately. But, you know, as I said previously, Swan Station is literally just a counterpart of Duck Station and not actually Duck Station itself. So it's its own thing, basically. That Grimace attack. But yeah, it's honestly, like, it's pretty wholesome seeing a lot of people livestream Rayman as well. Yeah, I'm pretty much just like, you know, well, I'm not necessarily rushing, but I'm just getting caught up in commentary to the point where, like, I'm making all these pointless mistakes that shouldn't be happening. But it's only partially down to me, but for the actual technical piss takes, they shouldn't be happening whatsoever. But yeah, Rayman's iconic fist power up. But yeah, now I think in this day and age, at this point in time, in terms of as far as Rayman goes, and I think I mentioned this in the previous livestream as well, like, I'm sort of more, you know, geared towards what, you know, the fan communities have to offer, with, like, I'm pretty much, like, more geared towards what, like, the fans have to offer in comparison to what Ubisoft have to offer in terms of, like, you know, all these fan games that are currently in development right now, such as Rayman 2 Redreamed from New Dawn Games, such as, you know, Rayman 2 Redreamed developed by New Dawn Games, Rayman Mystery of Polycus developed by Sick Robo Pirate, and the Rayman 3 Hoodlum Havoc fan remake developed by Marked as Unreal. Speaking of which, he actually recently posted, as of yesterday, he actually recently posted another update, and it's quite a lengthy update. He posted another update, like, regarding, he actually posted another update purely based on his Rayman 3 Hoodlum Havoc fan remake project that he has going on, and at this point in time, he's sort of, what he's implemented right now is that he's implemented a first person mode, which is pretty interesting. And not only that, but he also in that video, he sort of, like, he actually showcased a complete time lapse of the entire, well, the entire development process of him actually reconstructing that helicopter asset from the Teensy Highway levels, which, you know, rescues you whenever you fall off the platform, or, like, whenever you don't make it onto a platform and you fall past one. You know, that helicopter that the Teensy rides in, and Glowbox sort of, like, hangs off of. It's like, what you call it, it pretty much showcases a time lapse of that, and not only that, but it's just, he's dealing a lot of damage as well. Like, you showcase, like, you know, the damage dealing mechanism, as in, like, you know, the pain system where Rayman, you know, takes damage whenever he gets some, like, whenever he plummets. But I think he only showcased, you know, the plummeting mechanic in terms of dealing damage, plus Rayman community skins, which, you know, it's pretty interesting because, like, he's also letting fans from the Rayman community actually, you know, provide their own sort of implementations for Rayman skins to be put towards the Rayman 3 Hoodlum Havoc fan remake that Marked as Unreal is currently developing right now. Hey, the Scarecrow, cheers for stopping by, welcome to the live stream. He says, what are you saying today, boy? All of the above, pretty much. Pretty dope. Hey, the Asterite, cheers for stopping by, how you doing? He says, How's it going, sir? For what it's worth, it's actually... Well, I'd say it's going pretty decent. I can't 100% complain for what it's worth. But I will level with you, there were plenty of points earlier on in the livestream where I was dealing with so many piss takes within the previous 2 games. So to fill you 2 in, I started off with this livestream playing Crash Bandicoot 1. So like, I did pretty much like a full any percent completion playthrough of Crash 1 while I'm like, you know, testing the simulator. Then afterwards I only played through the first world of Pac-Man World, and now I'm actually playing the original Rayman, but I'm only going to play this up to a certain point. But yeah, apart from that, it's been a fun live stream. It's fun to play Crash Bandicoot, Pac-Man and Rayman in general, of course, but you know. But yeah, welcome to the live stream, people. Tell us about these piss takes. Bro, like, it's too much to get into. But yeah, nah, it's a lot of technical piss takes, because it's like, it's shit that happened which, you know, should not have happened, if you catch my drift. Like, it's all that crap that should not have happened in the first place. Okay, yeah, I was trying to duck, but don't know what the fuck the problem was there. But yeah, nah, just... It was either to do with input problems or what you call it. It was either to do with input problems or positioning problems in general. Gastrite says, oh, I see. Sorry about the previous nonsense. It's fine, it happens to the best of us after all. Okay. He wants to go on the fucking dropout sign for whatever reason. He also says, love Rayman 1, childhood favourite of mine. Likewise, it's definitely one of my favourites. I've completed the original Rayman so many times. I know it's a hard game. It's an extremely hard game for so many people, but at the same time it's like, it's not too complicated. The Scarecrow says, old school shit. Indeed it is. It's nothing like the old school shit up in the building. But yeah, I'm actually, back to what I was talking about earlier on, I'm actually pretty hyped. I'm proper pumped for this Rayman 3 Hoodlum Havoc fan remake, developed by, well, currently in development by this person called Marked as Unreal. Like, he's really making himself a pillar in the Rayman fan community right now with what he has cooking up. Oh wait, I'll get back up to the comments in a bit because that's different. But yeah, no, it's really shaping up to be pretty epic. Okay, so the Scarecrow says, wouldn't call Rayman 1 as a favourite as such. I can understand you to be an element of challenge, so I wouldn't put it past you there. The Astrite says, I had to remember the password because I didn't have a memory card. Still remember it to this day. Yeah, like when you had to write passwords down on pieces of paper and all that shit. If you didn't have a memory card, you would have been fucked. You would have been screwed. The Scarecrow also says, Origins and Legends are my preferred ones. More power to you. Honestly, I do like the UBR engine games, don't get me wrong. They're fun and all, but there's nothing like the original Rayman. I like what they brought to the table, which was really cool. They do heavily reference the original Rayman, especially because of the whole 2D gameplay aspect and everything, but they're kind of like, they stand alone, they stand up as their own titles. Okay, so the Scarecrow also says there's apparently something new from Rayman. Well, here's the thing, like, we don't know what's coming from Ubisoft. We're getting a lot of hints in terms of, like, what could be happening in terms of, like, the future of Rayman, and I've discussed this in the previous livestream as well. And it's to do with the trademarks of Rayman 2 and Rayman 3, so the interesting thing is that, like, for Rayman 3 Hoodlum Havoc, the interesting thing is that, you know, the Rayman 3 Hoodlum Havoc trademark has actually been renewed, especially as of recently, whereas, like, the Rayman 2 The Great Escape trademark plus the Rayman Revolution trademark, they've both been deprecated. So, like, and now because that has happened, people are now speculating that we could potentially be getting an actual official Rayman 3 remake. Sorry about that. But yeah, because that's thrown a spanner in the works, people are now speculating that we could actually be getting an official Rayman 3 Hoodlum Havoc remake, as opposed to just the fan remake that is currently in development right now, which you know, we already know perfectly well about. That's if you've been keeping up with the development. That is, I've certainly been keeping up with the development of that, and it's pretty dope. The Scarecrow says the mosquito levels are good. Yep, pretty much. The Astrobot thing, yeah. Yeah, there's a Rayman reference in Astrobot as well, so that sort of hints. That threw another spanner in the works in the process. So yeah, got the power to hang. Though here's a crazy thing that happened to Marcus Unreal, especially, like, you know, I think he was through the New Year's transition for him personally, but basically, like, he sort of had to take a bit of a break from his Rayman 3 remake project because pretty much what happened was he went on a ski trip at some point. I don't remember where it was, but yeah, he went on a ski trip, and then when he went up this ramp, he sort of, like, went flying, and then when he landed, he sort of, like, injured his hand, per se. And then just at that point in time, like, he had to go and get surgery for his hand in the process, but, like, it was not easy. He was practically on the phone fighting tooth and nail to get the surgery in order for him to, like, you know, just get on with life in general, pretty much. It's crazy shit that happens, but yeah, like Tarzan Rayman, yeah. Or I think like the official name for him is Teresian or some shit, or Terezan. I don't exactly remember. But yeah, no, it is what it is, you know. He was practically fighting tooth and nail to get the surgery for his hand over the phone, until eventually he won. Eventually, you know, like, you know, they decided to give him the surgery. It's bullshit because he shouldn't have had to do that, but, you know, because, like, to say that you broke your hand or something like that, like, that's not something you'd want to make up, you know. And you can't make something like that. On top of that, you can't make something like that up either. You can't piss about with a broken hand. Let's be realistic. Terezan, what a creative name. Tell me about it. I mean, it is pretty interesting once it comes down to it. But yeah, no, I don't understand, like, why people make such a fuss about, like, you know, refusing to give him the surgery when, like, he had every right to. It's fucking bullshit. it's a good thing they decided to. I don't even know how the system, I don't know how the process even works, but I think like once they finally decided that, you know, he needed the surgery after like he explained it to them like multiple times. They finally got the picture in the end. I mean, something made them get the picture, but you know, I'd follow up with Mark Doesn't Real himself if I were you, not to get like, you know, the proper full picture on it. But yeah. Okay. The Scarecrow says, you need to fight for a lot of seemingly simple stuff now. Tell me about it. It's like this world is plummeting proper hard. It's fucking ridiculous. I mean, to say it's gone downhill is practically an understatement at this point, to be completely honest with you. The Scarecrow also says, don't get me started on council housing now. Yeah, that's a completely different ballgame right there, bro. Don't even get me started on that either. Although, like, yeah, I'm not, by the way, side topic, I'm not really gonna discuss politics or anything like that on these live streams. Especially since, like, all it does is stir up controversy and drama, or controversy, however you wanna pronounce the word, but it is what it is. But you know, that's the way it is. I have to admit though, like a lot of the mechanics in the PlayStation version I am more used to in comparison to the mechanics in the Atari Jaguar version. The Scarecrow says, our generation has it a lot worse off. Tell me about it, like, for real, tell me the fuck about it. It's like, the way the cost of living is going, especially for our generation. No wonder our generation is so depressed. It's fucking ridiculous. In fact, like, that was such a piss take that I almost couldn't fucking structure what I was gonna say properly. I was almost gonna say generation for a second, and I'm like, that's not even a fucking word, bro. But yeah, nah, for real. If you see shit like that panning out, no wonder our generation is so fucking depressed. The Scarecrow also says, no worries, just thinking out loud. I mean, feel free to do so, you know, you're allowed to have like, you're allowed to collect your thoughts and everything, that's all well and good. I'm just keeping everything, well, I'm just keeping an open mind and, you know, being precautious about how things could certainly pan out, especially in terms of, you know, my live stream. Lol. Scarecrow says, you can make up words, it's your stream. As long as... I mean, of course you get the privilege of making up words, but, you know... only when you want to, of course. I've been live streaming for almost 5 hours now. But yeah. Definitely be shorter than the previous live stream though. But yeah, you see shit like that. You see shit like that all over Instagram on top of that, and oh, it's fucking crazy. But nah, for real, like... sometimes like, it gets to a point where I don't want to turn this live stream into like, you know, the Martin Lewis Money Show. Not that I'm knocking the program. I like the program for what it's worth and the updates that they bring, but, you know... primarily we're here to discuss video games and stuff. But of course, side topics are welcome as long as they don't divert too much from the conversation. I mean, as long as they don't divert way too much from, you know, the main point of the live stream in the first place. The Scarecrow says, how long do you usually go? What, as in like, live stream duration? For me it sort of depends. It depends what I have jam-packed into each live stream. I mean, typically if I want a short live stream, I'd say like, roughly an hour and a half or 2 hours or maybe even 3 hours or so. But, you know, since I'm playing free games in this live stream, sort of understandably, we're approaching 5 hours right now. So Viasterite says, in debt because we need human basic necessities of food and shelter, fun world. And the Scarecrow pretty much just agreed with him, saying, yeah man. Yeah, precisely. The Scarecrow says, I find 3 hours the sweet spot. The Scarecrow says, I find 3 hours the sweet spot, maybe even 2. Likewise man, like, yeah, I personally reckon at least 3 hours is a decent sweet spot. I think the reason why I said like, the reason why I listed like an hour and a half and 2 hours as an option is just in case, you know, you feel like calling it early. In case like it gets to a point where you feel like calling the stream early or whatever. It always depends. This is so fucking stupid. I normally don't have it as bad, but as I'm having it right now, fuck it. Wait. I don't think there's more things up here now. There aren't any more things up here. That's always a concern. That hunter respawning. Yeah, I'm gonna have to keep jumping back and forth to the chat if I'm gonna keep up with comments being posted regularly like that, but yeah. But no, I appreciate it though, highly appreciate it. Like, it's nice to have active chatters in your live chat. It's just the strain that it puts on a live streamer, you know. It's no hard feelings, it's just the way circumstances are. Okay, so the Astrite says, I want to stream for longer hours, but I'm old and it's surprisingly tiring. Lol. In a way, I actually get that. It's like, you don't want to force yourself to live stream for too long, but at the same time, you wish you can do so much more. The Scarecrow says, yeah, it depends. Is the hunter meant to be Clayton from Tarzan? I don't even fucking know, but you know, it is what it is. Okay, so like one speedrun strat of Rayman is that you can actually climb the vines much faster by actually jumping up them, or jumping your way up them by like, you know, jumping left, by like pressing the jump button and going left and right, or just like spamming left and right as you're doing it. Although it's not necessarily spamming left and right, you're just like pressing left and right depending on which direction, which part of the vine you're at, obviously. Scarecrow says, that's cool, we'll just watch. Don't want to stress you out. Oh no, it's fine, you're not stressing me out. I mean, yeah, sure, sometimes it is a lot to keep up with, but at the same time, like, you know, I appreciate when people are, like, you know, active, as long as, like, they don't spam too much. Okay, so there's no plum here. Like there is in the Atari Jaguar version and the PC version. But yeah, I think I might play up to Bandland and then just finish up over there. Well, not necessarily play up to Bandland, but like play up to when I get the helicopter power in Bandland. Okay, we're less than 5 minutes short of 5 hours right now. Oh, here we are with the mosquito boss fight. But yeah, apart from what Ubisoft might or might not have planned, I'm more hyped for the fan games that are in development. Okay, so I've pretty much mentioned this like multiple times about how like they recolored the mosquito. I mean, in the Atari Jaguar version, they recolored the second mosquito correctly for both phases, for the chase phase plus the boss fight phase, but for every other version, they kept the original Bazit colors for the mosquito for this final, like, you know, for this chase section, but they recolored them properly in in the actual boss fight. But I think in Rayman Redemption, they actually, you know, followed the whole recolored. I think like Raymani, aka the developer of Rayman Redemption, he actually followed, like, you know, the premise, like the original premise of the mosquito color, of, you know, the mosquito recolor for like the second boss fight, well, the second mosquito boss fight, with both the chase phase plus the boss fight phase on top of that. The Scarecrow says indie/fan games are where it's at. Precisely. In terms of Rayman, 100%. Honestly, they're practically delivering what Ubisoft are not succeeding to deliver. They're providing us with what Ubisoft are not putting themselves up to delivering. Okay, what the fuck is your deal? Although speaking more of Rayman, VXterra he's been recently archiving all of his old live streams, as in like, he's actually been archiving like all of his old Twitch live streams onto YouTube, especially due to the fact that it's now come to a point where Twitch are now imposing a storage limit on like how many hours they can hold in terms of like the overall amount of, in terms of like, you know, the overall amount of duration that their highlights last for, which is why like a lot of people are resorting to archiving their VODs over to YouTube now. So yeah, he did it recently with his 500 followers special celebration livestream and his 1000 followers special celebration livestream. I'm not sure whether or not they both took place back in 2015, but yeah, you can see the Xterra in his prime. By the way, those who don't know who he is, he's actually a Rayman speedrunner. He speedruns a few Rayman games. Well, he speedran the original Rayman, but of course, he does sometimes jump into speedrunning Rayman 2, The Great Escape, and Rayman 3 Hoodlum Havoc as well. By the way, like, here's a useful strat, like when you're swinging on these purple flying rings, if you hold up, you can actually gain momentum as you're swinging, and as you not only as you're swinging, but you can gain momentum as you're swinging, plus as you let go of the vine. See, like you pick up a lot of speed, which is pretty dope. And sometimes Rayman even does a forward somersault. Sometimes he does like a full speed front flip in the process. See that right there, I actually managed to skip a few flying rings just then. Pretty helpful strat to take note of. Indeed, a pretty helpful strat to make a mental note of. Okay, I think I'll just get all these cages first, just for the fun of it, and then just, you know, just proceed with Bandland. It's not even hard, to be honest with you. I mean, clearing up these last few cages isn't actually hard. Cause like, they're just there, these few levels are short, so it's nothing compared to the later levels. And practically every single world in this game has its own difficulty spike. I'm gonna have to go and have lunch soon. I know it's 1 o'clock right now. Well, it's past 1 o'clock at this point. Hang on, why am I doing that again? I just autopiloted into doing that. Okay. The Scarecrow says, Pencil Land I found really hard. Picture City is definitely one of those worlds that fucking took the piss. That level was a difficulty spike of its own. I mean, that world was a difficulty spike of its own. Okay. For some strange reason, that was close as fuck. that falling off animation. It was definitely priceless back in the day. Okay, didn't stand on that plum long enough. What the fuck, man? That was a shit time for a piranha to come up. Payback, bitch. Okay, at this point I'm literally it's just mop up time for the Dream Forest as a world. I think in a way I'd have like a lot more to say in terms of like the progression of Rayman if I was doing this as like an actual proper playthrough, but since this is just like a live stream test for the RetroArch multi-system emulator, I'm just talking about more general topics, per se. Yeah, no, fuck that. That bonus stage, it's not worth it. I mean, it's not just not worth it, it's just that I've already completed it and there's nothing else to gain out of it after you've already completed it once. Okay, Anguish Lagoon, there's literally just one cage here. I can literally just get that and then just exit the level, or just pay a quick visit, you know. I literally caught it without actually... I literally caught that cage. I literally like caught that cage without actually having to, you know, land on that platform. But of course the speed is useful. At least the plus side is that it saves your progress when you take off, when you exit the level through that dropout sign. Mosquito's nest. Okay. There's just that one cage up top, which by the way I'm literally just gonna ignore that checkpoint. Yeah, if I can just respawn right back at the start of the level. Right. Okay, here we fucking go. I almost didn't expect to catch him like that. Call that guy with a rebound punch. Well, I say a rebound punch, but more of like a boomerang punch per se. Because like the way Rayman's fist sort of like boomerangs right back at him in the original Rayman whenever you shoot it. And it's the same premise in Rayman 3 Hoodlum Havoc. Which by the way is pretty interesting because they didn't implement that in Rayman 2. It was just Rayman's fist shot was just a particle shot in Rayman 2. But in Rayman 3 they decided to, well, I wouldn't necessarily say backpedal, but I'd say they sort of decided to revisit the whole boomerang fist mechanic that the original Rayman had in place. Okay, let's jump into Bongo Hills, aka Bandland. Well, the first level of Bandland. So yeah, this will be the final world I play within this game. For this livestream at least. Okay, so Bandland, let's fucking go. So yeah, it's interesting what they you know, the decisions that they made in terms of like, you know, in terms of Rayman's fist power-ups. It's like first, it's like they decided to replace it with a particle shot premise, and then they decided to revert back to, they decided to revisit back to the boomerang fist power mechanic. It's funny because, what you call it, the Xterra, well not the Xterra, it's funny because Mark Does Unreal actually, he sort of made a joke about like his own, about like, you know, the fact that he injured his own hand. He sort of like made a joke about it in the sense that like his hand actually, he actually made his own hand fly off his body like Rayman does. Like, and yeah, like that was, honestly, I'd say that was a pretty wholesome take to put on it. It wasn't just a funny take, it was a wholesome take. It was a wholesome spin to put on it, because like, especially to have gone through something like that, it's like, you need something to be happy about. I mean, you can't be depressed 100% of the time. Like, we live in the world where sometimes, like, you know, no matter how bad things are, sometimes, like, we just have to have a laugh, just to, like, keep ourselves going, you know. It's just part of life. But yeah, the way he joked about his own injury, to say that he made his hand fly off, he literally made his entire hand fly off his own body, just like Rayman does, was actually pretty wholesome. It's priceless and wholesome at the same time. But like, it's like, yeah, Mark Does Unreal, he gained like, he suddenly gained Rayman's superpowers for a second there, so to speak. But yeah, like, it's spins like that keep people going, you know. I don't know if anyone else in the chat has been keeping up with this Rayman 3 fan remake project, but if not, then I highly recommend you check him out. I highly recommend you check it out. You don't have to like watch through the entire development process per se, but you know. But I would say it's a good watch. I would say it's fun to watch from my personal perspective. Especially of how, like, you know, everything just unfolds and all the approaches that he took to programming, like, whichever sort of function possible. Just, like, basically whatever the fuck he did to make whatever the fuck work in the game. Just basically him doing whatever he did to make whatever work in the game. That's pretty much it. I know I didn't have to do that, but fuck it. Okay. Yeah, I'm starting to remember that I legit just can't hang all the way from there. So it's like, I can't jump all the way from here and then just have Rayman hanging off those platforms, which was a bit of a piss take. I mean, they did that on purpose, you know. It's like a certain amount of pixels higher than Rayman's actual jumping height. What the fuck? That was so stupid. Oh yeah, that was a piss take. Oh yeah, in a way, that also reminds me, in that update video, well, in that recent update video that Marked as Unreal posted for his Rayman 3 Hoodlum Havoc fan remake development project, he also actually implemented the whole game over premise to the game as well. So like, you see the death animation plus the text game over come up, just as you do every time you die in Rayman 3 Hoodlum Havoc, or like every time your health bar runs out at least. Every time like you lose all your HP. Alright, let's do this shit. Yeah, I'm just gonna get that P just so I can have 5 HP when I leave this phase and transition into the next phase. Okay, so not long left now till I wrap up this live stream. Here we fucking go. Let's go, let's fucking go. I know I can get up to like this platform over here, but oh, you know what, fuck it. I'm not even gonna try and waste any time. Okay, so I made it. I mean, I know I got hit up there, but fuck it. Made up there with a checkpoint, but you know. Just getting all these things, just because I feel like it. Why the fuck not? But yeah, nah, it's a piss take, like, you know. But especially with the previous two games, like, I don't know what the fuck was happening, but all these piss takes were just turning the entire process into a massive fucking long thing, you know. Such a piss take. It's a piss take in itself. Okay, you can fuck off. Okay, good catch. Yeah, that bug can fuck off. He's getting cucked over because I've surpassed this fucking whole... I surpassed this fucking bouncer area. He was guarding that life and I just like... I just circumvented the entire... I just circumvented his entire, like, you know... I just circumvented, like, his entire security position in place. I just... Yeah, that's it, like... He was trying to protect that life, and I literally just circumvented his entire security process just then. His whole security setup. It's like, talk about stealing his thunder. Speaking of which, we are dealing with literal thunder in this level. But now, real talk, that's literally just a filter. The thunder doesn't actually affect you. It's just those lightning bolts. The thunderstorm itself doesn't actually affect you, it's just a filter. It's only the lightning bolts that affect you, because they're actual projectiles programmed to deal damage to you. Okay, that was close. Okay, so typically, conventionally, you actually require the helicopter power in order to get over to that final cage on the far right. Well, I say it's the final cage because it's the cage that you backtrack to. But in order to get that cage on the far right, on the top right corner, like, you would normally require the helicopter power, but since, if you know the speedrun tech of this game, but as I was saying, if you know the speedrun tech of this game, you know the speedrun strats, you know that there's an actual strat in order to make it over. So yeah, as I mentioned previously, you've got to time it properly. But like, if you press up, I think in this case though, it's a case of like pressing the D-pad up and down rapidly in order to achieve all that speed in the process of it all. What the fuck? Yeah, it's not perfect, it's not easy to pull off, but you know, I've done it like a million times before. I don't know, I just don't trust RetroArch right now, the way it's been pissing about. Sometimes like boomeranging. I can't even fucking speak for shit right now. Like, sometimes boomeranging does help. There we fucking go. All it took was the right momentum. Just holding up is pretty much the key, you know, but at the same time it's like, yeah, holding up is pretty much the operative action to perform, but at the same time it's like, in terms of practicality, it's not easy to pull off that type of process. Here's a hidden challenge, well, a hidden bonus challenge, which, you know, not everyone can find. Well, I wouldn't say not everyone, but at the same time it's like, but they put it in such an inconspicuous place where not everyone would think to look, that's the thing. So like, you would actually be able to find it if you were, like, if you actually properly search the level to like a deeper extent. Okay, yeah, these slippery platforms are a bit of a bitch. Okay, what the fuck are you doing? Okay, I'm just gonna restart this because he just decided to throw it. Like, that was a complete throw on Rayman's part. Like, I don't know what the fuck was happening there. Congratulations, I'm officially on 1 HP as well. Did me a right solid there. But you just gotta really, you know, control your momentum here. You were supposed to shoot in the other direction, but fuck it. But yeah, here we go. Alright. So yeah, not long left. Just like that, of course, I earn an extra life, which means I automatically have a full bar of HP. Well, at least I did until I got hit by that cunt. But fuck that shit. Nevertheless, we move. We move, motherfuckers. Oh, fuck that shit. Yeah, that was a piss take in itself. This is fucking crazy. Okay, did not anticipate that, but fuck it. Hey, I'm gonna get all the cages anyway, which means I got that cage on the top right corner early, so that means I don't have to backtrack to this level. Fuck yes. Okay, I just hope I can get this done sooner rather than later now. So then, like, I can just do this live stream and, like, finish it up without even having to take a lunch break in between. I can just, like, you know, finish up the live stream and then just have lunch and be done with it. Might as well, since I don't have long left. I didn't plan to do much for this live stream. Although originally in mind, I did have, like, originally what I had in mind though for these two test live streams, at least for RetroArch and Duck Station, it was pretty much the same premise with my Mednafen live stream test, where I played like the exact same games as I did in that live stream. So starting off with Crash Bandicoot followed by Oddworld Abe's Odyssey, and then moving on to Pac-Man World. No, and then moving on to, so yeah, starting off with Crash Bandicoot followed by Oddworld Abe's Odyssey, and then moving on to Spider-Man, then jumping on to Pac-Man World, and finally finishing up with the original Rayman. So yeah, I think at this point in time though, I just decided to cut out the two of the middlemen per se. Those two middlemen obviously being Oddworld and Spider-Man. And that was pretty much to do with how like they perform on RetroArch. Now, Spider-Man isn't really problematic on RetroArch, but I still have to do like some. I still have to do like some cropping presets to some extent when it comes to Spider-Man on RetroArch. But when it comes to when it comes to Oddworld, like it works on RetroArch, it's not a problem. Same with Spider-Man, they both work on RetroArch. But like the issue with Oddworld is that in Swan Station the game, well, through the Swan Station core, the game is glitchy as fuck. It's like through, I'm not even capping, through the Swan Station core, the game is glitchy as fuck. As in, like, when you play the game, the textures are just like, they sort of spread all over the place when you start playing. Like, whenever you get into gameplay, it's like the game is on a fucking acid trip. And in like the most fucked up, and like in the most fucked up way possible, not as in like, not even like through a sensation of ecstasy either. Oh fucking hell, bro, you could have made it over without all that bullshit, but no. But yeah, nah, not as in an ecstatic point of view, but in like a point of view where it just, you know, fucks up the player's vision, and it's like they can't even make out what's on screen. So yeah, it's like the game on an acid trip in the most fucked up way possible, and not in a positive way. I know you can get through there without the fucking, without taking damage, without damage boosting, but yeah, what the fuck ever. But yeah, like, it wasn't an acid trip on the, in a positive way whatsoever. Not in a positive way whatsoever. It was like in a negative way. Okay, you can piss off. If you want to fuck that up, I'm not even gonna bother. Just... I'm not even gonna waste my time with that crap. Fuck it. If it wants to piss me about, it can go fuck itself. Okay, what the fuck is your problem? Completely missed the fucking jump for no reason. Alright, let's get back to business. But yeah, anyways, back to the main topic. But yeah, the way it presented itself on the Swan Station core, like, it was an acid trip, but not in a positive way. In a complete negative way. It's like, in order to describe the way it looks like, it's like someone made a spillage on the floor. Say like, and this could be anything. This could be something as like, this could be something as simple as tomato ketchup or mayonnaise or mustard, and they've spilt that all over the floor. And instead of cleaning it up, it gets smeared all over the floor. I don't understand why some people are... But yeah, I don't know why some people are like being high maintenance, but whatever. But yeah, just ignore them, people. But yeah, that's that. But yeah, it's like ketchup being spread all over the floor, pretty much. Okay. But yeah, nah, just in order to play something like that, it doesn't really paint a good picture of a game. But yeah, especially in the way I described it. If it's like, what you call it? If it's to the extent of, you know, not really, like if it's to the extent of actually not being able to perceive what's going on because of everything being spread all over the screen, then yeah, the game's officially unplayable like that. You can't even depict what's on screen. It's so stupid because like when you hold down, like it holds Rayman in place and it doesn't really go underneath, so like that part is just poorly programmed. I don't think they thought that part through when they put those spikes there. Killed this fucker in the process though. Although I'll tell you one thing though, Oddworld Abe's Odyssey, actually it does work on RetroArch, but it works better if you use a different core. It works better if you use the PCSX rearmed core, which is like another core, you know, which is pretty much another core that RetroArch also utilizes for the PlayStation, well, for running PlayStation 1 games. So like, yeah. Let me just get back what I'm trying to say. And that's all of the cages for this level. Right. So like the game is actually fully playable on the PCSX rearmed core, so which is like another core that RetroArch uses in order to play PlayStation 1 games, in order to run games directly from RetroArch, or in order to run PS1 games directly from RetroArch. And it's a decent core, don't get me wrong, but it's not as, but Spawn Station is the one that is most commonly used, and not only that, but like it's also like it's more advanced as well because you can use like all these enhancements in all these games, but the thing is that they don't translate well onto a game like Oddworld because of the way that game has been developed. They, especially with like, I don't think it's to do 100% to do the way it's been developed, but the amount of compression that they put into Oddworld Abe's Odyssey for the PlayStation 1 version, and I think the same applies to Oddworld Abe's Exodus as well, is that like when you apply shaders and stuff like that, and I've noticed this back on the EPSXE emulator, when you apply something like that to games that, you know, weren't well developed or weren't well ported in some cases, for games that weren't very well developed and weren't very well ported in some cases, they're not going to upscale well if you just by slapping a filter on top of them. Or just pretty much like just using any plugin that's supposed to enhance visuals or stuff like that, because it doesn't work for every single game. It always depends on like the structure and composure of the game or the port or whatever the fuck the case is. On top of that, with PSX Rearmed, you don't even have the full PlayStation you don't even have the full PlayStation 1 startup sequence on top of that, which, you know, I personally find to be really conventional. I mean, I managed to get it looking like somewhat halfway decent on the PCSX Rearmed core for the Oddworld games, but like, I don't. But the only like two drawbacks to that is that you can't really, well, at least from my experience, you can't really, you know, adapt the aspect ratio and have it fit, have it make, and, you know, sort of adjust it to the way you see fit. And you sort of have to deal with the default aspect ratio over time, which it isn't always a problem. But say like you want to play on a widescreen, but say like you want to play on the widescreen canvas that's like, that has a 16:9 aspect ratio, and the default aspect ratio is 4:3, and it's been locked to that aspect ratio, meaning you can't, you know, meaning like you actually can't change the aspect ratio. Well, in this case I wouldn't necessarily say it's locked. The aspect ratio is locked. It's just that when you go into the settings of PCSX Rearmed within RetroArch, you don't get the option to, you're not provided with the option to change the aspect ratio, so it's like, it kind of takes away from, you know, part of the enhancement factor per se. Okay, that was not supposed to happen, but fuck it. Okay, so Allegro Presto, this is the final level that I'm going to be playing within this livestream, and then after that I'll be done. So yeah, I'll be raiding someone, and so yeah, I'll be raiding someone, which is the plan. So yeah, the plan is I'll be raiding someone, finishing up for livestream, and then having my lunch. It's a bit of a late lunch, but yeah, fuck it. At least I don't have to waste any time like that. But yeah, as for earlier on, I sincerely apologise for some of you people if you sort of heard that call out earlier on. But yeah, some people just don't consider other people. That's just it. You know, it's like some people just don't consider other people's situations or take them into account, but it is what it is. And you can tell them the same thing 10 million times until you're blue in the face, and sometimes, like, the same people still won't listen. This is fucking stupid, man. All I need is momentum. Come on. This is taking the fucking piss now. But yeah, now, for those of you who have stopped by, I highly appreciate it. This has been a fun livestream, especially for a test. It's been pretty chill, as expected. It's what I needed it to be anyway, especially after the previous one. But yeah, building on what Rob said earlier on, part of the fact that the previous livestream was exceedingly long was to do with the fact that, like, through certain portions of the time, like, he went off on, you know, monologue after monologue of a tangent, which, you know, it was almost partially making the livestream look like it was the Rob show in a way. Not in a bad way or anything, but sometimes it is best to, like, you know, let other people speak as well. Although I can let him off in this case because, like, he really needs to get this off his case. But, you know, it is what it is. We just gotta be mature at handling things. Yeah, I'll let him say his piece because, like, he came in here, he took time out of his day to like guest commentate in the live stream. Might as well just like let him say what he's got to say. It's just the only issue I take with some people is that like they just gotta give up other people a fair chance as well in terms of like saying what they want to say. Oh come on, we need to stop having to repeat the same bullshit because this is getting really old now. But yeah, it's just a case of that, you know. Whoever's part of the commentary, like everyone needs a everyone sort of needs a chance to speak. Well, not just a chance to speak, but a chance to like, you know, process what's going on, especially like when you're guest commentating in a, especially like, you know, when you're guest commentating in someone else's live stream. Like, you know, it's definitely going to be, you know, quite a process for them. Like, it's going to be like quite a task for them to like, it's going to be quite a hefty task for them to like, you know, multitask the commentary plus having to play the game along with trying to get back to the chat periodically. Okay, well finally we got that cage. What some people do is that they kind of put that cage off until they get the running power up from right up at the end of Blue Mountains. And then finally get that cage. But I prefer to get it out of the way personally. Especially since, you know, you already have the mechanics required to do that. You already have like the minimum required mechanics in order to do that, and it's not necessarily hard to pull off. But in this case, it just took the piss. Oh yeah, and one thing that I keep mentioning every time I play the Atari Jaguar version is that in the Atari Jaguar version, there are no ice physics in that version, whereas like in every other version, there are ice physics in these slippery platforms, especially with these slippery slopes over here. Okay, that was pretty smooth. Apart from that, congratulations. Congratulations for pissing all... But yeah. Congratulations for pissing it all away. Well, for pissing away all those fucking health points, all that HP. Hey Nicky Bats 34, welcome to the live stream, cheers for stopping by. He says, all that for 1k is kinda nuts. Not personally, I actually agree on that. Because to go through an entire world just to backtrack for one cage, I don't think it's worth it. Well, that is if you're able to pick it up from the get-go, like I was just able to recently. Okay, it didn't process that momentum, but fuck it. There we fucking go. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's pure insanity, but I definitely don't see the point. Alright, so here we go. I'm trying to get them tings, but he keeps automatically jumping off that fucking slope. I think I know what to do. There, I knew precisely what to do. Here we fucking go. Okay, so we're approaching the end soon enough. We're definitely approaching the end. Oh wait, I know what the fuck's happening. I was like, wait, why is Rayman getting here? Oh wait, that's right, because like, I clicked away from the game and just to like, you know, check the comment section. Not only that, but that's a pretty stupid circumstance to spawn Rayman in. Not to mention it's a really stupid place to spawn him at as well. It's like the second you spawn in, you just have to move, otherwise you'll get struck by those fucking lightning bolts. Okay, that was an unanticipated piss take, but what the fuck ever. Man, just can't wait to finish this level now. But yeah, it's been a fun livestream test, for what it's worth. It's definitely been nice catching up with Rob, despite the venting tangent that he had to go off of just to get it all out in the open and just, you know, clear his mind. Sometimes, you know, that's just what it takes. Okay. It's so stupid, like, you have to, like, precisely position yourself just to, like, get the fucking checkpoint. Otherwise, Rayman just slides, and you don't even get the fucking checkpoint. It's a piss take. That wouldn't even happen in the Atari Jaguar version, but fuck it. Some people be like, Jaguar FTW, Jaguar for the win, motherfuckers. You'd like to think so, wouldn't you? You'd certainly like to think so. But of course, the commercial success of that console itself is a completely different story. It's a predicament of its own. I figured I'd kill these Antitoons for fun. But yeah, now when it comes to these levels, you gotta know how to survive in them, you know what I'm saying? Okay. I was contemplating on killing him, but what the fuck ever. This game is so stupid. Well, sometimes it's so stupid. Well, sometimes it just pulls the most out the arse bullshit. It's not even funny. Okay, dodged it slightly by giving myself a bit of fist punching momentum. Yeah, I know how fucked up that sounds. To give myself like a bit of like, you know, fist punch momentum, or fist punch slide momentum. Gotta be careful. Okay. I know you don't get anything out of killing them, but it's just fun. I think it feels like a more serious playthrough or like a speedrun or what the fuck ever. I wouldn't give that much of a fuck, but you know. But yeah, the gameplay premise of this is kind of interesting. It's also pretty dope how like, especially when in the way of how you have to survive in these levels. It's like you practically have to moonwalk like Michael Jackson on top of these ice platforms if you want to survive. Because that's how you prevent your own death. That's how you prevent yourself from falling off. Okay, don't take the piss. Perfect, let's fucking go. In the PC version, the magician would say, perfect! I could do a better impression still, but like, I don't 100% have the energy for it at this point in time, but you know, I'm still having fun in this live stream. It's chill for what it's worth. Okay, just 2 phases to go, or 1 if you don't count the helicopter power pickup phase. But yeah, that'll be the final one. Alright, yeah, apologize for that. Yeah, sometimes hay fever season is a bitch. Well, practically every season is hay fever season. It just depends how much you're affected by it, you know. Every season, like, you either get a cold or a hay fever. It depends. Everyone has a different immune system too. So I don't know, it's hit and miss per se. At least based on personal experience. But yeah, no, I appreciate everyone stopping by, especially people like Dark Lizard from the Ripto community. By the way, since this livestream only ended up being like roughly 5 hours, wow, it's gonna be 6 hours, fucking hell. I reckon it would have been much shorter without all these piss takes though, real talk. Cause like, I think even 5 hours, I think even like 4 or 5 hours alone is pretty excessive at this point for a test livestream that only has like, that only consists of 3 games. So yeah, I'd say this is still pretty excessive at this point, but you know, shit happens and you just gotta act accordingly. And on top of that, you gotta focus on the positives. What do you have to gain from it? Just puts more time in the system. It just puts more time into like, you know, my general stats on Twitch per se. Although I have to say, shooting for partnership, especially Twitch partnership, that's personally like a pipe dream for me. Taking the reality of it into account, or taking the realistic aspects of it into account. Don't know what else is here. I swear they put lives here. Not unless I'm confusing it with something else. I know that when Raymani remade this game, well, not necessarily remade this game, but reimagined it in Game Maker Studio in order to develop Rayman Redemption, he made this level an even more complicated level. The level design, he made it like 10 times more complex in comparison to the original design. There was Mr. Sax right there, the boss fight, which, you know, you get a glimpse of, but like, you just shoot one note at him. Okay, here we are, people. The final phase, aka the helicopter pickup phase. Right. Now you can use your hair. Helicopter, helicopter. I had to make that reference. Now you can use your hair as a helicopter. To do it, press X twice. But yeah, nah, that never gets old. It's always gonna be a meme. On top of that, like, it's a great song in itself, no cap. still gotta love the music for this as well, no cap. Remy Gazelle is an epic composer, rest in peace. Okay, so that pretty much wraps up Rayman at this point in time. But yeah, helicopter, helicopter. Man, that Bosnian song never gets old, especially as a meme fest. Okay, so yeah, this is the finishing point that I promised we'd be finishing up at, and what do you know, it's officially 2 o'clock right now, so no time like the present. But first, I'm gonna look for someone to raid. I wonder who's playing Rayman, but yeah, we'll see how this pans out. Okay, might as well just close the content at this point in time, and then just be done with it, you know? Okay, no time like the present to look for someone to raid. By the way, yeah, it's always on load core by default, so might as well. But I might just place my controller elsewhere, therefore it's just not in the way and it's not tampering with any settings per se. Yeah, I'm kind of experimenting with something, but you know, just to see how it pans out on OBS, but yeah. Anyways, next up, after this, I'll be pretty much doing the exact same thing with the current latest stable version of the DuckStation emulator. So yeah, that's the RetroArch test out of the way. That's at least, you know, one weight off my shoulders. I'm pretty happy with that. Despite all the piss takes, I'm pretty happy with whatever I've gotten out of the way. I apologize once again for someone's random call out, but whatever. But yeah, for the new followers for Black Oblivions and Anti08, I highly appreciate you jumping into my live stream chat and dropping me a follow. Stay tuned for future live streams. Okay, so I'm gonna look for someone to raid. First off, like, should I look for someone who's playing Crush Bandicoot, Pac-Man World, or Rayman? Okay, like, I'll just probably divide the 3 categories. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Okay, we've got 5 people playing Crush Bandicoot right now. As in, like, the original Crush Bandicoot. Well, I say the original Crush Bandicoot, but of course some of them are using it even though they're playing the Insane Trilogy build of the game. But yeah, we move. I mean, just as well, because you know, Twitch scrapped the Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy category for whatever fucking reason. I don't understand why, but they just did. Okay, so no one else is live streaming Pac-Man World right now. But yeah, at this point, more people are live streaming Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy, well, Crash 1 within Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy, as opposed to the original Crash 1. Like, only one person is live streaming the original Crash 1 right now. Okay, let me see who's live streaming Rayman, if they happen to be live streaming Rayman at this point in time. Speaking of the Xterra, who was like the Rayman speedrunner I pointed out earlier on, he's currently live streaming Rayman 3 at this point in time. Conventionally, like, on special occasions, I would give people that I already know a raid, but conventionally, what I normally do is I always raid a new person, because then it's just easier to reach out to more people in the process. It's part of how you network in a way. It's always wholesome to like raid a new person, because then it's like, it's not just easier to grow a community, but like it's more wholesome in a way. Okay, wow, we actually have another person playing Rayman, and this person's actually playing the Japanese version, because the title says PS1 NTSCJ as well. Okay, I'm gonna check out this streamer.
Introducing
Fucking adverts, you know, they don't always have to like play at full volume, especially every time you click on them. I did previously mute Twitch as well, so there's that on top of that. Okay, so I'm gonna check out the streamer. It looks like they're doing a full playthrough of it. It's definitely a new streamer, or a small streamer per se. Well, you don't necessarily have to categorize them as small streamers, just as like, you know, starting out streamers per se. Okay, I don't know if it's just me, but it's like, okay. Oh, it looks like one of those people that do follower only chats. Okay, fuck that, because that's just like a crappy way to get people to follow you. I mean, I understand people want to implement barriers of security, but behind a follow wall is no way to go, because if you want to follow someone, you want to get to know the streamer properly before following them. Okay, so I think I'm gonna have to resort to Crash Bandicoot. Looks like a French person is live streaming Crash 1. As in like the OG Crash 1. I don't know why RetroArch just sort of does that. It's weird. It's like, even when you don't have the window open, it still like moves the selection around for whatever fucking reason. I find that weird. Okay, so I reckon I'm gonna raid. I presume and reckon I'm gonna. Okay, so I presume and reckon I'm gonna raid Xanaru123, who's currently live streaming Crash Bandicoot 1 within Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy, especially since it seems as though this person has sort of like more of a personality to them, and on top of that, they're not using any like shady sort of tactics, such as shady sort of bullshit tactics, such as follower only chat and sub only chat. But yeah, I reckon that's my final decision in terms of who I'm gonna raid. So yeah, I plan to raid Xanaru123. Now, I personally reckon this would be a good place to wrap up the live streams. Anyways, I've made my final decision. I'm gonna raid Xanaru123. Now, to properly wrap up this live stream, thank you everyone for watching this live stream. I highly appreciate everyone stopping by whenever like you jumped in. It was definitely a fun live stream to do. For those of you who are following me on Twitch, for those of you who are actually watching this on Twitch, feel free and be sure to drop a follow if you haven't followed my channel yet, in order to keep yourselves up to date with future live streams that might or might not happen at some point within, which might or might not happen at any point in the future within my Twitch channel, depending on what happens, of course. And for those of you who are actually watching this archived on YouTube, feel free and be sure to subscribe, like, or rate, however you want to put it. Drop a comment below to leave constructive feedback if you possibly can, and or share around with whoever possible. And also be sure to check out any other live stream VODs that I end up uploading whenever, to whichever one seems to be your preference, and I highly appreciate you lot sticking around for the entire duration if you happen to watch the whole VOD. So yeah, feel free and be sure to subscribe, or like, or rate, however you want to put it. Drop a comment below to leave constructive feedback if you possibly can, and or share around with whoever possible, whoever those people may be. And see you lot on whatever's up next on both my YouTube and Twitch channels. Until then, laters everyone, peace out.